FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, ball game over. Astros win it, 6-5, ended up being a thriller. And they hold on to take this game and take the first two games of the series against the Rangers. They stay a half game behind Seattle in the AL West. And they now move to 4 games in front of the Rangers in second place. Plummer got scary down the end.
Todd Callis on the call. Space City Home Network. Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call. Space City Home Network. Why do they make things so hard, the Astros?
Well, because they like to keep things interesting. Sean, is what they do.
Do they not know that I have to get up early? You have to get up early?
I have to get up early. You have to get up early. The Astros have to face the A's coming up soon, by the way. And the
Next week, yeah.
The A's have been the best team in baseball since for I don't know, the last week or so. But since the All-Star break, they've been good. They've won more games than the Astros have.
Yeah.
So there's no messing around. Right before we came on, I don't know if my mic was on yet or not. I said I think he might have died, and we were talking about somebody else, not a public personality. But it might as well.
Oh, do you think the person I mentioned to you might have died?
Yeah, that person might have died.
They didn't die.
They didn't die. Okay.
No. They called into the post-game show.
I'm glad that they didn't die. Oh, okay. So good. I just hadn't heard from that person in a while. As far as the Astros dying last night on the mound, look. I can't get mad at De Los Santos. He's
not even supposed to be there.
I didn't know he existed until not too long ago. And he's not supposed to be there, and yet he's the guy you got to bring in to finish a team off.
Like half the time I turn the Astros on, De Los Santos is in the game.
And then you have to bring in Brian Abreu to finish things off.
That's a tightrope act.
Yeah. But Josh Hader and Isaac Paredes will both be back and in full force. I'm convinced of it. I am sure of it.
Who are you more sure of?
I feel it in my groin.
Okay, because we should. Okay, first of all, let's start with this. The Astros did win last night, as you heard bumping in here. So that's okay. 6-5. They beat the Rangers. Let's get the sweep. I mean, there's no messing around. Seattle, whatever they were doing a month ago, helping the Astros stay in the race, they're not being nearly as helpful now.
They've woken up. They took their Jolt
They
Cola.
won like 10 in a row.
Yeah.
They destroyed. I forget who they played last night. Whoever it was, they boat raced them. Josh Hader, there was Josh Hader news yesterday, though.
Yeah.
Josh Hader is saying he's going to start throwing again soon, and he might be back. Maybe not for the beginning if the Astros are a wild card team, or playing in the wild card round, which it's shaping up to
second in the wild card
to be
race
that.
right now.
Yeah, to be that way. And a half game back, and even if they catch the Mariners, they're more likely than not to play a wild card round series, even if they win the division, kind of like last year. The Josh Hader, maybe not back for the wild card round. But he said, I think maybe back for the second, third, and fourth round of the playoffs.
I'm being greedy because I would love for him to be back in the wild card round just because there's so much randomness and luck involved in that. I mean, your pitching,
2 out of 3.
Your pitching is so important in a 3-game series that I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to fight it. But Paredes is I know it creates questions and issues about the lineup and what have you, but
that got simpler with Yordan spraining his ankle the other day.
Well, yeah, I mean, it got simpler not in the playoffs necessarily. I mean, if it's a high ankle sprain, then he could be back for the playoffs.
Yeah, because he just bounces back from things so quickly.
Yeah, I know it's not simple. Listen, Sean, I'm trying to be optimistic and positive about all this. I assume that like many, what did Espada call it? A severe ankle sprain?
Let's hear from Espada. How about that? We've got Espada right here on Yordan. So the Astros win last night. That's story number 1. But 1A is definitely Yordan. So Espada met with the media before the game last night, and he gave us an update on the Yordan Alvarez injury.
He's got a pretty significant ankle sprain, so this is going to keep him out for a while. Let's not get into days, weeks, any of that. We are going to take one day at a time, but this is going to take some time to heal. We don't have that many days left on the regular season. So we are going to, he's in there getting some treatment, getting some work done. So, hopefully he's not out for for a long period of time.
Okay. So pretty significant is the adjective he used for the ankle injury.
That doesn't sound as bad as severe.
You're right. No, that isn't
pretty significant.
It's not. No, on the scale of severity, pretty significant, less than actually saying severe.
So Yordan, let's see. What are the affected body parts right now? Just the hand and the ankle, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like every body part's lurking around the corner with Yordan.
It feels like he's just becoming an old man before his day.
That's how he's been.
I know he's always been that
30
way. 30
games a year.
I know he's always been, but this was also with his hand this year.
Yeah.
That was as bad as it's ever been.
Yeah, definitely.
Including his performance beforehand.
Definitely.
So, like, brittle, I guess. He's becoming increasingly brittle.
Now, look, the ankle, I mean...
He slipped like an old man.
On home plate.
Yeah, I think he's becoming a brittle old man.
He is, but that was a bad
fall.
It was a slip and fall.
I got to get Mokaram on this.
It was a slip and... Oh, you should.
I should.
That would be great.
Injured in a slip and fall?
Yes.
By obviously a faulty home plate.
Oh, Harris County, Jim Crane. Oh, they're coming for you.
Yeah.
The attorneys, the suits. Here's what Bob Nightingale said about Yordan Alvarez. Bob Nightingale tends to get inside information. I know we just heard from Joe Espada, but I just don't trust anybody from the Astros talking about injuries. I trust Bob Nightingale of USA Today. Here's what Nightingale tweeted yesterday afternoon. This looked 4:22 yesterday, so probably, I'm guessing, Seth, shortly after Espada met with the media.
Yeah.
The Houston Astros expect slugger Yordan Alvarez to miss the rest of the regular season with his severe left ankle sprain. So Nightingale's calling it severe.
That's where I had seen it severe.
Yep, but are hopeful that he can return for the postseason. That's where you got your optimism about the postseason, probably, too. Alvarez is just the latest star on a contender to suffer a key injury this month.
I can tell by the way you reacted to me talking about Paredes and Yordan and Hader coming back that you thought that I was just pulling that out of my butt.
No.
Yeah, you're like, hey, there was news about Hader. I know.
No. Well, the audience didn't know. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes I say things for the audience.
You pointed at me. I was like, yes, Sean, I know.
Sometimes I do that colloquially. I said, "How you doing?" to you. I asked you how you.
Like I'm a child.
I asked you how you were doing last week, and it lasted for 2 segments.
No, that was a different issue. I already cleared that up.
Okay.
Because I was trying to go somewhere.
I think I'm most optimistic about Paredes just because we've seen him doing baseball things. He's taking batting practice. He's fielding ground balls. And when I say it gets easier with the Paredes, I don't mean it gets easier for the Astros without Yordan, but the puzzle of the lineup gets simpler. Unfortunately, it gets simpler with the fewer capable players that you have. And I think when Paredes comes back, if I had to guess, Altuve is going to be the DH now while Yordan is out. When Paredes comes back, if he comes back, then I'm guessing Altuve slides back into second base, and then Paredes becomes your DH.
Sure.
You got to get that bat in the lineup.
Yeah. So that makes it simpler without Yordan and all that.
Simpler, but not better.
Thank God we don't have Yordan's bat.
That's not what I'm saying.
The goodness. I was really
I made it clear that
I was like, I haven't been able to sleep for weeks because I'm like, how are they going to do it? How are they going to figure it out?
Yep.
Thank God Yordan slipped on home plate.
Hey, did you hear? No, I'm not saying
That's
that.
what Sean said,
That's
basically.
not true. That's not true. I do think it's stupid that home plate is this slippery piece of plastic.
It's like the roof of our parking lot.
Have
you ever? I've almost died out there about once every 3 months. When it's wet out there?
When it's rain, yeah.
You have like this rubbery, shiny surface.
I've fallen before. I've fallen once.
Yeah.
Never again, obviously.
Why do they do that?
I don't know.
I don't understand what the deal. Ben, can you get on that? There's somebody, one of our listeners.
That feels like a slip and fall situation right there.
I don't want them to fix it before I get my big payday.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna buy a neck brace on Amazon.
Christmas is coming, the goose is getting fat.
Paredes, honestly, obviously, everything that he could bring would be awesome. Hader, if I had to rank my optimism or pessimism out, okay, can this guy be back in the playoffs and produce? I'm most optimistic about Paredes because if it's just playing DH and just swinging a bat, even if he comes in as a pinch hitter, whatever it might be, you're there, you're at home, you got a 1-run deficit, and the Crawford boxes are just sitting there, waiting.
Absolutely,
this big juicy morsel out there.
Absolutely.
So I would put Paredes. Then I would put Yordan.
You would?
Then I would put Hader. There's just this buildup. You just don't. How long is it? Where is he really? And how long does it take for him to build up? And usually, more times than not with Astros pitchers,
Yeah.
there's going to be a setback somewhere along the way with the buildup.
I'm optimistic about Paredes. I'm not real optimistic about the other two, but I get what you're saying about Yordan. And Hader, he's not even throwing yet. Like, the shoulder feels good. He hasn't picked up a baseball and started throwing it.
I'd say Yordan, likewise, the same as with Paredes. At the very least, get out, just spat his ankle up and just get him out there.
Get us a Kirk Gibson moment. Remember when Kirk Gibson came in back in '88 and he had a hammy and he was able to hit a bomb off of Dennis Eckersley to win a game.
Plus, listen, you've got these older guys in the clubhouse, in the organization, a couple of Hall of Famers that played back in a day when, you took whatever you had to take to get out there and play. Mm-hmm. I don't know, whichever painkillers or injections or whatever you might need.
Yeah, I don't
know. Are we convinced that Yordan is doing anything and everything possible to fight through the pain? It's not about toughness sometimes.
No.
Sometimes it's about pharmaceuticals.
It's about the needle.
Yeah.
It's about the needle.
You do what the old school baseball players did, which was befriend somebody at a truck stop and get something right good. Yeah.
Did you hear Espada get snippy with Chandler Rome yesterday?
Yeah.
I've got the audio of that.
So to set the stage, because I feel like, I don't know if Espada was done wrong or not, but Espada at the beginning said, I don't want to get into days or months or recovery times or what have you.
I will defend Chandler. I thought his question was a fair question, though, which was, and Ben, did you? I don't know if you have to put the volume
stage.
On. Yeah. Chandler just basically asked him, is he going to go, is Yordan going to go on the injured list?
Joe, are you guys going to put him on the IL?
Did you just hear what I said? That this is going to take some time.
I know, but I'm wondering for your roster. Are you going to play man short?
Listen, one day at a time, Chandler. Okay? I'm not going to give you days, weeks, what we're going to do next. You're just going to have to sit down and wait, okay?
Yeah, I'm going to defend Chandler Rome. That's a legitimate question.
That's a fair question.
It's a legitimate question because if the answer is you're just going to roll with Yordan, letting him heal his ankle without putting him on the IL,
right?
Then you're operating in a pennant race or in a divisional race, one man down from what baseball allows. I know you get a couple extra guys now because it's September.
Yeah.
But you're operating with one fewer guy than baseball is allowing you to have.
Yeah, but I like it. For me, I kind of, if you separate the tone from the message, doesn't sound like they're putting him on the IL. And at
just
least
say
as of
no.
right now, I know. I don't get that. Whatever. She's everybody got all sensitive. I don't know. He just said, "Hey, did I not just say?" I like chippiness. I like Chandler's chippiness.
No, I
like that dynamic of a manager and a writer who kind of button heads all the time.
You know what that feels like? That feels like when you're at a dinner party with a couple, and it's a couple that doesn't get along very well.
Yeah.
And one of the members of the couple forgets to put the dishwashing soap away, and it turns into this big screaming match, and you're like, oh. I don't think this is about the dishwashing soap.
Oh, yeah, it's about much more. There's a history between these two.
That's what that feels like to me.
Right there's a history with these guys.
I just want to know if he's going on the IL. Listen, Chandler, you bastard.
There's that writer that's always curious about whether guys are alive or not.
You never tell me how I look in this uniform, all right?
It's like they've gotten to a point where Espada could walk in there with a broken nose and a black eye, and Chandler would say, could you give us an update on what happened to your face? Like, no, I'm not going to talk about that. Why would you even ask that?
Yes.
Why would you even ask that?
Oh my God.
Just it's kind of obvious. I think there's brain matter dripping out of your ear. Shut up!
Yep. You bastard.
Yellow journalist.
Yellow journalist. All right, off and running on a Wednesday. We've got a lot of Texans to get to. Hey, we expect to hear in about an hour from Michael Chiklas, the actor who's in my Twitter avatar with me. He's got a new movie coming out tomorrow called The Senior. It looks pretty good. It's a sports movie. So we expect to talk to him in about an hour or so. Along the way, we got plenty of Texans talk, including D'Amico Ryans telling us what the number one biggest issue was for the Texans in their loss to the Buccaneers on Monday. That is next.
One or two watchmakers. They've got 7 watchmakers on staff. Well, so whether it's service, cleaning.
It will be to perform in the clutch.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to get that done, but that won't stun our.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans.
His head, no.
No clue what that feels like.
You know what it feels like when you got a fresh, clean shave on your scalp? Bonsai trees. Give them a call at 281-441-4179. That's 281.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote.
More style points than a football spin and backflip and funky chicken touchdown dance? Academy has it.
from the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryans met with the media yesterday. He also sat down with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer on Texans All Access. We've got audio from both that we'll play here in this segment as we welcome you back in on a Wednesday. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. D'Amico Ryans was asked about this both in his press conference and on his coach's show. This is from his coach's show. What was the biggest issue for the Texans in the loss to the Buccaneers on Monday night?
I wish it was just one. But,
yeah.
John, I think the thing that stuck to me was just like, man, tackling.
Yeah.
Like, that's the part that just continued to eat at me is just like the tackling, where we tackle really well the first week.
Right.
And then you come out the second week and it was not good enough, right? And it wasn't winning football. And ultimately, that's what the game came down to is tackling. So that's the one that sticks me. But something we have to – I know we can do it. It's just a matter of, man, are you consistently dialed in? How bad do you want to get the guy down? How urgent are you to wrap guys up? Right. Like a lot of times – trying to tackle with one arm, which doesn't work in this league, and our guys know that, right? We didn't need more evidence to show that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we got to wrap guys up, take them to the ground.
John, the way Johnny phrased that question was, hey, is there something, you've got a long ride home from the stadium. I've got a long ride home from the stadium. And Johnny was saying, man, as I'm driving home, I got all these things are swimming in his head about what could have been in the game, this or that. So he's asking D'Amico the same thing. Do you do the same thing when you're driving home? Are you thinking about what you guys could have improved on, and what was the biggest thing if you were driving home thinking about it, leaving the game last night, what was it? And D'Amico talked about tackling in his press conference. I like the cut we played better just because if you watched it, and I watched it on YouTube last night, D'Amico looked so sad talking about the tackling.
Well, it was 4th and 10. It's 4th and 10, and Henry To'oTo'o takes a poor angle on a blitz, misses Baker Mayfield completely, and then you've got that run to that pass to Bucky Irving a few plays later.
Two plays later,
where I was saying 4 missed tackles. 5 guys actually hit him before finally the 6th guy, who was also the first guy. Azeez Al-Shaair was the first miss, and then he ends up as the 6th guy to touch Bucky Irving and take him down.
The other 5 guys slowed him down enough with missed tackles.
Yeah, Bucky Irving was hit by enough guys, barely, that Azeez Al-Shaair had time to circle back and get him.
Oh, and the most egregious one was, again, To'oTo'o, who just stuck his shoulder in there and essentially pushed him forward a couple
So I know
yards.
this is where I don't – look, Christian Harris, for whatever reason, he's just not back yet. And I don't know if it's that he's still – trying to work back into shape from missing most of training camp or whatever it is. He played 17 snaps in the game the other night.
Okay.
Didn't look all that impressive. Doesn't look like classic Christian Harris.
Had a bad face mask penalty.
And oh my God, it's like he was trying to pop his head off like a Pez dispenser.
Down inside the 5, too.
Yeah.
You got him out of trouble.
There's one thing, man. It's sometimes this is nothing worse than the feeling of like, oh crap, I'm holding the guy's face mask. People are like, why'd you grab his face? Like I wasn't trying to.
No.
But that one, he had a hold of his helmet with both hands.
Yeah.
Anyway, to the point where they're down on the goal line, they're on the 2-yard line for the final go-ahead touchdown for the Bucs, and the Bucs are out there with 2 tight ends on the field, and the Texans are in nickel, where you only have 2 linebackers, and they're able to get an offensive tackle blocking C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm not gonna get mad at CJ for losing that matchup, but they don't trust their linebackers right now for whatever reason. And Henry To'oTo'o is not making you feel all that awesome about having 2 linebackers on the field.
Nope. D'Amico Ryans was asked about the offense in his press conference yesterday. I didn't like this answer because I feel like I've heard this answer several times over the last year or so. But here was D'Amico Ryans on the offense.
For what we're doing offensively, defensively, man, we're not far away. So I'm not in the mode of where, hey, it's doom and gloom. Like we're not far away. We're close. I think we made a lot of strides in this game. On yesterday, we did a lot of positive things and we did well. Of course, there are always issues and things you can correct, but it's not far off. Right? We got to make the plays we're supposed to make. We're pressing forward. We're looking forward to Jacksonville to see how we can clean this thing up and get it moving.
Okay, so he mentioned both the offense and the defense. I think the defense is
The defense is very close.
The defense is close.
If anything, the defense is guilty of trying a little too hard.
Yeah.
You know, like they got to dial it back.
Yeah.
A lot of those missed tackles, we talked about this all day yesterday. They're always going for either the mega hit or just flying in out of control. Sometimes guys are just playing the run a little too aggressively, or it's just all this stuff that can be tweaked. But the physical talent and ability is there. On offense, I worry. I worry that they are a team that has very openly said they want to establish the run. They want to be that type of a football team. And I just don't know if they have the horses to run that way. They just, when you go up against a guy like Vita Vea, and then Kalijah Cansey was out of that game. When you go up against random dudes that you only know because they played at University of Houston, like Logan Hall, that those guys were beating the Texans physically. So the physical domination of the offense, mostly the offensive line in the run game and those, that's what concerns me because, man, their stated philosophy is we're going to be physical up front and we're going to drive people. Yeah. You take away Nick Chubb's one run, and I don't know what the average yards per carry was.
18 carries for 32 yards for the running backs outside of that
Nick
run. Chubb's run.
Yeah. Which we're not 100% positive.
We'll get to that.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it felt flukish.
Well, it was definitely the lion's share of what they gained on the ground for the day, whether the defense was trying or not. I heard Bobby Slowick say for an entire season last year they're close on offense. I can't listen to that.
Yeah.
I can't. I spent a year listening to it last year, and the guy who was telling us that got fired at the end of the year because they were never close, as it turned out. So when I saw that cut on the email, offense, we're close. I'm like, not you, D'Amico. Not you, D'Amico.
This feels like back when I was in juvie, and we had a really tough CO, I think is what we called him. And it was
corrections
tough, man.
officer.
Yeah, that's what he was.
Yeah.
And he was just, this guy was a brute, I'll tell you. And we wrote letters. We wrote letter after letter.
Mm-hmm.
But then one day, my friend Squinty he found that the satchel of our undelivered mail of our complaints to the state.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
We thought the governor was on our side, but it just felt like that was the moment of despair. We were like, man, because Squinty had been the guy that had been telling us every day, hey, we're close. We're close.
Oh, we're close, yeah.
And then Squinty came in with this satchel full of letters.
Turns out we were never close.
Eventually, we would learn that Squinty was on the take.
Oh,
yeah, it was
really?
It gets deep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not through the manuscript
Who's the rat
quite
on the
yet.
Texans
we'll figure
offense?
it out. Yeah.
Okay. Squinty.
So that's what it feels like. It feels like back when I was in juvie.
Juvie, yeah.
Back on Rikers Island is where I was.
Dumping out this big satchel of letters
Yeah.
after the 2024 season.
I'll tell you what, man. Working 12 hours a day in the iron foundry for 12 cents an hour? The hell. That was better than this.
They do pay
That
you.
was better than watching this Texans offense.
Working in the iron foundry?
Yes.
You're probably right. If I would work in an iron foundry for an entire weekend if the Texans would score 30 points against Jacksonville this weekend. That's where I'm at right now.
I shipped 3 guards that week. So just head on a swivel there, offensive lineman.
Okay,
all right?
It's one way
that's how I'm feeling about the Texans
one way to
offense right
cancel
now.
out all your letters. Stabbing the help. Here's D'Amico Ryans. He was asked, have you seen hesitancy with C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, overall, offensively for offense, all 11 guys. It's CJ, it's receivers, it's everybody. You got to play better, right? And CJ knows that he has to play better. There were some plays that we left out there that I know he can make, right? When it comes to some throws, come to some decision-making, things that he can make and do better. And that's for all of us. We're all in this together. We all have things to clean up, and nobody's excluded from that, right? It's a team-first mentality. We're going to stay a team, but for us to take the strides we want to take and press forward, all of us have to look internally, and we have to get better.
This is the problem where it feels like last year, too, because when you try to pin it down to one thing, it's impossible. There's multiple things all over the place, and that's what I would say about Bobby Slowick. Man, it looks like it's multiple things all over the place all the time, and I have no choice. In a situation like that, I just have to say, okay, if I walk into a McDonald's and everything is slovenly all over the place, the bathroom is a mess, the cook is picking his nose or something, I'm like, all right, listen, I've seen other McDonald's before. clearly this is an issue with the manager.
Yeah.
Like, there's multiple things wrong all over the place, and you can tell it has been going on for a while.
There's 31 other offenses.
I know. This is not a Steve McKinney-owned McDonald's. This specific manager is screwing something up.
Yeah.
So, likewise, when I look at an offense and I see multiple stuff all over the place, right now there's a grace period, but over time, I start to say, well, the manager and his boss are to blame. It's Nick Caley and D'Amico Ryans at some point. It's just, but it's early. This McDonald's manager just took over this team.
Are you saying you'd like to talk to the manager?
That's a good. Yeah, that's.
You would like. When
am I going to go full Karen on this?
Look,
that's shit, dagnabbit.
I'm looking at this receipt, and I was promised better offensive line play during the preseason, and it's been subpar.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to speak to the manager. Manager Caley. Seth would like to speak with you.
I hadn't been to McDonald's in a long time. They've
5 years for me.
Really? I'll tell you what. It's like it's not bad at all now. They give table service.
I miss it greatly, but it's just one of those decisions I made during COVID.
Yeah, that you just got to stay away.
I just got to stay away from the fast food.
I could tell you about how there are healthy choices, but we know how that goes.
Yeah. Yep.
That's like walking into a. It's like when back when I used to go into Squinty's cell.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, I'm just going to drink water today.
Right,
and then
right.
Squinty gives me some of his toilet hooch, and I'm like, here I am again.
You're allowed to stand around at a strip club. You're allowed to just stand around.
I'm drunk on grape juice wine and shiving a guard 3 hours later.
That's it. Big question on the Soch yesterday. Did the Buccaneers let Nick Chubb score on this play?
2nd and 9 at the Bucs 25. Stroud under center. Handoff Chubb again up the middle. 20. Angling right. 15. 10. 5. Touchdown. Houston. Chubb to the house. And the Texans lead Tampa Bay.
Didn't even dawn on me at the time, Seth, to think that way because I was so happy that he scored, for one thing. But it became a question. The Texans were up 14-13 at the time. They were on the They were on the right side of the 2-minute warning. The 2-minute warning hadn't happened yet. So there's like 2:10 to go, something like that in regulation. It was 2nd and 9 on that play. The Buccaneers had all 3 of their timeouts left. It's worth noting. The only reason you let somebody score is because you feel like, oh, this team can burn the clock down to nothing, and we're not going to get our hands on the ball again.
Right.
And so there was more discussion than I thought about this on social media. Now, the evidence in favor is that it did look like the Buccaneers were not trying tremendously on that play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, Harrison Bryant, the tight end, had a really nice block, which was sometimes it's just a shock to see when one of the tight ends for the Texans has a really nice block.
Well, it's a shock to see a 25-yard run by the Texans in the first place.
But the linebacker was like, he had a nice block, but it wasn't. The fact that the linebacker was there and filling at all and there for Harrison Bryant to block him, that was notable. And then Vita Vea was getting double teamed and he didn't get moved back at all or anything. Yeah. He didn't pull a Foley Fatukasi and get driven back 5 yards.
Winfield's lack of effort at the end of the run.
The only thing I wondered is if there might have because this is what you do if you're Todd Bowles. You don't tell it the whole defense. Because then it's a PR nightmare.
If it gets inside the 5, just let him go.
To a guy like Antoine Winfield, it might be like, look, if they get a first down, then
game might be
just
over.
Let it go. Yeah. So I think that it might have been a
situation.
Yeah, you don't want to give that instruction to the whole defense. It's just too many issues afterwards. So Antoine Winfield you could trust him to keep a secret because if it doesn't work out, you don't want which it very nearly wouldn't have. It was 4th and 10. And then if word gets out that Todd Bowles intentionally let them score after the Texans hadn't been able to do much at all against your defense, that you conceded the touchdown that moment.
Well, and the Bucs hadn't scored since there was 9 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Right.
If you're letting him score there, you're saying we're pretty confident we can go down and get ourselves a touchdown.
Yeah.
You're saying we're more confident that we can go get a touchdown than our defense can stop the Texans, who they'd been basically stopping. Both teams had been essentially dormant on offense since early in the second quarter. It was 14-10 with 9 minutes to go in the first half. It was 14-13 when that play took place. So for a period of the rest of the second quarter, all of the third quarter, and nearly the rest of the game, both teams had scored 3 points. And that was on a Texans drive that went 0 yards.
But likewise,
after a blocked punt.
But you're also thinking that though too. I mean, there's 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. You've got your timeouts. The Texans are if you stop them and the Texans kick a field goal, and you've had to use a couple of your timeouts already. You're stuck there in that same situation of like, okay, can we get down into field goal position? Do we really think we're going to be able to get down into field goal position with 1 timeout and 30 seconds on the clock?
Here's my thing. Neither of these teams had scored a point that they'd earned since early in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Both teams should have been relying on their defense at that point. It was the only points that had been scored since 9 minutes to go in the first half.
But that's
was a Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
There shouldn't have been anybody letting anybody score.
What I'm saying though is, like the Bucs in that situation are in a situation where, it's 14-13. They have the lead, but the Texans are at point blank field goal range already. They don't trust their offense. But okay, what's more reasonable for our offense to do right now?
To get a field goal with like a minute left, or go get a touchdown?
Less than a minute.
Yeah.
So can we get a field goal in a minute or less, or can we actually with 2 minutes on the clock plus 3 timeouts?
Yeah. Do
we have a chance of going down for a touchdown?
That's an interesting debate.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what the analytics folks would say.
I don't either. It was a really interesting discussion because it was not one of the Buccaneers, obviously not one of their better plays defensively. They gave up half the rushing yards they gave up in the game. They gave up on that one play. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to some headlines in the next segment. Astros, Texans, a little bit of NFL. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Got to tell you guys how to get some better sleep at night. Better sleep than that guy was getting right there. That was me many, many years ago. And along
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get into it with headlines. Start with the Texans. Just got done hearing from D'Amico Ryans in the previous segment. Let's hear from him again. A little bit of news, and this is good news on the injury front for the Texans. D'Amico Ryans, end of his press conference yesterday, was asked, hey, what's the latest on Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, two slot receivers that have been dealing with hamstring injuries?
We expect Christian and Berrios, both guys, been doing really well, progressing well in their rehab. So we'll see how it goes throughout the week, but expecting to get those guys back this week.
That's great news.
That's very, very, very good news.
Very good news.
There were especially times, man, as we talked about earlier, there's multiple things that just need to be really straightened out on offense, which I'm trying to be patient with right now because it's a new coordinator, et cetera, new players in a new system, all that. But when it comes to CJ, man, it just feels like he's being very methodical sometimes in going through his progressions and going back to that Chargers playoff game from last year. Remember when he had the botched snap and it just seemed to something seemed to click into him. And
like he got kicked in the head.
He said afterwards that, you just go out and play football. It feels like he's pre-botched snap right now, that he's kind of thinking his way through things. And which I like about CJ, and I this is what happens sometimes with very conscientious athletes, is that whenever they're adopting something new, there's a curve there where you're trying to do everything the right way, and you can't just go on instinct and go on muscle memory yet. So I'm trying to be patient with that. But as he is working through that, having answers early in the down or when blitzed and all of that, that could help out a lot
these
right
two
this
guys.
moment. Right. You want to beat the blitz, having both. There's nothing wrong with having two slot receivers out on the field. Having both Berrios and Christian Kirk out there gives him a lot of really quick options. I mean, you watch the game. There are times where I had to keep reminding myself that Justin Watson was a receiver because it looked like there were 3 or 4 tight ends out on the field.
He's always had that look. Even when he was in Kansas City, he always looked like a third tight end.
And they've got all these big X-type receivers out there and not necessarily anybody that can get a lot of separation. Kirk and Berrios obviously can do that for you. And then Jalen Noel, they need to keep bringing him along to where CJ feels like he can rely on him.
Yeah. The good thing about Noel is at least he seems to have cemented that return position.
He seems to have cemented a place in my heart.
Yes.
That's what he's done with that.
He was great on Monday night.
Man.
He was outstanding.
Good job to the officials. The booth review.
Oh, picking up the flag.
Booth Review's been awesome so far. You know what Booth Review did, which would have been nice in the playoffs last year? It was I can't remember which game it was. I think it was the Browns game. There was an illegal hit. That's right. It was so anyway, quarterback was sliding. Somebody hit him, and they threw a flag for unsportsmanlike conduct or roughing, or whatever, late hit. Booth reviewed it and negated it.
Really?
Yes. The
Booth.
It was Marlon Humphrey. Marlon Humphrey came in and hit Flacco as Flacco was sliding, but he didn't target the head and neck area. And it was very much like some of the Texans hits last year that were flagged. It was kind of like Marlon Humphrey was going down as Flacco was starting his slide.
Yeah.
Didn't hit him in the head. So the official on the field threw a 15-yard penalty. Booth Review said, nope, take it back.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a game changer.
Yes. I was
really
so
cool.
excited,
and
but also angry because I feel like it could have happened with Will. They could have done that with Will Anderson.
In the Chiefs game in the playoffs.
Game,
yeah. Well, then, maybe next time. By the way, question on the text page. How many games does CJ play poorly before Mills gets a chance to start? At least 17. How about that? Yeah, Mills ain't starting.
How many games does Mills play poorly before you stop texting that in? Mills played well in the preseason, but were you excited about Mills? When Mills gets in the regular season, he's Davis Mills.
Yeah, dude, and CJ can do some things better. He ain't even close to getting benched territory now.
No.
Not even close. So that's your Texans news. Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios are going to be back on Sunday, barring a setback. Astros win last night. They beat the Rangers 6-5. They were up 6-1 in this game, and the bullpen came in and kind of made things very, very interesting in the 8th and 9th innings. Gave up 4 runs in the 8th. Brian Abreu kind of walked a tightrope in the 9th, put a couple guys on. Able to strike out a couple dudes, though, and they get a win 6-5. The Mariners win again, so the Astros remain a half game back in the AL West. The Rangers, meanwhile, being pushed into the rear view further. They're 4 games back in the division. Here was Joe Espada last night being asked about how he felt about the win.
Fabulous. It's not easy to win a major league game. Our guys did a nice job. Our pitching did a really nice job. Piece it together there, and it was got a little wild there at the end, but we were able to get 27 outs. We did a lot of good things offensively too. We saw the bats well. I thought we run the bases really well. Even some small ball just to get guys over, some sac flies. I think we executed a lot of things. We did a nice job.
Pet peeve alert. Wow. It's hard to win a major league game.
It is.
And yet every night, 15 teams manage to go do it. It's incredible.
But if you're a really, really good baseball team, you're winning 60% of your games.
Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing with that. Last night, it's really hard to win a game. Didn't have to be. You were up 6-1.
It's really, really hard to maintain a lead. It's really, really hard. You're exactly right. Is it hard to win a baseball game after you have a 5-run lead?
Yeah, right.
Not so hard.
No. Yeah, it's hard to do something where the probability of you doing it is 99%.
Do you want a spotter to tell the truth? Do you want a spotter to get up there and be like, listen, it's really hard to win a game when you've got to rely on De Los Santos. Sorry. Did you guys all? Were you guys all? Show me the articles where you guys were saying De Los Santos is going to be the machine that drives this team.
Listen to what you're asking me. Do I want a spotter to do that? Hell yeah, I do. That would be awesome.
And then I want Chandler Rome to press him on it.
Absolutely.
And then I want those two to fight.
Oh my God.
Until all of a sudden it turns into a passionate makeout session.
Yes. You're like writing a book. Write your own ending here. This is a phenomenal scenario. So the Astros beat the Rangers, going for the sweep tonight. The old sweeperoo. Do you think they're going to have the game on at Churrasco's when we're there tonight?
Oh, well, we're having early time, so probably.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Or at least part of it.
Yeah, we might be able
to. Well,
we
can sit, if we sit in the bar, we can watch it, yeah.
But it's a charity. People bought an auction to have dinner with us, with me and you.
Right. But even if he wants to sit in the bar, though, we can sit in the bar.
I was thinking sitting at the bar. Sitting in the bar. In the bar. Yeah. Like at a high top in there or something like that.
We're going to make the guys that bought...
That's why I was a little taken aback by it.
Donated the charity sit in the dining room while you and I sit in the bar.
I thought you said, no. I thought the four of us... They might like that. The four of us sit at the bar and just chop it up while we're watching an Astros game.
It's up to them. They're the
totally
ones
is up to them.
They're the ones that helped out. What charity were we
It was the Houston Food Bank.
That's right.
It was Ron Hughley and Reggie Atatula's charity drive.
I couldn't remember which charity. Well, we do so many of them.
Yes.
That was hard. I almost said the Literacy Foundation.
Yeah. No, it was Houston.
We've done so much to fix and save the city of Houston.
We have two of these.
It's hard to keep track.
Yeah. There was a second one that wanted to do it, and they missed out on the bid, so they got a second. We're going to do two of these.
We're going to eat really, really good food at Churrasco's.
I can't wait.
To save America.
I cannot wait.
I am like when you ask us like, okay, which charity was it in which given week that we were helping out? It's like asking Florence Nightingale, who is that person you helped with appendicitis 8 years ago? She's like, look, they're all helped a lot of people here.
Yeah, Superman. Yeah. I helped like 15 people today. What, you expect to remember all of them? So that'll be fun tonight. Astros going for the sweep. NFL news. Let's carry this into the next segment. We're expected to be joined by Michael Chiklas at about 10 after 7, about 7:10. He's got a new movie coming out that's in theaters on Friday this week called The Senior. It looks really good. It's a sports movie. It's a football movie based on a true story. He's going to join us. We've got a few minutes on the other side here to dip into this. This Tom Brady sitting in the press box. With the headset on for the Raiders. Partial minority owner in the Raiders who also happens to be the lead analyst on Fox and talks to NFL teams every week.
Yeah, gets delve deep into how teams operate and their best players.
Yes, people are upset about this. We will get into that in the 7 o'clock hour and a whole lot more. Stay there. But first, you know what I'm getting after dinner tonight at Churrasco's? I'm telling you right now, Akata.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast,
to do.
Tell me how I can build my empire.
Tell you how to live your life.
Start by hiring an assistant.
It comes with more credibility.
That's what I need, more people on the payroll.
A lot of times I find that when I'm talking to youngsters like yourself, I have more credibility because my time spent in juvenile detention.
Right,
They're like, because I got a record a little bit, because I've seen some stuff.
Oh, man, yeah.
Kind of like when Ray Lewis, Jamie Sharper told me this, when Ray Lewis came back from prison, he was just like all of a sudden an old man, like had all this wisdom and everything, and it changed him.
Yeah.
It's just like juvie changed me.
Right.
Right.
You've seen, in your 50 years, you've seen 150 years worth of stuff.
That's right.
You've seen a lot of stuff, man. Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about the time I've served as an adult.
Right. Right.
Mostly because there's gag orders on all of those incidents.
For sure.
But otherwise,
non-disclosures. Yeah, absolutely.
I talk about my time in juvie because those records are sealed.
Right.
People aren't going to find out the crap I did.
Hey, speaking of cheating, Tom Brady was sitting in the owners, or not in the owners, but up in the booth.
Yeah.
At the Raiders-Chargers game the other night on Monday night. It was the game after the Texans game on Monday night.
Which was, I don't know, I guess was a surprise to some people. I mean, everybody knows he's involved in the Raiders.
Honestly, I think him having a headset on was very jarring to people.
Yeah, this is what I was confused about because there have been reports all summer long that he's actually, he's not running the show or anything, but he's actually pretty involved in an advisory capacity with the Raiders.
For me, I think it was the optics of him sitting up in a booth, not in a suite where he's drinking a glass of wine and hobnobbing with a bunch of other minority owners. He was up in the booth with other influential people on the game itself with a headset on.
The other thing this is where I think...
That headset had a microphone.
And this is what I realize now. There was a knee-jerk from some people because there is a rule, like you're only allowed to have those electronic communications in certain parts of the building. There was a scandal like 10 years ago or so with Mickey Loomis with the Saints because the word was that he was able to monitor the conversations on the headsets from the owner's suite, which was illegal.
Yeah, can't do that.
That was the allegation, at least. So I think that's where some people saw Brady as a minority owner wearing the headset, and they thought, no, I don't. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, and he's not just any owner. He's an owner that talks to other. He talks to other teams because of his role on Fox. He's the lead. And most of our audience knows this. He's the lead. He's the lead analyst on Fox with Kevin Burkhardt on the A-list games. The game coming up this weekend that he has is Cowboys-Bears. The Raiders see one of those teams later in the season, so that became a big thing. People are not happy about this. Here's Boomer Esiason on WFAN, our sister station, does mornings up there, and this is Boomer on Tom Brady sitting up in the booth.
The fact that he's sitting in the Raiders coach's box with the headset on and talking to Pete Carroll, talking to Spytek, their general manager, talking to their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, is complete and utter BS because the NFL is the ultimate competitive place, and you're allowing a guy to sit there who's a part owner of a team, which is fine, and now he's involved in these game plans. And this week, I guess he's got, I think he's got, who's the 425 game on Fox this week? I think it's the Eagles and Bears, maybe, or one of those 425.
Bears play the Cowboys.
Bears-Cowboys. Yeah. That's probably who he has. And now he's going to be meeting with these coaches and talking about players. That is utter BS as far as I'm concerned. Because it tilts the balance of, I guess you would say, competitiveness.
Okay.
Yeah. That's this is the interesting thing about this is that everybody is very much up in arms about it, and yet at the same time, this is something that the owners themselves should be the most concerned about and have the most control over. They can get together and say, like, no, this shouldn't be allowed. You can't do this. They don't seem to have an issue with it.
No.
We asked Casario about it. Like, hey, one of your players is going into a production meeting. For those of you who don't know, Tom Brady is allowed to, last year wasn't allowed to do the production meetings where the crew talks to the players the day before the game or 2 days before the game. And this year he's allowed to, but he has to do it remotely. He can't be in
he's
person,
on Zoom.
which feels weird.
Yep.
It seems strange. It's kind of like, it's only an OnlyFans account, baby. No, nothing's afoot here.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It's no big deal. We're meeting remotely.
All right. There's somebody else who is upset about it that we'll get to in just a little bit. But right now, We are pleased to be joined by an Emmy Award-winning actor. He's a director. He's a musician. You know him as Vic Mackey on The Shield, The Thing on Fantastic Four, and he's got an awesome movie coming out, drops in theaters on Friday this week on September 19th, called The Senior. It is a pleasure to be joined by Michael Chiklas here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Michael, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. How you doing this morning?
Hey, Sean. Hey, Seth. I'm great, man. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. It's funny we're bringing you on here because we just got done talking about Tom Brady sitting up in the booth, in the coach's booth for the Raiders. I know you're a huge Patriots fan because you were on our afternoon show back when I was doing afternoons at the Super Bowl about 10 years ago, and Ted Johnson was my co-host, and you could not be more delighted to have met Ted Johnson in person that day. I remember it well.
Yeah, man. Listen, I am a dyed-in-the-wool all things New England, but, the Patriots gave us what to, be happy about for 20 years, and Tom Brady, I love that guy so much I named my dog after him, and that's true. So that'll tell you something.
Well, you know what? Look, and Tom Brady finding a way to stay relevant in football as he's aging. The reason we had you on, aside from being fans of
Hold on a second. Tom Brady doesn't have to find a way to stay relevant in football.
He's trying too hard, in my opinion. Frankly, seems a little bit desperate to me.
Oh wow.
Well,
wow.
I know. Honestly,
there's a little bitterness there, pal. That's a little bitter.
Okay, so
can I ask where you're from?
I may or may not have grown up a Buffalo fan. That's I don't know. That's not here nor there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. There you, yeah. Revelation. Go on.
Okay, so your movie. I'm trying to put you over here, man. No, I'm excited about this movie, The Senior, based on a true story about a 59-year-old football player who returns to college football to confront the past and change his future. I remember this story when it happened in real life. And I got to tell you, I watched the trailer. This is a bad influence on middle-aged men. I got the juices flowing, man. And you look like you're in pretty damn good shape for this. How long did it take you to work into at least football movie actor shape?
Well, I only had 6 weeks, and coming off a Red Auerbach, so it was hard. It was difficult because I had to go very extreme, because I was going from playing Red in his 70s and, and heavy set and all that, and then having to get into linebacker shape. It was maniacal and hard, and especially when I started getting hit by 24-year-olds, that was kind of insane. But it was also exhilarating and one of the best experiences of my career. I had so much fun. Honestly, talk about feeling alive, although my eyebrows hurt at the end of every day. I mean, everything hurt me. My fingernails hurt. It was crazy. But I had I had a great group of trainers around me, on set. They kept me incredibly limber, and, we're talking about Tom Brady, pliability, flexibility. But the thing is, I just want to get the word out about this movie because it's got such a giant heart and it's such a really uplifting, inspirational tale. And the guy, how most movies you have, it says based on a true story. This one says this is a true story because it is. Mike Flint, at 59 years old, went back to his college and played football. And I don't want to have spoilers and give away how that happened and why it happened. You got to go see this movie, and it's an independent. So I really appreciate you guys having me on. Because independent movies, we don't have the billboards, we don't have the television advertisement. We have to get the word out grassroots. So, I need word of mouth to spread about this beautiful little film and for people to go see it. It looks like a $50 million film the way we shot it. It really looks great. And the football is exceptional. Also, because I think everybody that plays the football in the movie played football. Oh. A lot of the guys played big-time football. Guys like Willie Bell, the guy who I'm hitting a lot in the movie, he played linebacker for Ole Miss. You know what I mean? So these guys were serious and they were into it, and it really translates on the screen, and the chemistry was phenomenal. So I'm very proud of this movie because it's a redemption tale, and it's the kind of movie we need right now. The world is kind of dismal right now, and to see someone doing something good for all the right reasons is kind of the movie we need right now. So I'm getting the word out.
Yeah, no, and it is really, like, when I said it was a bad influence, it was maybe a little too motivational. I may or may not have gone out and tried to run harder than I should have. I got to hit the elliptical next time.
See?
Yeah. Well, no, and I'm glad you brought up that the football players are former football players, because that's one of the hardest things about football movies is making the actual football action look realistic. And that was one of the first things I noticed watching it. It was like, this isn't one of those football movies where they think, okay, we need to cast some offensive linemen. Let's get the biggest, fattest guys we can find. No, this actually looks like realistic.
No, these guys all played. Yeah. I mean, and Game-Changing Films is the group that they hired to do the football, and that's what they specialize on. They have a huge pool of ex-big-time college athletes who are interested in transitioning over to the entertainment industry, which there are quite a lot of these guys who, they want to be in movies and television. And, there are a lot of sports films, and they had been doing Winning Time. That's why the basketball in Winning Time was so good, because you had a bunch of great, basketball players coming off of university, and these guys all came out of big-time universities playing football. So, you want that authenticity. You don't want, for all of us who have played, and I was the captain of my football team in high school, so in a lot of ways it was like getting on a bike, you know what I mean? The only difference is when you're 59, it's hard to get up when you fall off the bike, and you don't really recover that quickly. There were a couple of mornings where I woke up and I was like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? But then I was introduced to the cold plunge, and I highly recommend it. It sucks the first minute you're in there, but I'll tell you what, it makes 100 feasible.
Yeah. You gotta make it through that first 90 seconds, and then you numb up, right?
Correct, exactly. But it just takes the inflammation down, and next thing you know, you're running again. So if you do, listen, obviously I don't want it to inspire 59-year-olds to go back and play football. That's not the point of this movie. I want, it really isn't. But if there's unfinished business in your life, things that you feel regret about, things that you want to make good on, even if it's the littlest thing, because we all have things from our past that we face palm about and go like, even if it's in the form of a phone call to someone that you want to say something to, it's bringing people together in that way. And I know it's a trope, I know it's a cliche, but it's one of those movies that will make you laugh, it'll make you cry, and then you'll leave the theater with a smile on your face, And also, you don't have to be horrified to bring your family to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really good old school entertainment where, it's not horrifying and it's not gruesome, and you don't want to jump off a bridge after you see it.
Yeah. That helps in 2025 for sure.
I need this show.
Maybe that was a little too far.
No.
It's perfect for this show. Trust me, you're good,
Sean
Michael.
knows the demons that lurk in my brain. I didn't make right. I got to call up Squinty after this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You're fine, Michael. No problem. Michael Chiklas. Michael Chiklas joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Michael, obviously, the Vic Mackey with The Shield, The Thing, and the Fantastic Four movies that's at the top of the marquee for you. You've played so many different roles, and you're into all of them. I get that. This sounds like it's different than some of the ones you're best known for. Take us inside what it's like for you playing a role like that maybe most people, I think, are, when they think of you, they think of roles that sound very different from this type of movie.
Well, if you're fortunate enough, and I've been very fortunate in my career because I've been around for a long time. I've been making movies and television since the late 80s. There are certain gigs, look, I throw myself at every single gig like you mentioned. I just do. Even if it's day one, you're on set and it's a stinker. You go, all right, no flies on me. I'm going to do my best work no matter where I am. because that's just my ethos, my work ethic.
I go through that every day.
But that there are certain gigs along the line, if you're fortunate, that are just sort of, red letter day gigs where, and this one came in the form of an offer, which, I usually have to break in the back window, pick a lock, something, to get the next gig. It's always very competitive out there. And this one just came in the form of an offer, which is rare, and then when you get an offer and you read it and it's phenomenal, you're like, oh my God, and you have an opportunity to do something really wonderful like this. It's exciting, and so yes, I do go out on the road and promote my wares, but this one, if you feel a difference here, it's because it is different. It's one of those ones that you're like saying to the public, hey, this one's good, don't miss this one.
Yeah.
Go to the theater and see this one.
Yeah.
Because I can full-throatedly do that. I'm not like, there's no reluctance. It's like, go see this movie. It's a good one.
Yep. It's the movies. Yeah, absolutely. The movie's The Senior. It's in theaters on Friday. Hey, Michael, do you have a role in the past that you almost had or that you could have had that you wish you'd gotten or taken that people might know of throughout your career?
Yeah, a number of them. There, I was offered, I think it was the role of Mr. White in Pulp Fiction, or was it Reservoir
Dogs? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Reservoir Dogs. Sorry, my brain. It's first thing in the morning, guys. Sorry,
That's
Reservoir
okay.
Dogs.
Tarantino, you're in the right neighborhood.
Tarantino, yeah. It was his first movie. It was like a $900,000 budget, and I loved the script and I loved Quentin. But I was offered the lead in a network television show at the very same time, and I had to weigh that. And I have no regrets. I'm glad I took the commish. It ended up being a 5-year hit for me, but, man, I'd love to work with Quentin, and that was one that got away. But it was, it was one of those things where, they're very first-class problems to get, two different offers. And again, no one else was cast in that movie. It was a guy, first-time director. All I know is I read the script and I was like, wow, this guy can write. This is insane. It's a great script. And I just, I made a choice and I went with it. And but that was one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good story because it has a happy ending. That's like I didn't skip my engineering final to go to a really cool party. I missed a killer party, but I ended up getting a good job.
Network TV show for 7 years after that. Yeah,
yeah, right. It worked out. And by the way, I wouldn't have met my wife, my children, all of this. So that all's well that ends well with that.
Oh yeah, no,
one that got away that was upsetting.
Yeah,
I won't tell you what role. Here's one that was upsetting. Scorsese wanted to hire me to play one of the leads in The Departed. While I was doing The Shield.
A Boston movie. You'd have been perfect. I don't even know what the role was. You'd have been perfect for it.
Yep, and it was a lead, and it was great, and I couldn't do it because I was doing The Shield.
Yeah.
And you know what? Hey, but at least, I was doing The Shield, but, we couldn't work out the schedule. And that one broke my heart in a big way because those are, you're talking about two directors there, that are two of our finest directors, with Tarantino and Scorsese.
Oh,
and I've always wanted to work with both of those guys, but particularly Marty, and
do you guys have like a Boston Actors Club in Hollywood where I feel like Ben Affleck, Mark Wahlberg, Bill Burr, you guys all get together and just get angry about stuff or anything? No.
Well, if they do, I don't know about it, but we sort of, there's an acknowledgement for sure.
Yeah.
We sort of, little bit of a nod in the room, attaboy, but there's no like, We don't have a.
I can see you guys all getting together in one room and just being really angry about stuff.
Angry at the Red Sox.
That would be right, exactly. If it was, we'd all cancel each other out because we'd be like screaming and yelling.
That's a pretty good podcast, actually.
Oh yeah,
that would be actually.
You guys you could kind of drop in too. It wouldn't have to be like a commitment, but it's like you get a roster of like 10 or 15 guys and just about at any given. That'd be a fun podcast.
Yeah, you just call it bitching and moaning.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Michael Chiklas, Emmy Award-winning actor. The movie is The Senior, and it is in theaters Friday this week, September the 19th.
It is, and it's really, I am amped up to see this. Yeah, this is really cool.
I'm going to go see it. Yeah, go find the trailer is excellent. Go find that. That'll get the taste buds going as well. Hey, Michael.
Get you fired up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Michael, the other thing from that Super Bowl trip, or that Super Bowl Radio Row, is that you and I took a picture together, and to this day, it is still my Twitter avatar because you and I are basically twins. So that's.
Oh, are you a fellow bald guy?
Fellow bald guy. Well, you and I were both wearing a black T-shirt that day. It looked like we planned it, Michael. It's amazing. I haven't taken it, and neither of you. Here's the best part. Neither of us have aged a bit since that picture 10 years ago. You know, we look exactly the same.
Oh. Well, did we put our heads together and make an ass of ourselves?
Hell yeah, we did.
Hey.
Hell yeah, we did. Hell yeah, we did. Michael Chiklas. Hey, Michael, we know you got a bunch of these hits to do today. We really appreciate you spending a few minutes with us. We're going to make sure everybody gets out and sees The Senior this weekend. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on, fellas, and thanks for helping me get the word out because really it is a special one, and people are really going to enjoy it. I appreciate it.
You got it. Anytime. Loved having you on. Michael Chiklas joining us here on Sports Radio 610. That was cool.
You came up with a perfect title right off the bat for my new podcast.
Bitchin' and Moanin'.
Bitchin' and Moanin'.
You don't even need to be on it. You just got to recruit a bunch of Boston actors.
Be a producer, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're just going to.
I think I can do that. I think I found my new focus in life.
That's actually a really good idea.
Bitchin' and Moanin'.
That was a really good idea. I think. If this podcast ends up happening, if he walks away from this conversation and
it just happens,
like a month from now, there's Bill Burr, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. How about that? He would have had a role in The Departed. You could tell that one hurt.
Yeah,
a role in The Departed came out in 2006. Mm-hmm. The Shield ran from 2002 to 2007. So, yeah, he was at the height of Vic Mackey mania there.
Most of those, I like those stories about roles that guys didn't take. And it's always, usually, when it's already somebody that becomes a successful actor, it's almost always a scheduling conflict.
Yeah.
So it's not like like it was the dumbest decision they ever made. It was like, I really wanted to take it, but I couldn't.
You know what made me think of that question was Amy and I this weekend watched the Charlie Sheen documentary.
Yeah.
It's on, I think it's on Netflix. And it's 2 episodes, each like an hour and a half long. It's basically his biography. And the first episode is his entire childhood, being Martin Sheen's son, Emilio Estevez's brother, all the roles he got. And really, the first episode ends right about the time he goes way off the rails.
Yeah.
Back in 2011, winning, all that.
Yeah.
And then the whole second episode is about post that, where he found out he's HIV positive and everything else. But what made me think of that question for Michael Chiklas, did you know that Charlie Sheen was offered Ralph Macchio's role in The Karate Kid?
Oh, really?
Yes.
That would have been a big, I guess, was Ralph Macchio was already a known actor before The Karate Kid, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it would have been, that's
Charlie Sheen to that point.
I think Charlie Sheen would have been better in it. I would have preferred Charlie Sheen in that role.
It's interesting.
Except he was more of a, the problem though is Charlie Sheen had already done like Apocalypse Now and everything, wasn't he?
I don't know. It was Karate Kid was 1984.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if he had
because Ralph Macchio was like he looked like a teenager, but he was one of those. He was a lot older than that in real life.
Yeah. He's in his 60s now. He still looks really young. But yeah, I don't know how Charlie Sheen would. Ralph Macchio, definitely, it felt like a bigger reach for him to become a karate champion than Charlie Sheen back. Charlie Sheen actually played some roles where he was athletic. I mean, he was a pitcher in Major League that didn't look like he did. I mean,
he has a look of an athlete.
He played, and that was part of his biography. He was an athlete.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have a hard time with that. Just like Apocalypse Now is 1979, and he's playing he's fighting in the Vietnam War in that one. I would have a hard time looking at him as a
teenager
kid getting beat up and everything.
Getting beat up by 5 kids.
With Ralph Macchio, you could totally see him getting beat up by any an 11-year-old in that movie.
And you could see everybody wanting to beat him up too.
Yeah, but it also makes the underdog. Like at no point in that movie do you really feel like he's going to be able to beat any of these Cobra Kai. I mean, just look at him. He's a pear-shaped whiner.
Yes.
Every time I watch that movie, I hope for a different ending. I'm like, please just beat him up.
He's the worst kind of pear-shaped. He's a skinny pear-shaped whiner.
Yeah.
You know, like he's a stick figure, but somehow his below the waist is wider than his upper body.
Yeah, and he just invites. There's a clip. Somebody did a really funny clip of basically they redid Karate Kid to show that he was actually the villain.
He's the antagonist. Yeah, I've seen that. That's really funny.
Like when he comes in and douses a guy trying to have just a little fun in the bathroom and then is surprised that they want to beat him up for it.
Zabka is in the stall. Billy Zabka playing Johnny Lawrence, just trying to roll a joint and have a good time.
Yeah.
And Ralph Macchio takes the hose and drapes it over the stall and turns it on.
That's about you're like, wait a second, you're supposed to be the victim here, and
yeah.
But they had already bullied him before that.
Oh yeah. No, it was revenge for him. Yeah,
okay.
they'd been bullying him plenty. They bullied him early and often in that movie.
So the movie,
The Senior.
Yeah. I actually was impressed with the football that I saw in the trailer, and I was surprised that he said it only took 6 weeks. He looks like he's playing a 59-year-old who's playing his senior year of college football, going back and playing football for the first time. So he doesn't look like he's chiseled or anything, but he looks like, oh wow, he had to get in shape to be able to sell this off.
Yeah.
And he said it only took him 6 weeks.
He's 62 years old. In real life, he's 62 years old. In reading up for this interview yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to ask him to compare this to him getting ready for this movie. But if you go back and watch, like I watched the intro to the commish, just the intro credits, just to kind of recall, like, oh yeah, that was the commish. He had hair. He was very paunchy. Like he was chubby.
Yeah.
And then that show ends in the late 90s, and apparently Michael Chiklas and his wife kind of sat down, like, okay, what's the next thing going to be? What's the next, because he talked about it a little bit. Like Hollywood's hard.
Yeah.
It's even for mainstream actors, it's hard to get roles sometimes. So he shaved his head and went into the gym for like 6 months and completely reshaped himself. And he, yada, 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 he becomes Vic Mackey.
He's a
badass,
stories about
swole
just
cop.
changing your, like the people that commit to that and just change just completely going and focus. You brought up the stressful part of it. I remember this was when Kylie Wong and I were still teammates. His brother-in-law is Mario Lopez.
Yes.
So it's Slater from Saved by the Bell.
That's right.
But this was at that time back in the early 2000s. Like Mario Lopez was just a couple years removed from Saved by the Bell and kind of scrambling for work all the time.
They didn't just hand him Access Hollywood.
Right. He would get like these gigs and stuff, but Kylie said he was Mario was stressed out all the time.
Yeah.
Because he just never knew where the next job was or anything.
Yeah.
And it's a stressful existence. And it pays well, but it's going to be good pay for 6 weeks, and then you got to find something different.
This might be just a rhetorical question because I don't know if you asked Kylie this, but does he get royalties off of Saved by the Bell?
No. That was one of the things about Saved by the Bell. It's hey, those kids were all just they got paid what they got paid.
The Seinfeld crew,
whatever the royalties are, it's not. I know it was it was enough that it wasn't enough to keep Mario Lopez from being super stressed out about where the next paycheck was going to come from.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I feel like the Seinfeld crew was the first one to go, no.
Yeah.
This thing is going to play in syndication forever. We're going to get ours. And people didn't know about the late 80s, early 90s. People didn't know the internet was going to be a thing and all this stuff was going to get replayed over and over and over again.
Yeah, Ben, update. Because in terms of my royalty situation, Ben was out. But Ben, I've got that insurance spokesperson money coming in now. Nationwide is using my little Nationwide is on your side. I'm not going to do it for free right now.
Ben knows. He's the one who told Colin.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what the details are, but I assume I'm going to get paid big time.
Let's
for that.
see. Hey Ben, let's get Seth paid $1.52 right here. Can you play the little
Nationwide is on your side.
You got to find a way to rub my laughing out of it.
Ben, I'm sorry. I know you don't like talking, but I'm not going to talk to you off air. What's the what was the deal? Did somebody from Nationwide actually say, "Oh yeah, we like that. We want you to do that"?
No, Sean said that.
No, that's
you suggested it in a text.
No, but why are we playing? Well, it's a requirement that we have to play it
this
now.
was the game. This was the game of telephone that got played. Colin, your substitute producer, Ben, came in yesterday before Ross Tucker and said, hey, guys, don't say Nationwide is on your side when you do the read, because Ben told me that the Nationwide people really liked Seth's version of it, and they want that to play.
I got so
that
excited.
Is what Colin walked in and told us that
and
yesterday,
that's not
Ben.
the case.
And he told us.
Liar, sir.
He told.
I just bought a boat. Oh, damn it.
He told us that you told him that. And now you're saying I told you that? So this all comes back to me
So
saying
the Nationwide people weren't impressed by my mellifluous
I jokingly texted to Ben that, hey, they may want to use this thing with Seth, and somehow that got translated to Colin
So
that
that
they
was a
do want to
joke.
use it. Yeah.
So that's what happened. That was a joke, and then I went and pulled it, and I sent it to him. and
I thought I'd
he
find-
took it way further than I ever.
You know
my
what?
ship had finally
No.
come in.
We need to make this happen now. The Nationwide people need to hear that. This has to happen. We need to speak
be
this
an
into
insurance
existence.
spokesperson.
You have to.
Nationwide is actually paid out on claims I've made.
Yeah.
Both true and falsified. No, they did though. I had water damage in a condo we had. Nationwide was my insurance company.
And afterwards, did you sing?
Nationwide is on your side. I did. And the guy that came out was like, "Listen, dude, I'm a contract employee. I don't know what just leave me alone." I was actually impressed that I had water damage. I was kind of like, okay, there's just need some drywall repair or whatever. And they came out and did the full Hurricane Harvey treatment.
Oh, they covered you.
Just took the walls down to the studs, had fans blowing for 2 days.
That's cool.
Just, took out the subflooring above where the leak was and everything. It was pretty badass.
They didn't half-ass it at all.
No, Nationwide did not They did not try to screw me over one bit. That's going to be the pitch that lingo.
I guess
Nationwide won't screw you over even a tiny little bit.
I guess.
Nationwide is on your side.
Sorry about that. I stepped on you. I stepped on your jingle.
Oh, that's all right.
You're gonna have to record it again.
Makes it sound organic.
Yeah. How big a boat?
It was a cigarette boat.
Cigarette
yeah,
boat.
it was a cigarette boat.
Nice.
I want to be moved. I need to move.
Cruising around
that pays for itself.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
I got that super black radar absorbing paint on it and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
You need something moved from
Extra
here to
storage.
elsewhere. Just give old Sethers a call on the hotline.
Cigarette boat with extra storage.
I go back and forth. I smuggle things into Colombia. That's my niche. A lot of people are like, "Hey, how do we get all this cocaine up here?" I'm like, "No,
that sounds like a Chuck Norris thing. Like Chuck Norris smuggles stuff into Colombia.
Yeah.
Superman wears Chuck Norris pajamas. Back to Tom Brady that we were talking about before we talked to Michael Chiklas. And thank you again to Michael Chiklas for jumping on with us. That was a fun conversation. If you missed it, you can get it on the Odyssey Rewind feature or on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. You know who's hopping mad?
Who?
About Tom Brady sitting in the coach's booth.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about before Chiklas interrupted
Yeah, before.
us.
Yes. All right, I guess we got to talk to Chiklas.
Yeah.
He was fun. Mike Florio.
Yeah.
Stop me if you've heard this before. Mike Florio is mad about something going on in the NFL.
And this is the problem: is that I do not like that Tom Brady's allowed to talk to impressionable young athletes in these production meetings. Well, Tom Brady is also not only a minority owner, but actually involved in the football operations. Talk to Chip Kelly 3 times a week, according to Chip Kelly. Pete Carroll denies what Chip Kelly said. Whatever.
Okay.
Like, I don't like it, and yet the fact that Florio is up in arms about it makes me kind of want to side with Brady on this one.
Florio takes it to another level here where he says, I was the first one to bring this up.
I am the only one that has been troubled by this from the moment it first happened. I've been talking about it. I've been shamed by media reporters for pointing out the obvious conflict of interest. I grew up at a time where conflict of interest mattered, where standards mattered, where certain things just weren't done. The idea that any person can be a broadcaster of NFL games and own a team, or any owner of a team can broadcast NFL games, should never happen. And I think what was refreshing about last night, and so much of it too, was the way he reacted when he looked up and saw that he was on screen. He did the, let's see if I can slide under the seat here. People are realizing now what it means. And it's so much more than being at the game in the catbird seat. You have access to the team. You have access to information. You are able to say, oh, you know what? when that guy becomes a free agent, we want him. You know what? When we need an offensive coordinator, I'm hearing good things about this guy. You are in a position that no other owner is in. No broadcaster should be in that position, and this is a prime example. And if I was the Bears, what I would say today, Tom, you're not welcome. We're not talking to you. Don't talk to our players. We don't want you around our players. Don't look at our players. You are frozen out.
Frozen out.
React.
This is the problem with Florio being upset. Basically, I don't know if Florio even realizes this because he's too absorbed in being sure that everybody knows he's the only one, apparently,
since the jump,
which is completely and totally false. And then questions people's journalistic integrity as he is making it very much about himself. So yeah, make it about you, Florio, you super duper journalist. But this is the thing. That largely he's arguing on behalf of the other owners who could easily shut this down if they thought it was unfair. I think the reality of it is, and I think that Florio sometimes doesn't get this, it's that this is not a classic business environment with, GM and Ford and Chrysler and whoever else that are just starkly separate. These guys are, however you want to frame it, in terms of they're not business partners per se, but they're in a conglomerate, and there is a lot of hobnobbing. There's lots of conversations. There's lots of coaches having conversations with their buddies who are coaches, and for whatever it's worth, right now the owners don't seem to think that this is as big of a conflict of interest as Florio does. It's just a much more public conflict. The conflicts of interest run amok in the NFL. They're all over the place. But guys have conversations all the time with people. Tom Brady, whether he's broadcasting or not, is going to be able to have relationships and phone calls with a lot of young quarterbacks or various people from other teams. So I think the owners probably collectively have just kind of said, it is what it is.
Yeah.
This is just, we think that having Tom Brady on the broadcasts is still good for the sport. Rising tide lifts all ships.
Good for the
all
product.
Of those things. We're okay with it. So, Florio, quit your little yipping and yapping. We don't need your help.
That might be the pissiest I've ever heard Florio.
Well, and at the end of the day, it all comes down because he wants acknowledgement for it. Yeah. It was the same thing with this stuff about the collusion this summer. Him and Pablo Torres were just besides themselves with rage that it wasn't getting more media attention.
Yeah.
And they were claiming all kinds of conspiracies for why people didn't care about it. At the end of the day, this is what Florio and Torres were saying. They said this, basically. We found proof of collusion. And people are like, oh, what's the evidence? There was a ruling that there was no evidence of collusion. All right. Okay, why am I supposed to stay interested and keep hearing about this?
I think of all the topics in sports that are where there's a complete disconnect with fans.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is top of the list, but is collusion. With multi-millionaires,
care
like
that much about
they
it.
don't.
Yeah.
They don't. It impacts the on-field stuff so minimally.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing is if there's collusion or something that leads to like actually real world either injury concerns or somebody's getting really screwed over in the real world or something. Most people just don't want to be bothered with the. They don't want to see how the sausage is made on that side.
Doesn't impact the game.
Yeah.
This Brady thing might impact the game somewhat. By the way, Martin Sheen was in Apocalypse Now.
That makes more sense.
Charlie Sheen was in Platoon. I think that's maybe what you're thinking of.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. How many corrections did we get on the text line?
A few. I always feel like the more we get, the better. It means that's more.
Charlie's in both,
listening.
by the way.
Oh, Charlie was in Apocalypse.
He's an extra in Apocalypse.
He's an
Now.
extra.
Oh,
okay, but he's an extra. That's yeah. So you were probably thinking of Platoon. Charlie Sheen would have been 18 when they were filming The Karate Kid.
Oh, okay.
So he's high school
that makes
age.
sense then, yeah.
Yeah, but he feels a little older than
Martin Sheen looked good then for because he still looked like a young soldier in Apocalypse Now.
He did.
And he was old enough to be father to a 15-year-old.
He gets a lot of run in that documentary. The Charlie Sheen documentary is good. Like Charlie himself, it's very chaotic though. It's tough to follow at times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw the little clip of where they had basically paid his drug dealer to start steadily diminishing the amount of I can't remember what it was. It was crack, I think.
Probably.
It was like to make the crack
is
cutting the crack to where it was a much weaker form of crack.
Yeah.
To the point where Charlie just realized I'm not getting out. He didn't know it.
Yeah.
He didn't know it. It was unbeknownst to him.
Crack was the drug that eventually threw him into like bad Charlie.
Yeah.
Like that was all right, Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, not a lot of recreational crack is not a term
no
that
such
you hear
thing.
a whole
No
lot
such
about.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes, oxymoron. Mike McDaniel taking an even bigger lead in the First head coach fired. And this guy sounds like somebody who's about to get fired. If you missed his press conference on Monday, we've got that for you. We got games of phone tag being played, too, between the coach and the quarterback of the Texans that we've got at the top of the hour. A lot to get to here on a Wednesday. Stay there.
Kirk Holmes, you want a winner when you
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Mike McDaniel in a second. You look like you're looking stuff up over there.
Oh, earlier I was when I found out that Nationwide, the insurance company, did not indeed request that they use
Your
my
jingle.
little jingle.
Yeah.
And I was, I'd set myself up for just expecting all kinds of royalty money riches.
Yeah.
It was because Colin, our fill-in producer, basically lied to us yesterday, which I was mad at Colin for a moment when I found out that this was a lie, and yet it did make for it made for more interesting and entertaining radio.
Oh, it did. It did.
Good by him deceiving me like that.
I don't think he meant to deceive you. I think that's what he really thought was the case. I think it was just I think it was a botched game of telephone that happened.
Okay.
Yeah. But it is more fun if he was lying to you and nefariously trying to get you to buy a cigarette boat.
I've got the chain of emails here that Ben sent me. I've done the forensics on it.
Oh,
okay. It's possibly just an easy miscommunication.
Okay.
There's some pronouns. Pronouns are being used. So it's like whenever you say they, I think Colin thought they. Ben said they mentioned using this during the Ross Tucker appearance, and I think Colin interpreted they as nationwide.
He interpreted they as big insurance.
Ben meant you and me. Yeah.
Right. Pronouns will get you, man. Pronouns will get you. All right, let's get to Mike McDaniel. This was Mike McDaniel, who is now, Seth, minus 700 to be the first head coach fired.
So I got to bet $700 to win $100.
To win $100 on Mike McDaniel, yes.
That doesn't sound very lucrative at all.
Here was Mike McDaniel being asked about losing to the New England Patriots in his next day press conference earlier this week.
To win games, you have to win the game. Not lose the game, honestly, and that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
I've never seen a head coach this big a favorite to get canned first. In my years of following stuff like this. It
almost sounds like he wants to get fired now.
Yeah.
He's coming off more and more like that freshman in college who thinks he's saying deep and profound things by just stating the obvious, but saying like, but you ever think about it this way? Like to win the game, you have to not lose the game. People don't realize that. Yeah,
he's always sounded like this, but if you're winning,
no, but he sounds more like it now.
Do you think so?
Yeah. I thought previously he sounded kind of like a quirky, maybe a reformed stoner, whereas now it feels like he feels like a freshman stoner that thinks he's deeper than he is, and it's really annoying me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everybody
at home, settle down. Okay. There's plenty of brilliant stoners. I get it. You don't need to send me your Seth Rogen stuff and all that. All right. I'm saying he's the annoying type.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. There is a local angle to this because if Mike McDaniel does get fired first, whenever that may be, let's say typically the first head coach fired, it's around midseason. Robert Saleh was a little early last year.
Yeah.
I think they were 2-3 at the time. He got fired 5 games into the season. If this offense continues to look here in Houston, the Texans offense continues to look the way that it has these first 2 games, and Mike McDaniel gets fired, we're going to be getting buried in texts of people saying, call Mike McDaniel to coordinate this offense.
Yeah, and especially maybe bring along the people who help him have that awesome offense in Miami, like Bobby Slowick, who's a senior passing game coordinator for the Dolphins.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, if you want to really rescue this quarterback situation, you got to bring in Mike McDaniel and all his staff. Now, Mike McDaniel might be... This is the problem with Mike McDaniel, is the first guy I think of is, Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff Kingsbury might be the dream offensive coordinator candidate because as he was for the Texans a couple years ago, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see how it goes with Washington.
He interviewed with the Texans, right?
But you want guys, the ideal is if you got a defensive-minded head coach, can I get an offensive coordinator who probably blew his shot to ever get a head coaching job again? And I'll be surprised if Cliff Kingsbury. Well, you know what? Cliff Kingsbury will get one more head coaching shot because he'll tell some owner about the lessons he learned, et cetera, et cetera. Personally, I don't think he's really wired to be a head coach.
I agree.
He didn't win at Texas Tech.
No, I didn't.
He didn't win in Arizona.
I didn't think it was a good hire at Texas Tech.
Well, he won it without having won a game. See, he hadn't had a winning season in like 5 years.
Yeah.
So anyway. That's the kind of, like, Mike McDaniel might end up being that guy that, okay, you know what, he's not head coach material, but he's a really bright offensive mind. So for a guy like D'Amico, it might be perfect. Nick Caley, if he works out, let's say if Nick Caley works out, you get through these hiccups early in the season, he kind of has a head coach vibe to him. And I think I think a lot of owners will look at him and, okay, that looks, smells, sounds like a football coach.
Yep.
Mike McDaniel does not, but he might be a brilliant offensive mind in the right circumstances.
So you're saying beyond just bringing him here, you're saying that might be a guy who hangs around here for a little while.
Right, yeah. You
might not be a one and done.
You don't have to worry about every single year him taking a bunch of head coaching interviews.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Really good point. Minus 700.
You hear that, everybody? He said really good point twice.
That was
appreciate that.
That was me trying to find my spot on the page.
Fine, just undo the compliment. Whatever. First, I lose the nationwide money. Now you're retracting compliments.
Now you have to go through the embarrassment of bringing your boat back. Keep the receipt.
I was told there was a 72-hour return policy. I'd like that.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, games of phone tag being played. The fact that press conferences with DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud are starting to get more elements of this. How does this make us feel about the relationship?
Ron yesterday almost sounded apologetic and said, sometimes I'm kind of messy with stuff like this. And I was listening and I was like, I like this messiness.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get messy with Ron.
I got an all caps text from you about this with exclamation points. All right, phone tag. It's a game. Is it being played right now in press conferences? We've got that coming up next.
Oh, let's do the opposite of messy with Hawthorne Capital. Investors are receiving predictable passive income backed by Texas land.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey, real quick text. We had Michael Chiklas on earlier. He's got a movie called The Senior. It's going to be in theaters on Friday this week. Independent movie, so he's doing the grassroots thing and getting out on stations all over the country to get word out about this. Text message, hey guys, I just watched the trailer for The Senior. I'm definitely going to watch it.
It looks like I'm really excited.
I'm going to go see it.
I honestly, and he was talking about it. I was joking with him about how I think it was a bad influence because it inspired me to maybe, like, I wanted to go out and run, and I should have been on the elliptical instead. But it's a 59. It's based on the true story. This happened in Texas. 59-year-old guy who went back and used his final year of eligibility to play college football at the age of 59.
Yeah.
He's a linebacker in real life. I don't know if they treat Chiklas as a linebacker in the movie or not.
One of the things I was going to ask him was, in the trailer, there's a lot of hitting that goes on in the trailer.
Yeah.
And he answered the question before it had to be asked. It sounds like he was doing all his own stunts,
well,
so to speak.
Yeah, they make it from the trailer. It looked like the football action looks pretty realistic.
Yeah.
They have a company that they work with that does all. They use action. These movies when you see like the offensive linemen are they're big fat guys where they don't look athletic at all, and you're watching and you're like, I get it, but it just looks so stupid.
The Replacements was the worst.
Yeah,
the movie with Keanu Reeves playing quarterback. Keanu Reeves was the most realistic out of all of them, and that says something,
right?
Because he had no business being a quarterback. That's my only glitch with The Sopranos. Sports stuff in The Sopranos, incredibly unrealistic.
Oh, really?
AJ playing football in high school.
But he wasn't good at it.
He wasn't good. Well, they had to make a play, but like none of the Meadow playing soccer. Like the soccer scenes are so unrealistic.
Oh, I remember the soccer scenes. It's like a bunch of girls just standing straight up and
running
kind of
with their arms by their sides. Meadows playing.
That's right.
Meadows playing goalie with her hands up like jazz hands.
Yeah, and they're supposed it's supposed to be a good team too.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
And she's like running up to the ball like she's afraid of it.
Well,
like a kid seeing a live pitcher for the first time or something.
And Silvio comes out of the crowd to kick dirt on the referee.
Oh yeah. No, and
the rest of the other parents are cheering him for doing it. I'm like,
Tony never made it as a varsity athlete. It's just like, how can this guy be this big badass? I know that part of it. Yeah, okay.
He never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
Never had the makings of a varsity.
Yeah.
So he was on JV as a senior. Yeah. Like a guy that size and with his violent streak.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never had the makings of a varsity athlete. That was the insult that got under his skin.
I know.
A lot.
I know. It would me too. If I were that big and mean.
You never had the makings
The problem with most big kids in high school is that they're not mean enough.
Right.
They're gentle giants. Like Tony had it all.
Yeah.
He would have been an awesome varsity football player.
He was mean as hell. All right, let's get to the Texans here. D'Amico Ryans talked about.
Plus, his dad was the local mob boss.
Yeah. Kids would have laid down for him.
Look, any head football coach that values his own existence is going to be sure Tony finds a way to get on the field.
Kids would have laid down for Tony.
Here's the coach.
The coach. Remember Meadows' soccer coach was going to leave to go to Rhode Island, and they
that was funny.
Tried to buy him back, and then
they tried to bully him back into
it, and then it got bad. Go see The Sopranos. That's season 1. You don't have to get too far into the series. D'Amico Ryans, following the loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Monday night, cited communication issues on the offensive side of the ball when it came to protecting C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, we had communication issues up front, and they got us on some blitzes, things that we've seen, we work. We have to look at the film to see what those issues were, but we got to, of course, not have those and make sure we're picking things up the right way.
Sean, there was one play. I found the perfect play yesterday. I put it on my live stream, Seth Payne Show on YouTube. That kind of encapsulated everything because it's frustrating sometimes when you try to point out that it's multiple things. So when CJ took a sack on 3rd and 7 with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter, this was the perfect bad football play because everything went wrong.
Oh, yeah.
For one, there was a blitz, very well disguised blitz, a coffee house blitz where Levante David kind of looked at the beginning like he was going to drop off into coverage.
Can I ask you, why do they call it a coffee house blitz?
Because you kind of grind. I think it's because Because
I love it.
Like Levante David kind of looks like he's grinding. Like everything looks like it's grinding in a grinder.
Okay.
There's a lot of movement. And I don't know exactly. That's a good point.
Just curious. Continue,
so anyway,
yeah.
But like Ed Ingram is the right guard, and he had a good game. But there's so much going on in front of him that he thinks Levante David's dropping off into coverage. There's a defensive lineman crossing his face, so he goes out to help with one of the other blitzers, and that leaves the A-gap wide open. So CJ's got pressure coming right up the gut, and it should have been handled. It should have technically. It was tough. It was well executed by the Bucs. Should have been handled. At the same time, though, there's a little bit of hesitation by the back because of the confusion by the blitz. I think it was Woody Marks, and he got the job done, but not perfectly. So there was pressure coming from the right and behind CJ. Yeah. Well, on the left side of the offensive line, Laken Tomlinson was getting beat physically real bad. Yeah. So you had a blitz not picked up.
Yeah.
You had Laken Tomlinson getting beat up, and there was some deception involved with that too, because I'm getting too complicated already, but this is I'm sorry, everybody. This is where it goes. One of the reasons things got more complicated was that Hassan Reddick was a defensive end, and he made it look like he was going to rush, but then dropped into coverage. So Dalton Schultz stays and helps for a little bit.
Okay.
But then gets out on his route.
Okay.
So you can get. Are you getting a picture of confusion and mayhem?
You definitely confusion and mayhem.
So
yes.
CJ Stroud.
I am confused.
So CJ's in the pocket and it is collapsing rapidly,
really fast,
rapidly. It's almost like in a movie where all of a sudden the time bomb starts ticking faster because you clipped the wrong wire.
Oh,
and it doesn't blow up, but it's like all of a sudden it's going at double time.
It's happened to me a few times.
So you're like, all right, well, what are CJ's options? And I'm thinking, well, he could have. Nico Collins was one-on-one versus in man coverage on the sideline, and theoretically CJ could have unleashed it to him, but I don't think he had time to plant his feet. He could have dumped it off to Dalton Schultz as soon as he saw it, and he should have. The blitzer that was coming, CJ rightfully thought that it should have been protected, but even if he had seen him coming, because Dalton Schultz had to stay in and block for a beat, he didn't have his eyes on him, and it was just everything fell apart. So that was, it was a perfect play where everything went wrong, and there's just too much of that right now where it's really hard for CJ, I think, to establish any kind of a rhythm because there's just too often plays where there's multiple things wrong.
So do you agree with D'Amico on communication issues?
I don't think that was a communication issue on that play, other than that's guys needing to, A, play better physically in the case of Laken Tomlinson, B, execute better in terms of picking up the blitz. And I guess the communication part might be if CJ, who's directing traffic, gets a beat on this. This is the hardest part about the quarterback directing traffic is the guys who do it really well get really, really good at sniffing out the blitzes. And they take care of it pre-snap. So they can tell when a defensive end in his stance isn't actually going to rush the passer. They can tell that he's going to drop into coverage. They can tell when a safety is faking a blitz or actually blitzing. And then you can maneuver everything into place. And then you can adjust guys' routes. You tell a guy, no, you're not running a go. You're running a quick slant or something.
Yeah.
And that's on CJ's still a young quarterback who's new in this system. There's just enough off all over the place that in any given play, there's just somebody screwing something up.
Okay, so D'Amico says communication. CJ says we didn't have communication issues.
I didn't have any communication issues. I thought we split the play pretty clean, and we were just lining up. Some guys weren't set, so I had to get Higgs set on the fourth down. And other than that, and that's kind of normal, but I didn't really, not anything down there that I can remember.
Okay. But the difference, by the way, in those two clips is I think D'Amico was talking about on the whole of it for the evening. CJ was talking specifically about when they were down, on the goal line. Right.
Yeah.
So it's not, I don't think CJ was defying necessarily what
D'Amico
was saying.
said? Okay.
CJ was talking about that
Got
instance
interpreted by a lot of people that way.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we play the clips. All right, so that was
but to set the stage, there are a lot of people interpreting these guys aren't on the same page.
Yeah, there's a lot of CJ said this in the D'Amico press conferences, and there's a lot of D'Amico said this in the CJ press conferences. Like CJ, after the game, had this to say, but what do you say? This is the last question of his press conference. What do you say to the team right now?
Yeah, just stay together. Stay committed to one another. trust in one another. You know, the sun will rise in the morning. You know, it's not the end of the world. But at the same time, you know, we all get paid a service, you know, to do a job. And, you know, we got to get those jobs done at a faster rate. And, yeah, I think, you know, as a team, we got to just stay together. Everybody's going to talk crazy, and we suck, we this, we that. And at the end of the day, we got to stay together and just mesh well and, you know, be honest, have hard conversations. But, you know, I think right now we need more confidence as an offense at least, just confidently playing better together. I think that's a big thing. We haven't played together, a lot of us, so the more confidence that we build, I think the better that we'll be off.
That's where I do think if D'Amico started to sense that maybe guys were starting to question or lose faith or hope or anything, I mean, I'm not bending over backwards to make this take or to give this take. I think it's very fair and accurate. You say, look, we did a lot of sloppy, stupid stuff in these first two games, and yet at the end of the Chargers game, if it weren't for a Gumbawale doing a sloppy and bad thing, we were putting ourselves in a really good position to win that game versus what I think is a good football team in the Rams. And the second game, it was 4th and 10. Yeah. We had the right play called. Everything was right. One guy, Henry To'oTo'o, took a bad angle on a blitz and couldn't make any kind of serious contact.
Would have ended the game.
Would have ended the game right there, and you'd have to be really dumb to not win the game after that point. So, like, those are two. I think the Bucks and the Rams are likely playoff teams. They're both 2-0 right now, and despite a lot of this sloppiness, we are right there. I'm not going out of my way to try to act like the Texans had a chance to win either of those games. It was 4th and 10. Mm-hmm. You know how hard it is to convert 4th and 10? And so, like, if you clean some of this stuff up on offense, you don't have to have the best offense in the world. With just a few minor improvements in either of those games, you win those football games.
No turnovers in the game, so that was good. That was an improvement over week 1.
Yeah.
No turnovers for the Texans offense.
You know, and the other part too, if I'm not making excuses, but just trying to kind of lay it out. The two defenses that he's faced are really, really good at disguising coverages, disguising looks at the snap, all of those things. So as you're trying to run this new offense, and you're also trying not to turn the ball over. When I say CJ looks maybe overly methodical or maybe a little too rigid in going through his progressions, I think some of that is in, like, he understands that, like, he's probably not really seeing everything with the comfort level that he wants to.
Yeah.
So, like, that does that cause him to tense up a little bit and not play free and loose? I think 100% possible. But we got to see improvement over the next few weeks.
Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday when asked about CJ's confidence comments that we just played.
Hey, addresses, are we doing what we're coached to do? Like, that's what it all boils down to. How do you gain confidence, right? Well, you have to earn confidence. And you earn confidence by doing things well. And when you do things well, you have success. Like, you hit a couple plays here or there, then you're going to get confidence, right? And that's what it's just continue to stay after it. Don't make it bigger than what it is, right? Let's execute what we're asked to execute. Do things how we're coached to do it, and then that confidence will definitely start to pick up.
By the way, answer for why it's called a coffee house blitz. So a blitz where a blitz when a linebacker acts like he's dropping into coverage and then blitzes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with his AI explanation. The term coffee house refers to the start and stop, somewhat deliberate movement of the defender as they fake a drop and then re-engage in the rush.
Okay.
It's a coach speak term that uses the analogy of someone waiting in line for coffee.
Oh, really?
I don't know what that...
Do people start to move up in line and then move
backwards and then get back in line? You know what it is? It's like somebody. You know what it is? It's somebody who is annoyingly deliberating what their order should be.
Oh yeah.
Like, a latte.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I like that. I'll just have a black coffee. Oh, that's boring.
Right.
Do you have samples? Yeah.
Or they work their way up in line to look inside the glass case to see what, like, the Danish is and the croissants
and then
are.
Get back in
line.
Get
back in line. Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with this explanation.
A good coffee house has good grub to go with it.
Thank you for asking that question, though, because I called it a coffee house blitz without even thinking about why it's called a coffee house.
Yeah, that's all right.
I've never thought to question it.
Yeah.
There's so many stupid terms in football that I stopped questioning things long ago.
Hey,
why is it
Yeah.
Like, why is an offensive tackle called a tackle? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know why it's an offensive tackle.
If he tackles somebody, it's a holding penalty.
Right.
It's a good point. and the halfback is actually the one that's all the way back. It should be he should be called the fullback. He's full the way back. The fullback is halfway up to the line of scrimmage. He should be the halfback.
I think that goes back to the wishbone in their alignments.
Whatever. Sounds dumb to me. Hey, a lot of people reading into CJ's mood. I think that was part of what was going on with Ron yesterday. With Show was a lot of people reading tea leaves right now. Nobody loves being 0-2. Let's just start with that. But I would say it goes back to training camp. This would be one of those things that if CJ had the mood that he's conveying right now in press conferences and whatnot, and the Texans were 2-0, we would be talking about how serious he is. But they're 0-2, so people are talking about how either upset or depressed he might be over this. Mm-hmm. I think overall he's like kind of been way more even keel and DJ Bieneme had an article on ESPN about that this week about how he confirming that he intentionally dialed a lot of stuff back in the offseason.
Oh yeah,
all the podcasts. He could have been
part of it was wanting to be true to his faith, and it's hard. I don't want to make it sound like it's difficult, like the worst struggle in the world or anything. But for professional athletes who are devout, you're trying to be unworldly, and yet like being a quarterback in the NFL is the most worldly thing there is. Yeah. So like trying to strike that balance is difficult.
Yeah. He could have been on quarterback. Did you hear that?
Right. Yeah.
He had offers to be on
the Netflix series
quarterback,
and he turned it down.
Who would you wish he replaced out of who was on it again? It was Burrow, Goff, and Cousins.
Burrow, Goff.
So if we were playing Kiss, Marry, Kill, who would be the kill, and we'd swap in CJ?
I think Cousins was an unexpected delight on the first one. I like the mic'd up stuff just because it was.
He's corny as hell.
He's corny, but it's kind of charming.
Yeah.
There's a lot to like about him, and he just takes a beating and keeps on ticking.
Yeah.
Takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
I end up liking all three guys on this season of quarterback.
Goff seems kind of boring.
Goff's wife is awesome, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got a lot of her. I mean, she's beautiful. She's an SI swimsuit model, but she's like a really cool athlete wife.
Yeah.
That'll pulls out the playbook and quizzes him on it and things like that. Gets into the games.
You are right, by the way, in that fullback is a stupid term because in the early days of American football, you called it a quarterback because he was a quarter of the way back.
Thank you.
And then they had the halfback, which sounds like the fullback because he was halfway back, and then they called it the fullback was the guy in the back.
You're welcome.
That's why the tailback is a better word.
Definitely.
That makes more sense. He's the tail of that offensive formation.
Thank you very much.
But somewhere along the way they decided no, the fullback is actually the guy who's the halfback.
It's stupid.
Halfway back.
It's stupid. It's the coffee house blitz of position.
Sean.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
You are accomplishing so much this morning.
I know. It's been a good show.
It's only
8:18. I credit Michael Chiklas with that.
Yes.
He came in bringing hellfire and brimstone. He was I think he wanted to pick a fight with you.
Because your
Brady comments.
I said that Brady seemed a little bit desperate to be in the public eye.
Right after Chiklas said he named his dog after Brady.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, yeah. No, he was having fun because he said, where am I from? And I had to confess that I may or may not have grown up a Bills fan.
Buffalo area, yeah.
But when I was a Bills fan back in the day, the Patriots were an afterthought.
Oh, they were trash. Because that was when I was living in New England.
I should have started talking smack about Steve Grogan or something.
Yeah, Tony Eason.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, there was an apology this week for one of the funniest viral moments that we've seen in a long, long time. Seth and I are going to do what we do every now and again, put it through the Payne and Pendergast apology rater. We will do that coming up next.
Let's rate your retirement plan. Oh, Seth, I can't. I don't have a retirement plan. Or it's written on a cocktail.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Texans Jags on Sunday. Must win on Sunday.
I would say.
I know you don't like the literal.
I hate the non-mathematical must win, but I get it.
This is close.
This is close to a must win.
Yeah, I think so.
This is a divisional foe, a word that nobody ever uses unless they're preceding it.
And it's the magnificent Gladstone.
It's
too.
Jimmy Gladstone.
Jimmy Gladstone redefining our expectations about the way football and the world operates by having a wide receiver go 3 receptions for 22 yards, and then 2 bad plays as a cornerback at the end of the game. Yes. Hey,
yes.
By the way, and we're going to run Ken Rosenthal's apology for mean mugging a cameraman over the weekend, or earlier this week. We're going to put it through the Payne and Pendergast apology meter.
Mm-hmm.
But you do realize as well this Jacksonville game is on the road, which means that the 11-game road winning streak in the division is on the line here. Texans have not lost a divisional road game since David Culley's first divisional road game as a Houston Texans head coach.
And you went through the probability chart on that.
I got what a parlay was.
Well, it's you were very impressed with this long ago, and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
I was impressed when it got to like 8 because it covers the Culley and Lovey seasons.
Yeah.
Those were bad football teams.
My knee-jerk reaction was like, "All right, yeah, but it's the AFC South, and it's been largely abysmal." But they beat the Titans, they beat some good,
and one of those teams is winning the division every year.
Right, winning on the right. Yeah, it's a pretty impressive streak.
Yeah, so they've won 11 road AFC South games in a row going back to week 11 of the David Culley season.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't go through all the results here. We know the Texans win all these games. It is fascinating. A $100 parlay.
Yeah.
If you had just taken $100, bet it on the Texans and the Titans back in week 11 and won your $350 because it was plus 350, then took that 350 and rolled it over and kept doing it again and again and again and again, your $100 would pay $2.4 million.
Oh man, and I was thinking.
So do not poo-poo this streak.
I was thinking about doing that.
You could buy an army of cigarette.
Remember that one morning where I was like, should I invest this money or should I
David Culley
find a bookie that's going to give me
against the defending division champs
every road game for the next however many years
for the next 3, 4, almost 4 years.
Yeah, so it's been a weird little.
It's a weird streak.
Yeah, it's a weird streak.
It's an impressive streak. Anytime you have a long winning streak, that's impressive. I don't know if you know this, Seth. It's hard to win in the NFL.
Yeah, no.
You've been told
as
that before?
coaches will remind you every single week.
It's hard to win in the
Always
NFL.
after a loss.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's on the line this weekend, man. Take it to 12. Let's get it to 12.
I'll tell
14.
you the one big thing I'd like to see is that the Texans defense they've done a good job of keeping teams out of the end zone by and large. They've held 2 good teams, 2 good quarterbacks to 17 points per game, and yet the fourth quarter letdowns or just not doing it when they really, really need to do it has been the disappointing part of the defense.
Yes.
And everything, we've talked about the reasons for why they've underperformed a little bit, but really taking the ball away is the big thing. That,
once so far.
I was the first guy that was saying all offseason long, look, sometimes turnovers are kind of flukish. You can't always rely on a team being good with turnovers from one year to the next. But this team still does have really good defensive backs, and they still have a really good pass rush.
Yeah, they're going to
should lead to turnovers.
They're going to come. I'm not worried about that part at all.
That's one of the biggest things. That flips the script in both of these last 2 games. One more turnover in each of these games.
Hey,
it's not a stretch at all to say, okay, that's how that close game becomes a victory.
It's gotten lost in the wash because so much happened after it, and it was early in the game. If Azeez Al-Shaair makes that interception on the Bucs' first drive, we might be talking about a totally different ball game.
And I softened on that a little bit in the moment, watching in real life, and because we had the view where Azeez Al-Shaair was facing us as he was trying to make that catch. It looked like an easier catch than it actually was. Yeah. I mean, he had to lay out for it, and but it was a very catchable
ball.
Yeah.
It's a catchable ball, and I know I interviewed Azeez at the Greenbrier when you and I were there. And after practice, and I had to wait like an hour. Why? Because he was working on his hands.
Yeah.
He had an assistant coach out there throwing him footballs where his back was to the coach, and he would have to turn around and react to what side it was being thrown to him, because I asked him why he was doing it that way, and he said, well, when you're a linebacker, you're in coverage, oftentimes your back is to the ball.
Right, and then you got to turn
and adjust to it. So he had, that's why I felt bad for him, because like he's been diligent about working on that.
I feel bad for West Virginia Sean that he made you wait an hour for something that wasn't doing a damn thing for him.
Dude.
You're like, yeah, thanks for making me wait.
I didn't mind.
That's what you said to me next in the press box. You're I waited for an hour for this?
I would have been pissed if it was Houston and it was 98 degrees outside.
Yeah.
In West Virginia, I'm just looking at the mountains. I'm like, this ain't too bad.
Singing John Denver songs to yourself.
Yeah,
and
man.
everything.
Yeah.
Go for a hike later.
That's it. All right, so Ken Rosenthal, this was funny this weekend. Ken Rosenthal, reporter for The Athletic and sideline reporter for Fox, was doing the Brewers game, whoever the Brewers are playing this weekend, and he's doing an interview with a Milwaukee Brewer after the game for TV, on national TV. Mm-hmm. And in the middle of the interview, the teammates of whoever it was that hit the winning homer or whatever, they come up with the water jug, and he can see it coming, so he backs away. He doesn't want to get soaked. Don't want to get that bow tie wet.
Right.
You know, he's got his drip going. And so he backs up, Ken Rosenthal, and he backs right into a photographer who's kind of down on a knee doing his job.
Yeah.
And he knocks the guy over, and instead of turning around, like my reaction would have been, not that I'm this great human being, my reaction would have been to turn and like try to help the guy.
Or just at least show
Say,
some
sorry.
level of concern. Like, oh, no, are you okay?
You okay?
Yeah,
you okay?
Like every single time you see a football player who's in the middle of a game and runs into somebody on the sideline, sometimes they'll ignore him completely. They never turn and glare at the person.
Ken
as
Rosenthal,
if, why were you standing there?
Ken Rosenthal, this puny little worm, mean mugs the guy. Like stands over him.
Did the little hand, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, like standing over him like
no, it really was like, what? What are you doing?
Like Muhammad Ali in that iconic picture, like standing over his opponent. And so it got a lot of attention. It got Ken Rosenthal's attention. And he, on Monday, went on social media and informed us that he apologized personally to that photographer. And then I think was also just apologizing in general.
When I looked at the video, when I saw this, I was surprised at how upset I appeared. I was more confused than anything. Now, I had to continue the interview. We were live, folks, on national television. Couldn't stop.
So brave.
And that said, I felt awful about what happened. And afterward, I went up to Scott, who I've worked with in Pitts before over the years, and I apologized. And I apologized profusely because, let's face it, I don't think that you ever expect knocking someone down is going to happen in any particular situation. So yeah, sure, I apologized, and Fox is doing the American League playoffs this year, so I won't see the Brewers again unless it's the World Series. But if I do see the Brewers in the World Series, I look forward to working with Scott again in the photo pit, and I also look forward to sharing a good laugh with him over this.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily an apology video. He's informing us that he apologized to Scott Paulus, the photographer.
Do you have our apology meter?
I do.
There?
Let's just run through it here real quick, okay? There's 6 elements to an apology in the Payne and Pendergast world. First is say you're sorry. Not that you regret or not that you're devastated, that you are sorry.
And it sounds like he did that.
I think it sounds like
he says he apologized profusely, but maybe his version of the apology is like, hey, I didn't expect to get knocked over there. It was so weird. Times were crazy, babe. We were just talking.
I tell you what, even though he looks like a jerk in the video, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he is typically a very accurate reporter. I'm going to say that he was accurately reporting on his own apology to this guy. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, say what it is you're apologizing for. Be specific.
Okay, now he didn't.
He mentioned the look on his face.
He mentioned the look on his face. Yeah. That's true. That's more. Yeah, and that
he sounded a little disgusted with himself, which I think helps.
Sound. You know what? He did sound. It's like whenever you do anything that you try to figure out afterwards. Wait, why the hell did I say that, or why did I do that? We do that all the time as humans. We have this vision of ourselves and how we would act in certain situations, and you don't know why you did what you did.
Here's the worst part about stuff like this: is not just the video society we live in now. It's the freeze frame society we live in, because there were people taking up for Ken Rosenthal when he did the hand thing you were talking about.
Yeah,
he put the one left hand puts his palm up out of disgust. He's like, "What is this guy doing?"
Yeah.
There were people who froze that and said, "Look, he put his hand out to help
him up." Right? Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second.
No, he sounded kind of shocked.
Yeah.
And in doing so, I think he was he was basically communicating that, yeah, the way I reacted in that moment is not the way you should react.
Right.
He didn't say that specifically, but as he very nobly told us, he had a job to do.
He had a job to do.
He basically sounded like a first responder at 9/11 or something. You know, like, listen,
Ken Rosenthal.
I saw my buddy go down, but we had a job to do, and I had to do it. Yeah,
Ken
good
Rosenthal,
for you.
the hero we need.
Give you a freedom medal.
All right, quickly here. Number 3, these are the elements of an apology in the world of Payne and Pendergast. Number 3, show you understand why it was bad, take ownership, and show that you understand why you caused hurt.
Yeah, I think so. Again,
he
it's just
did
him talking about how shocked he was at
He's
how it
doing
looked.
pretty good. He's doing better than most people do so far.
I think honestly the way the transcript wouldn't read as well as him actually hearing his tone of voice.
Tone helps. That's why video can help or hurt you. It's helping him in this case. Number 4, don't make excuses.
There was some excuse making going on there. Nobody expects to get hit at an athletic event.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. That's what's the old saying, never ruin an apology with an explanation.
Yeah. No one expects to bump into a photographer when there's 10 photographers behind you.
That's where he lost me. Nobody's ever watched a real, nobody's ever scrolled on TikTok a whole boatload of videos of reporters getting hit by other athletes or baseballs or anything else like that. Yeah.
Number 5, say why it won't happen again. What steps are you are you taking?
I do think that he said, he explained that he is going to have a fine working relationship with him in the future. And he'll probably be very nice.
Might see each other at the World Series.
I don't think there need to be reparations here or anything.
Okay, well, it's funny you say that. Number 6, if it's relevant, make reparations.
Make reparations.
Yeah. Quote, I'm going to pay for the dry cleaning. Yeah. Just send the bill to me. I'm going to do my best to fix what I did. That sounds like it's somebody apologizing for spilling a bowl of soup on somebody's lap.
He didn't say that.
No, that was an example. Yeah, that was an example.
Yeah, the photographer didn't get injured or anything. And even if the photographer did get injured, the crime wasn't him running into the photographer. It was his response afterwards.
But this actually might be, the quote that we use as an example might be applicable here. The view from the camera view of the incident, when the photographer got up, you could see his butt, and his butt was covered in wet clay, dirt from. There might have been a dry cleaning.
But that wasn't Rosenthal's fault.
Yeah,
that was just an accident of just him getting him. Well,
he knocked him over.
Rosenthal did backpedal aggressively because he didn't want to get his pretty little suit.
Yeah,
he always just looks like his mama dressed him up for Sunday school. That is on him. Yeah. For him for being a coward. Because he didn't want to get wet.
Did Rosenthal say this very thing to Scott Paulus? I'm going to pay for the dry cleaning. Just send the bill to me.
If I'm standing and watching the log ride at an amusement park, and in a desperate dash to get away from getting wet, I elbow a child in the face. That's on me, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And that's
Dude, you've been doing this a long time. You should be able to see a Gatorade bucket coming from a mile away.
That's it. That Gatorade bucket was the log flume ride at an amusement park.
Yeah.
And it's a good analogy. Yes.
That's what I do.
That is what you do. That is what you do. All right. So Rosenthal, he did all right. Ben, how did he do? 4 out of 5? Because the 6th one didn't count. I was joking about the reparations.
Yeah, 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5. You got an 80. All right. Good job, Ken Rosenthal. You little worm. All right. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
This is live television. I need to bring the people the post. I've got to ask a guy how it felt.
Oh, yeah.
How did it feel?
Ken Rosenthal ran towards the buildings, not away from the buildings.
I have 7 questions that I ask on a loop, and I have to ask those questions.
Must ask.
How did it feel? What's it like? What were you thinking? What does this mean? There you go, kids. You can be a sideline reporter.
That's
too.
it. That's all it takes. Yep. Biggest thing DeMeco Ryans liked about the Buccaneers game, biggest thing that had him probably have trouble sleeping over this. We have both of those for you from Texans All Access coming up next.
Hey, Kirk Holmes, if you're looking to build a custom home, you want to choose the right builder. It's probably the most important part of the process.
Hotel. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, what did you like? What did you not like, D'Amico Ryans? And then this will be the last day we're talking Tampa, probably. We need to move on to Jacksonville, but Monday night game, so everything's kind of pushed back a day. D'Amico Ryans, things you liked, things you didn't like so much.
Yeah, overall snapshot, what I liked from our special teams unit, right? The way our special teams unit, really ignited a fire in our team. They gave us a chance to win the game. Like Noel returning the football there did an outstanding job of setting the team up to be able to get a block punt there and to pressure the punt. Another time, really outstanding job to force a missed field goal. Man, you talk about impact plays in a special teams game. That was huge for us. Offensively, what I liked, we got in the end zone. We did get in the end zone, which we didn't do the first week. So definitely taking strides there. CJ to Nico, that connection. Really nice touchdown there. Seeing Chubb run the football well again. Another week and get in the end zone. Some positives there. How our communication, how urgent we were getting in and out of the huddle, right, to give ourselves the time that we needed. Thought that was an improvement from week one. And defensively, I thought we improved on the third downs as we continue to progress through the game. It didn't start great, but third down, we did improve on the third down, giving ourselves a chance to get off the field to get the offense the ball back.
All right, so that was D'Amico Ryans. We'll get to what he didn't like in just a second. But I'll say this, the part about the offensive, the operation, prior to the snap of the football.
That was a lot less frenzied, and that was one of the things that I really, really wanted to see because I promised people that that's what we would see headed into week one, and we didn't.
Should they have played more in the two things? Because we're still talking about operational stuff in going into week three of getting out of the huddle.
Yeah.
Getting out of the huddle. A, should they have played more in the preseason games, the first team offense? And B, should the first-team offense maybe have gotten some snaps against the second-string defense at some point
Ones
during
versus
camp?
twos, yeah.
Just to gain a little confidence that CJ was talking
thought
about?
that, and I kind of floated that idea, and some people thought, like, well, that's, I don't know, it feels like
you learn by doing hard
putting them
things.
in a remedial class or whatever. It doesn't have to feel that way to the offense. They don't have to need to know that's what you're doing. Going ones versus twos happens a lot, depending on which team you're on. So,
this is the first camp I ever remember a coach doing exclusively
ones versus
1-1, 2s, 3s, 3s.
I don't know, I can't remember. I guess
that
it
I can
varied
remember
from year to year.
Yeah.
I don't think it didn't have to look like it was a remedial thing or anything. Yeah. I thought that might have been a good thing in the first couple weeks of camp, especially because there's times like, okay, if you learn how to, trying to learn how to ride a unicycle before you learn how to ride a bike.
Right.
I'm guessing it's harder. There's certain things that
you're on fire today.
I don't know. Fact check me on that. Unicyclists out there, tell me. Are there any unicyclists who didn't first learn how to ride a bicycle? I desperately need to talk to you and do a podcast with you. If you're first, my dad was a real bastard.
Threw me straight on a unicycle.
Kids, that feels like something Tiger Woods' dads would do.
Oh,
all these other kids are riding bikes. No,
dude.
There's a unicycle.
Marv
Tiger.
Marinovich is throwing Todd up on a unicycle.
So, I thought that in terms of just getting everything down and just seeing how things operate, getting things working so you can feel doing it right. Maybe they could have done a little bit of that. Yeah. Because it felt like they were bashing their head against the wall the first couple of weeks. The other part, though, too, is that I think, sometimes practicing with more crowd noise at practice and everything, all those things can help out a lot. You want to simulate real-world conditions. So we still haven't seen them execute well on the road, like the pre-snap stuff, where the communication issues are more of an issue. And it's all of these things. It's these little things that snowball into big things. It's communicating to somebody that he needs to, a wide receiver needs to move in 5 yards. All of that stuff. Every time something like that takes 2 extra seconds, it starts adding up. When you're talking about getting to the line of scrimmage with 20 seconds left on the play clock, those seconds add up when there's a miscommunication or it's harder to communicate. And they just, on the road, they didn't handle it well. At home, in a pleasant environment, they did a lot better. Jacksonville, probably not going to be as loud as it was in L.A., but still, there's going to be way more noise than there is at home.
I'll give you a variable for that Jacksonville game. Then we'll get into what D'Amico didn't like here in just a second. This is the first trip back to Jacksonville since the Azeez Al-Shaair Trevor Lawrence incident last year.
And Brian Thomas Jr. looks terrified to touch the football.
And he does. But I'm talking about from a crowd involvement standpoint. Do you think that Jacksonville, I'm guessing they're talking about this leading up to this game. I'm guessing that's a huge talking point is this is the first time these two teams have faced off since what was, let's be honest, it was the story in the NFL the next 2 days on all the debate shows. Mm-hmm. Should Azeez Al-Shaair be suspended for the rest? He ended up getting suspended 3 games. Should he be suspended for the rest of the year? Is he the dirtiest player in football? Nick Caserio had a press conference just to sit there and basically MF the NFL over the statement they put out about Azeez Al-Shaair. Like, this was a huge, huge deal, and this is the first time these two teams will be playing, and it's in the very stadium where it happened last year.
I think they'll be amped up for it. A lot of Jaguars fans are convinced that the Texans are the dirtiest team in all of football, and they choose to ignore that Trevor Lawrence didn't go on IR because of his concussion.
That's true.
He went on IR because his shoulder was a mess.
That did not end his season.
His shoulder was bad enough that he was already playing like crap in that game. The best thing that could have happened for that team to have a chance at winning was for Trevor Lawrence to stop playing football.
Mac Jones gave them a chance in that game.
And but that's not how they remember it.
No.
So, no, I think they're going to be amped up for that. There'll be a lot of booze raining down on Azeez Al-Shaair.
No doubt.
But I do think that Brian Thomas Jr., for whatever reason now, is terrified to catch the football.
That is something to watch.
And one of the things is Liam Cohen is having him run routes over the middle more than he used to have to before. They're asking him to have a more physically courageous style of football.
Yep.
And he's got to go up against Azeez Al-Shaair, who hangs out in the middle of the field. There you go.
He does. He hangs out in the middle of the field, and he tackles people.
Sometimes.
Texans tackling on Monday, not great, and it kept D'Amico Ryans up at night, I would imagine. Here's D'Amico on the tackling.
I wish it was just one. But, John, I think the thing that stuck to me was just like, man, tackling.
Yeah.
Like, that's the part that just continued to eat at me, is just like the tackling, where we tackle really well the first week.
Right.
And you come out the second week and it was not good enough, right? And it wasn't winning football. And ultimately, that's what the game came down to, is tackling. So that's the one that sticks me. But something we have to – I know we can do it. It's just a matter of, man, are you consistently dialed in? How bad do you want to get the guy down? How urgent are you to wrap guys up? Right. Like, a lot of times trying to tackle with one arm, which doesn't work in this league, and our guys know that. Right, we didn't need more evidence to show that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we got to wrap guys up, take them to the ground.
I watched that on YouTube. In the first 15 seconds, when he realizes his answer is tackling, he looks so depressed.
Oh, yeah, that's something that hits him.
I mean, he's
personally.
an inside linebacker.
Right.
He was one of the best tacklers in football back in the day.
And his teams have not been good tackling teams over the last couple of years.
They've not.
And, I annoyingly complain about it all the time. Partly because, yes, for that very dynamic you just said, it seems like of all things that D'Amico's team would be bad at, tackling shouldn't be one of them.
Correct.
And yet it is. And I think that I think for D'Amico, it's a reminder, okay, the tackling was pretty good in week 1, and week 2 it fell apart. Really, really glaringly so at the end of the game. That it's not one of these things that you fix and then you don't think about it again. It's just constant emphasis all the time. And as the season goes on, it's harder and harder because you're practicing in pads less and less, but it's all about you can practice good tackling without pads and without going to the ground or even without contact. It's about, in practice, getting the right approach, following through with your feet, not just tagging off on guys. And, D'Amico said you got to have the want to. I think all those guys want to. Problem is they want to hit guys first and foremost.
Yeah.
The one thing I like, if you go back and watch Ronnie Lott play, the cool thing about Ronnie Lott is people love to say, oh, he'd never make it in today's NFL, which is complete garbage, because his whole philosophy was, I'm going to turn a form tackle into a huge hit.
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott got big hits because he was first and foremost in position to make a form tackle, and then just by driving his legs through and uncoiling into guys, he had some huge hits too. He wasn't launching at people with an elbow or head first or anything like that. It started with good form tackling, and it's inattention to detail, and it's not acceptable by this squad. It's really I've been harder on the defense in some ways than the offense, even though they've played better, because I know they're capable of much, much more than they've shown the first couple.
Not
weeks.
only is it not acceptable, they can't have it if they want to win games. Like, it's essential that they tackle well just to stay in and win close football games.
If this team is going to be carried by the defense, they can't be just a pretty good defense. They gotta be the absolute best.
Okay, let's stick with this, because along those lines, we're 2 weeks in and narratives are starting to form.
Narratives
based on records here.
Okay,
what are the narratives that we're seeing since that win by Tampa Bay that change if Henry To'oTo'o tackles Baker Mayfield on 4th and 10? We'll do that coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM.
WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. This was the play right here. This was the play. You get off the field on this play, you win the game. It's that simple. Go ahead, Ben.
10, Buccaneers from their 32. Mayfield with 3 receivers to the right side. He's in the gun, 1 back. Mayfield to pass. Here's heavy pressure. Mayfield escapes up the middle, running across the 40, running across the 45, tripped up at the 47-yard line. First down, Buccaneers. C.J. Gardner-Johnson got him down. 1:11 to go. Clock is running.
4th down, 4th and 10, under a minute to go, or about a minute to go, under 2 minutes to go. You heard Mark Vandermeer on the call right there. 1:10 to go. After that play, you get off the field there, the game's over.
Right.
The game is over. Henry To'oTo'o just
comes around too wide on a blitz.
On a blitz and just runs right past Baker Mayfield, who scrambles, and we all know how the game ended. And then you and I come in the next day, Seth, after that game, and as we're doing right now, we've got the debate shows up on the TV in the studio here. Right now they're talking, are the Bills the best team in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're 2-0, and they had that comeback against the Ravens. Logical topic. Following the Bucs win over the Texans, two of the questions that were captioned up there on Get Up and First Take that I saw was, the first one was, is Baker Mayfield a Tier 1 quarterback?
Yeah.
And when I think of Tier 1, it's the 4 guys. It's Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Mahomes. Those are the
That's
4.
What the whole offseason
The whole offseason was those 4 guys.
Those were the guys that were mentioned nonstop. That was the groupthink.
There was a hard cement floor below those guys with nobody getting up in there. So Baker Mayfield, the discussion was, is he a Tier 1 quarterback? The other one was, can the Bucs win the NFC? Which they did back when Tom Brady was the quarterback there. But they made the playoffs with Baker Mayfield a couple of times. Won a playoff game a couple of years ago, I believe, against the Eagles. But they've not been a legitimate threat to win the conference or win a Super Bowl. Are either of those questions even being asked? Obviously, if Baker gets tackled on 4th and 10?
If Baker hadn't won that game, in a game in which they would have scored 14 points in the game.
19-14 and had not scored since their first 2 drives.
Would have lost 19-14. I don't think, it wouldn't have been front and center enough. They wouldn't have been putting him up there right just yet. But then, but you look at his body of work and what he did last year, it's totally in winning that game, I think it's very, very fair that they are asking that question now. Yep. I think over the course of and I think they could have been asked that question in week 4 or week 5 if he continues to win football games and play well. But no, without that game, like that game was not one that if they lost it would have vaulted that conversation up to the top of the producers.
But they didn't lose 39-37 like they did 2 years ago. That's a losing effort. That you do it, you maybe don't. Talk about the Bucs
he kept giving them chances to win, but the defense let him down.
He walked off the field with the lead at the end of a game. This was 19-14, and they had to drive the length of the field, which credit Baker he did. But it's such
an easy one though too. That after that type of a win, it's so easy to point to look at he's just a winner.
No, totally.
Oh, he's just got the grit. Ooh,
that's my point. That's why some of these narratives are just wild to me because if Henry To'oTo'o or if somebody else is in there that doesn't run past Baker Mayfield on that play, these aren't even topics. You'd get laughed off the set for going, is Baker a Tier 1 quarterback? Because he makes that scramble.
Yeah.
That's the narrative now. Hey, look at the Bucs.
Yeah, and I think very fairly so. That's the way the cookie crumbles, my friend.
No, they're a good team. Yeah, they weren't lucky to win that game by any means. I think other narratives that maybe, let's look at the flip side. What if the Texans do make that play? Now they're 1-1 on the season. And, the offense wasn't great, but you win.
Right. I know. Came up with go ahead.
We for sure would have gotten DeMeco Ryans on any question about offensive ineptitude or inefficiency. We would have gotten, we won the game.
Right, yeah.
We won the game.
Yeah.
And
AFC South.
And I got to look at the film. AFC South, Brian. Yeah.
And I think personally, I had some reservations about, being all that excited about the defense after the Rams game. Because it took an Azeez Al-Shire turnover at the very end of that to keep the Texans in it at all. But the Texans had just gotten driven on the second to last drive by the Rams, and then the Texans failed when they had a chance again to stay in the game. The Rams drove on them twice in a row.
Yep.
So you look at this last game. If the Texans had gotten the 4th and 10 stop, I would have I would have felt a lot better about the defense, even though it's just one play. But I still would have been pointing out the fact that the Bucs were able to run on them at will.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, that's what puts the stress on the defense in the fourth quarter. When guys are gassed, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson were gassed at the end of that game. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. That's what happens when you play 80 snaps in a football game. The D linemen don't. But 80 snaps is a lot in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that's how many snaps the defense had. Yes, the offense could have helped you out by sustaining some drives, but you guys just allowed the Rams to run and run and
They
run.
were running all
and
night.
dink and dunk.
The Bucky Irving thing wasn't happening in the latter part of the third into the fourth quarter. Bucky Irving was bouncing off of people from the get-go. There's a reason they scored 2 touchdowns on their first 2 drives.
Likewise in the Rams game, you're on the field a lot. Okay, partly because the offense didn't help you out, but Stafford was converting 50% of his third downs in that game. So, the defense is not right now operating at the level that I think D'Amico or anybody else on the defense thinks they should be. They're not operating like an elite defense. They got to clean some of this stuff up.
Yeah, for sure. So I think is Mayfield a Tier 1 QB? Nobody's talking about that if Henry To'oTo'o makes a play.
I think if the Texans win that game, though, and it's on Monday night, what people would be talking about with the defense nationally is just how physically – just how violent they are.
Well, they would have shut down the Bucs from the 9-minute mark of the second quarter on.
Yeah,
they scored 2 touchdowns on their first 2 drives, and that second touchdown drive was one where you're like, oh my God, this might be a long night. That was like a 14-play drive that ate up like 7 or 8 minutes. Like they methodically went down the field on them. You're right. If To'oTo'o makes that play, then the Texans are being talked about on the Tuesday morning shows as. Can the Texans defense carry them?
Well, yeah.
Can the Texans win the AFC with this defense?
But I'll tell you what, nationally, we did the power rankings yesterday, and largely most of the blurbs about the Texans still say gushing things about the defense.
Yeah.
So the narrative or what have you, or how people think of them, they look at the box scores and they see the Texans have allowed 17 points per game so far. That's a good defense. They don't necessarily see all the chinks in the armor.
Yep. All right. Speaking of To'oTo'o, there's a few guys on this team. If we're looking at plays, if you look through a Texans lens these first 2 games and go, that play lost the game for you. And I know coaches don't like to do that. They'll say that there were so many plays before this that we could have made, and it's true. But as far as like at nut-cutting time, I think it's the Dare Ogunbowale fumble against the Rams. You're driving down the field for a go-ahead touchdown. You're moving the football. And then I think it's Henry To'oTo'o missing that tackle on Baker Mayfield that allowed him to squirt out on that 4th and 10. Those are just 2 of hundreds of plays in the game, but those were the 2 like that. It was
those
over.
Those are poignant moments,
those are poignant,
right? Yeah.
Like
the
Ogunbowale
fumble lost you the game specifically. The Henry To'oTo'o one was you could have sealed the game there.
Yep.
They still ran 6 plays after that.
They did.
A couple of them were really dumb and ugly on the defense.
No doubt.
But yeah, that's where you had the opportunity to seal the game there, and you didn't do it.
I think it's interesting that it's those 2 guys because I feel like just the chatter that I've seen both on our text page, social media, etc. If you're looking at the Texans 2 games in, number 1 with Dare cannot be on the field offensively anymore. I'm fine with him being on the team, being on special teams, being your emergency kicker. If you've got an issue at running back where you get a couple guys knocked out of a game and you got to use Dare in case of emergency, then so be it. You got to do what you got to do. He cannot be the first choice for you out there on 3rd down anymore. When you've got perfectly better running backs sitting there for you, and it's Seth, especially when his sole job when he's in on most of these plays is to make sure that blitzes get picked up, C.J. Stroud stays clean. Dare hasn't been good at that since the latter part of last season.
Yeah.
He was bad late last year at that part of his job.
Right. Yeah,
he's going to get CJ hurt.
I think that that's an easier one. I think the To'oTo'o is a guy that
he's the other one. Everybody's like, where's Christian Harris?
Where's Christian Harris? And Christian Harris was available, and Christian Harris played in the game. He played about 17 snaps. I personally just don't think Christian Harris right now does not look like the version of Christian Harris that you have in your mind. He's not as fast, he's not as physical, but is that because he's working back into, getting into playing shape after missing most of training camp and pretty much all of last year?
Yeah.
Is Christian Harris definitively better than Henry To'oTo'o right now?
Yeah.
I don't know that he is, but Henry To'oTo'o also kind of seems to have hit a ceiling. And both those guys, and Christian Harris still has never been good in coverage as a linebacker.
Right.
So some of the things that ail you, it's not as simple as just inserting Christian Harris. But they get to the end of the game, and E.J. Speed's not out there either. So, and I didn't expect E.J. Speed to be a starter, but there's times where I'm wondering, man, they really need to have 3 linebackers out there on the field in this moment, and D'Amico doesn't seem confident in 3 linebackers to have out there.
No.
And so I don't think it's as simple as just, swap Christian Harris for Henry To'oTo'o, but they might perhaps try that this week.
Speed was the one I was going to bring up with you.
Yeah.
E.J. Speed, he was flying around on special teams out there.
He made some nice sticks.
He did. That would be that'd be
well,
good.
And then now I'll tell you too, like Speed makes a lot of really nice plays in the run game as a linebacker, but he's had trouble in coverage too.
He has.
He's not. His last name is Speed, and yes, he's fast, but he's just not a great coverage linebacker. It hasn't been. Maybe this is the week that they start using him more.
Maybe, yeah. I hope so. You're right though. There's not a lot of great solutions right now on the roster. I think the other thing I'm seeing with a lot of folks, and I would agree, playing the rookies more. Does D'Amico Ryans,
Woody Marks,
or does Nick Caley, in terms of who's making the determinations of who's out on the field? Does Caley? I saw people saying, does Caley have a little O'Brien in him, where he's maybe not very
rookies? Just they don't know anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Here was D'Amico yesterday being asked at his press conference, his Zoom call, about rookies like Jalen Knoll possibly getting some more playing time.
When it comes to getting the reps and earning trust, I mean, those guys, they have our trust. Right? They have our trust. All 3 guys have shown throughout training camp, throughout the preseason, that they can be playmakers for us. So Noel, Woody, and Higgins all have done a really nice job as rookies at stepping in and doing what's asked of them. So, when you do it well, you'll continue to get more opportunities.
I don't know if Jalen Knoll's going to get more opportunities with Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios coming back.
Yeah.
I think he's cemented his role as the return guy on this team.
And just by way of, I think people thought because Justin Watson got a couple of targets early on that they were showing preferential treatment to him. He got 20 snaps in the game. Jalen Knoll got 15 snaps on offense. So, I don't think it's as simple as I think, but the trust factor is definitely big when it comes to rookies and how much do you trust them. But you got to offset that with, all right, yeah, but can we just get some athletes and some speed?
What did
on
Higgins?
the field?
How many snaps did Higgins get? Looks like you got it in front of you over there.
Higgins had 21 snaps.
21 snaps. So they're all living in the same neighborhood, right?
Yeah, they definitely weren't. And I would just say, in terms of actual threats,
there were 47 snaps in the game offensively for the Texans.
That's so bad.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. When you're a defense and you only get 47 snaps in the game, it feels like you didn't even play a football game.
What's the number? What's the number? What's the tipping point? Where
I say 60.
Yeah,
60 feels like a real football game.
Yeah.
47 snaps. It really does feel like I might need to get a workout in after this game. As a defensive lineman, because then that means you haven't even played 47 snaps. So
right, you would have probably played 30 or something like that.
Yeah, you really do feel like I don't know. I feel kind of guilty that I'm getting a paycheck for this game.
So Tampa, I don't know who Tampa plays this weekend, but there's almost not even the Monday Night Football effect on them.
That reminds me. Yeah. Remember the old thing where that after playing the 49ers when D'Amico was the coordinator, the next week the teams
they didn't win a game all year.
Yeah, the next. And there was this theory that, man, after playing a really physical defense, these teams really take a beating. You know who tore their plantar fascia last week?
Sean McVay.
Coaching. Sean McVay could not escape the punishment
of going
up against the D'Amico Ryans team. Hey, we might be 0-2, but we are leaving bodies everywhere.
What was
all over the battlefield?
I only saw the headline. Was he running it on the sideline?
I don't know what he was probably. Yeah. Remember, he's got that little get back guy that has to corral him around the waist.
McVay's into it, man.
Yeah.
Tore his plantar fascia coaching football. That's not supposed to happen. So he's like 37 years old, right?
You want to hear a nasty thing about plantar fascias?
Sure.
Oh, okay. This is the...
Yes!
Yeah. So sometimes the best solution for plantar fasciitis, a serious one, is to just slice it completely.
Oh!
I
say yes?
So if you got a torn plantar fascia or you got really, really bad plantar fasciitis, they'll just slice it.
Oh.
And apparently it relieves. I can't remember. I had plantar fasciitis for a couple of years, and I figured out a way to manage it. But I know that was discussed at one point. It was like, you can't just slice it and then you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Hitting the reset button on a video game?
Yeah.
I'm just going to start over.
Apparently it's
Control-Alt-Delete.
which I kind of like. Yeah, I feel like I might want. I thought about maybe I should do that. Like preemptively in the off season or something.
So you slice it, and then what do they do? Surgically reattach it or something?
No. They just slice it in half, and then I think it grows back like over time. But in the moment, it doesn't really actually hurt you that much. The same way with your clavicle. If you have separated shoulder, sometimes they'll just snip off the tip of your clavicle.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't actually need it all that much for what we do.
Right.
I don't know, like maybe millions of years ago it served a purpose back when we were on all fours. But yeah.
Don't laugh at me.
Yeah.
Is the plantar fascia like the arc on the bottom of your foot?
It's on the bottom. It's just like a big mass of like fascia is like connective to like sheathing.
Okay.
I don't. Everybody text. I get it. I didn't give you a good explanation.
That's
for
okay.
It, but
That's okay. All right. Payne and Pendergast. Hey, football talk and fascia talk on Sports Radio 610.
It's a thick fibrous band of tissue that runs along the bottom of the foot from the heel to the base of the toes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Supports and maintains the arch of the foot.
There you go. All right. So just slice that bad boy in half, huh?
And get some orthotics, and I guess you're off to the races.
You're good to go. All right.
That's what helped it for me. I started wearing orthotics in my cleats, and that helped.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. How many years in?
Oh, I was like my 5th and 6th year in the NFL. I was really struggling with it. Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. I'm glad we had this talk.
There you go.
Football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by
It didn't help it in the moment,
Paramount
but
Plus.
like in the off season when I started doing that, then I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversary yet, plantar fasciitis.
What's
going on with my foot here? Forcing him to fight for everything he's built and wear orthotics and protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st. Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Circle back to the Astros. Yordan's got an injury. Plantar fascia is fine, but boy, that ankle is a mess. We will hear from Joe Espada on the Yordan injury coming up next. No Yordan will not stop me from putting
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, ball game over. Astros win it, 6-5, ended up being a thriller. And they hold on to take this game and take the first 2 games of the series against the Rangers. They stay a half game behind Seattle in the AL West. And they now move to 4 games in front of the Rangers in second place. Blummer got scary down the end.
Yeah, it got scary. Jeff Blum, Todd Callis on the call, Space City Home Network. Yeah, it didn't have to be that way. It didn't have to be 6-5.
Thanks a lot, De Los Santos.
But yeah, you made this point earlier. Like, it's okay. There's certain guys in this bullpen I'm just having a hard time getting angry about because they're not supposed to be here.
Right. Yeah.
And they're using De Los Santos like they were using Abreu when Hader was healthy.
But meanwhile, Blue Ball's not supposed to be here either. But, man.
But that might work.
He's my new favorite athlete in all the world.
Look, if they make the postseason and they make it past the wild card round this time, unlike last year when they got swept, Blue Ball is going to factor in. Like, this is where we are. There are so many elbow injuries going on right now with this team where guys are done for the year. You know, Spencer Arrighetti done for the year. I mean, we can go through the whole list. This is a big start today for Christian Javier to have us feeling like he can contribute in a playoff series. You know, we know Hunter Brown's going to start game 1 probably. I would imagine just based on tenure and reputation and a high ceiling, Framber is going to start game 2.
Yeah.
I don't, you know, that feels like, you know, Joe Espada is going to throw the last few months out the window and say, these are our top 2 guys. They're going to start, if we get into a wild card round series, Hunter's going to start game 1, Framber's going to start game 2.
No, dude, I don't think you can, and you can't. If maybe this is the tail wagging the dog or whatever. I don't care. Like, you got to get something good out of Framber, and you can't risk disrupting the fragile ecosystem of Framber Valdez's heart and mind by not having him be number 2.
You got to have somebody ready, though.
Right.
You got to have somebody.
You got to plan for it and
he's
everything.
Not gonna, we can't be this. Well, we're still going to get 100 pitches out of him.
But I feel like there's hope for the upside of Framber. If all of a sudden you demoted him, then I feel like there's not a chance in hell you're going to get the best version of him.
Look, Jason Alexander's been phenomenal for them over the last couple of months.
Yeah.
Christian Javier's been very up and down. We just mentioned Blue Ball, but Blue Ball is obviously still at a stage here where they're not trusting him for more than last night 3 innings. He threw 50 pitches.
Blue Ball is a lot different than De Los Santos in that Blue Ball is a guy that you envision a future for.
Yeah. No, but I'm talking within the starting rotation in a playoff series. Like, this is where I was going with it. Framber's going to be the number 2 starter for this team. Are there any guys that, among the guys that are starting games for them right now, not back-end guys, like front-end guys, that you could argue, hey, this guy actually, I know Framber's fragile ecosystem and his ego, but look, Jason Alexander has been light years better than Framber Valdez for a pretty big sample size right now.
For a pretty big sample size, but then, like, if you're the Astros and you're looking at, like, all the expected stuff and everything, it's not, like, Baseball Savant is not as big a fan of Jason Alexander as the box score stats would have you believe. And I think that, do you trust him more in this moment?
Well,
my gut tells me that I trust him more in this moment.
Is expected Jason Alexander still better than expected Framber Valdez?
Right.
You know, like that's the question. It's going to be Framber. I'm trying to say, okay, can you cobble together an argument? I think there's a lot of Astro fans that would feel way more comfortable with Jason Alexander, even with all the contact that he gives up, than Framber Valdez right now. At least he's finding ways to get guys out in games.
Mm-hmm.
Framber's getting chased all the time now. His ERA is 6 for the last 2 months. You know, Jason Alexander's been, I think, in the 2s somewhere. He's been really, really good. Now, all of this has a dark cloud over it right now because of Yordan Alvarez ankle injury. Here was Joe Espada updating us all yesterday on Yordan Alvarez injury he suffered scoring a run on Monday night.
He's got a pretty significant ankle sprain, so this is going to keep him out for a while. Let's not get into days, weeks, any of that. We are going to take one day at a time, but this is going to take some time to heal. We don't have that many days left on the regular season. So we are he's in there getting some treatment, getting some work done. So, hopefully he's not out for a long period of time.
Okay, follow-up question right after that from Chandler Rome. Is he going to go on the IL?
Joe, are you guys going to put him on the IL?
Did you just hear what I said? That this is going to take some time.
I know, but I'm wondering for your roster. Are you going to play a man short?
Listen, one day at a time, Chandler. Okay? I'm not going to give you days, weeks, what we're going to do next. You're just going to have to sit down and wait, okay?
Yeah, I know. I thought it was a fair enough question.
Yeah, dude, that's a roster question. That's not a you're not giving me enough here. Like, that's a legitimate, like, okay, are you going to put him on 10-day IL?
I mean, if you're going to put him on the IL, it's at least 10 days, and that involves days. And, like, do I have to lay it out for you?
Right. No, I'm team.
It wasn't a gotcha question.
No, I'm Team Chandler on that question. That was a fair question. The follow-up was fair, explaining this is why I'm asking you. Because the fact of the matter is, if you're keeping Yordan Alvarez on the roster right now, and he can't play, he's taking up a spot. I mean, you are in a tight divisional race right now. Mm-hmm. Don't get no tighter. It's half a game right now. And if you're burning a spot for a guy who is on crutches, that's not good roster usage.
No, and it almost
maybe. Sorry, Seth. Maybe he's not answering that because that's more of a Dana Brown question than a Joe Espada question.
It almost feels like if you're going to really read into it, the stress level is probably not great about the whole situation. And the fact that it's Yordan yet again now with some kind of physical malady that we don't quite know when to expect him back. That maybe Espada feels like it should be an IL thing, but they've got to worry about everything else that goes along with it. I don't know.
Maybe. We've just used the word maybe 7 times in the last 8 seconds, but maybe they hold out hope that he can come back for the final series of the regular season.
Yeah.
Maybe the swelling hasn't gone down or where they don't know.
They got to,
that it might be worth it. Because
they can do it retroactively.
That's true.
They can kind of wait and see.
They can do it retroactive to Monday because that's when it happens.
Yeah. So right now they might be trying to look and figure out exactly where they are with the roster, with the playoff race, the wild card situation, all of that. And if they string it out as long as possible to make a decision, they don't know right now.
You got a couple extra guys up right now because of the rules. They allow you to bring a couple extra guys up on the roster. So you're already working with a surplus compared to what the rest of the season's been. So that's not a luxury. I mean, every team does that, but within the framework of your roster, it's a bit of a September luxury. And maybe they're looking at it, Seth, and they're going, you know what? If Yordan can come back for, say, 2 games at the end of the year, something like that, we're still in a division race, and these last 2 games are the difference between us getting a 3 seed or maybe a 2 seed and not. Yeah. It's worth it for Yordan to occupy a spot on the roster just to get him back, that he might get a big home run for us in these couple of games at the end of the year.
The fact that Espada got testy about whether or not they're going to put him on the IL makes me feel more optimistic about it, and that, all right, we might be dealing with something that they think is a 10-day time horizon or less.
And
that they're just kind of that they don't know exactly what to do right now.
Yeah.
And you've already got the testy relationship between Chandler and the Astros when it comes to injuries or whatever. So they don't have a lot of clarity. I read it as they don't have a lot of clarity on it themselves, but it might be better than 10 days or shorter than 10 days.
Maybe.
So I choose to be cautiously optimistic.
You choose optimism. Okay, I'll go with you on that one. True. Okay, text messages. Boy, Fromber is not popular right now.
Yeah.
Screw Fromber. He's not a 1. Text message. True Astro fans want Fromber and Espada gone.
Oh, that's right. I didn't realize that was okay. So now you can't be a true Astro
fan.
Are
you a true Astro fan? Do you want Fromber and Espada gone?
Okay, saying wanting somebody gone is differently. You could frame it more as like, I'm okay with letting him walk at the end of the year.
Yep.
I'm 100% okay with that, yes.
Yeah.
But I also recognize the situation we're in where, like, you can't have your cake and eat it too right now with the pitching staff, and you're going to have to you're really going to have to hope for the absolute best out of Fromber, but with a short rope, or a short leash, I think. You got to be quick with the hook and understand what the situation is. But you can't just because you feel a certain kind of way about Fromber doesn't mean that you should throw away the upside of him while he's still on your team.
No. But he should have a shorter leash than he would have in the regular season.
Yeah.
Look, it might be his last game as an Astro. I don't give a rat's ass how he feels after that game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, we're not. Sean and I aren't sitting here saying they've got to extend Fromber.
No.
They've got to give him a deal. Give him a deal now. Like, none of us are saying. I would say 98% of Astros fans are totally cool with him letting Fromber walk at the end of the year.
I think most Astro fans are glad that they didn't give him an extension already because of how he's looked. Yeah. Text message, I've had plantar fasciitis for about 12 years. I had the surgery that Seth was talking about where they sliced it. It came right back and didn't do squat.
Okay, so
it sucks, he says.
remembered the orthotics helped, but then also there's this procedure, or this it's a therapy, and it's called A-stim. It's not E-stim, like the electrostim. It's called A-stim.
A-stim.
I think S-T-Y-M.
Okay.
But they kind of like take this plastic blade and work it over your lower leg and everything. That's what really knocked it out for good for me after I was done playing. So if you look up A-stim,
well, sir,
it worked for me. I'm not endorsing them or anything, but that's one of the things that worked for me.
Sounds like this guy's grab bag, and he said the procedure, the slicing procedure, sucked. He said.
Oh yeah, generally with plantar fasciitis, it is a whole lot of people like just somebody. Can somebody tell me anything?
Anything,
please, anything.
All right,
that's what worked for me. I don't know if it's
Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll find out what guys got going. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Is C.J. Stroud missing this particular person this year? We will have that for you. Final segment coming up next. If you are a
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment. Find out what the guys got going on In the Loop in just a few minutes. Question, Seth.
Okay.
Talked a lot about C.J. Stroud these last several months. Does C.J. Stroud miss Case Keenum?
Oh. As having a mentor in the room, a veteran guy.
The Crash Davis to his Nuclear Loose.
Yeah. Just somebody to lean on, somebody who can deliver or communicate the message.
Yeah. No disrespect to Davis Mills, but Davis Mills is more of a, he's sort of more in that same experience bracket as
C.J. at
Stroud.
this point. Yeah. I think that's possible. That's very, very possible.
Because if that's the case, no pun intended. I did not mean to do that. But if that is the case, then that's kind of an egregious non-signing by the Houston Texans.
Just having a veteran quarterback or not retaining Case Keenum.
Well, specifically him.
Yeah.
Like because we had a 2-year body of work with really a 1-year body of work with him on the bench there, because the second season, I don't know how much Case was around. He was injured all year.
When they went the extreme opposite direction, and they went with having Davis Mills for one more year, but then drafting Graham Mertz and having him on the roster.
Yes,
to where now CJ's certainly not in a position in his career and learning this new offense where he's going to be a mentor to Graham Mertz and help him out along the way. Should they have stuck it out for another year or two and having a veteran quarterback, especially a guy like Case, who's been in multiple different systems, a lot of playing experience, and just can be a big brother to him in a lot of ways. Yeah, maybe. I don't like it's. I mean, there's lots of resources you'd love to have around for everybody, but sometimes it's more of a luxury than a necessity. I'm not ready to go there just yet.
Yeah,
I don't think that
we're only 2 games in.
Yeah, we're 2 games in, and they made some progress from week 1 to week 2 in terms of just getting the pre-snap stuff right. Now it's turned in. Now the questions largely in my mind are, okay, what is Nick Caley as a coordinator and play caller, and what can he do with that offensive line that he's got? I mean, those calls down on the goal line don't look as bad if you've got offensive linemen that could actually move human beings, but they can't. And I don't know if you look at it on paper and I'm not going back on my word. I will, to the day I die, believe that an offensive line coach can make a big difference with a bunch of average offensive linemen. You can have an improved offensive line just by getting everybody to play in unison, but you're going to be limited by the physical talent of the guys that you do have.
Yeah.
And on paper, you have to acknowledge that, all right, that offensive line either has a lot of question marks because you got a rookie starting, and you got guys in the interior that haven't been great offensive linemen as of late or ever in their careers. So what can you do with those guys? At some point, they might just be running up against a human wall when you're playing guys like Vita Vea, Kalijah Cansey, or any one of like 3 or 4 other defensive linemen on that Bucs squad. Logan Hall, that other white dude, all those guys, random white guys. Okay,
big whiteys,
my brethren.
It's right, your people. Did you see Cansey's out for the year?
The year?
He tore his pectoral muscle.
Oh, no.
That's why he left the game. Yeah.
I knew no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, that stinks.
Well, he's out. I mean,
I can say that because it's an NFC opponent. I like the way that kid plays.
I do too. He's a good player. So what scares you the most about the Jacksonville Jaguars? We're turning the page on the Bucs officially in this segment. No more Bucs.
The Jaguars have rushed the passer pretty well so far this year. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the Texans haven't dealt with pressure.
Now that you say it.
I was looking at one of those charts where everything's divided into quadrants, and it had a bunch of the teams that had the worst pass protection so far. The Texans are in that lower quartile.
Yeah.
That left bottom quadrant.
Bottom left, yeah. Never want to be there on those charts.
The one thing I noticed, I just glanced at it really quickly during a break, and I realized, those teams have faced some good pass rushing teams as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they faced some good defensive lines. So the Texans are one of them. And that balances out over time. There's a chance that the Texans might move up more towards the middle of that graph. I don't know.
That would be beautiful.
Yeah, the Jaguars don't scare me as much as the Rams scared me the most.
Yeah.
The Bucks scared me a little less than the Rams, but still scared me a little bit. The Jaguars still have some very good pass rushers, but it's still not. I would say it's third on that tier. The level of difficulty has gotten a little easier. But I'm not saying that they can't rush the passer. They very much can.
Trayvon Walker and Josh Hines-Allen.
Yeah,
that's the edge for those are the edge rushers for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah,
Trayvon Walker, is he a big contract extension guy for them? He's in Stingley's draft class.
Yeah, and Trayvon Walker's a guy that's been. It's kind of one of those things that. Jadeveon Clowney's not a fair comparison, but I think he hasn't necessarily lived up to the draft hype or draft status or his college career, but he's still turned into a very good pass rusher. Yeah. Probably underrated because he plays for the Jaguars.
Yeah, Stingley and Sauce are the only two highly drafted guys out of that class to get a bag so far, I think. Right? Trayvon Walker. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson, I think he hasn't gotten paid. I mean, Aiden Hutchinson.
He hasn't? Oh.
I don't think he has. I mean, I may be wrong on that. But that feels like one. Aiden Hutchinson feels like one that's going to be in that market resetting neighborhood. Well, maybe not.
He had
now.
that injury that was
But when he's healthy, he's been hugely.
No. I'm saying as far as the contract and everything, it kind of made it easy for the Lions.
Yeah.
To kick that down the road.
That's true with the broken leg last year.
Yeah,
that's true.
Good job by you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still playing on his rookie contract.
Is he? No. He's heading into year 4, right?
Yeah, no, I was just confirming to you that,
gotcha.
that he was.
Gotcha.
But, I mean, he's basically destitute. 4 years, $35.7 million.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that he still has
How's
a vehicle to drive.
I know. I like pocket watching on these guys.
Well, that was the whole thing about the Derek Stingley thing. Everybody, people were treating it like, oh wow, look at the young kid. He worked hard and now he got paid and everything. He's made $35 million already.
That's true.
Yeah. Hey, what's your first big purchase?
No,
I don't know.
That's
a second home for my mom.
Right. That's a good caveat for people who maybe aren't dialed in on all the contract stuff. That hear us talking about rookie contracts all the time. Well, boy, they still got CJ on this rookie contract. It's a benefit because it's way less and teams can sign other guys using the cap space.
Yeah, it's way more about the team than it is the player himself.
It's not much in terms of cap space. In terms of human beings, it's still a bleep ton of money, these rookie contracts.
Right.
Hell, even the day 3 guys are making like $6 million over 4 years now.
Yeah, and the amount of guaranteed money and everything. It's just, it's different. I think the rookie minimum right now is almost $1 million.
It's like $800,000, I think. Something like that.
Hold on, fellas. Have we considered inflation?
I checked my rookie year. I made $131,000, which is a boatload of money for a recent college should have graduated.
Yes.
And theoretically, if
you were preparing for your next job, you don't apologize to anybody.
Let's see, $131,000 in 1997.
I love that this is being
today.
Taken seriously.
Yeah.
And I did it the other day because I was wondering.
Well, I just want to find out how rich rookie Seth really was.
Sometimes I like to think about how I've squandered my money.
Yeah.
$261,000. Yeah, that's a lot, but it's not $800,000.
It's not close to what it is now.
Yeah. This just in, the cap has way more than doubled since 1997.
Right.
The growth in the NFL market has.
And $261,000 is a boatload of money, but I still had to remind rookies back then, this is not buy a luxury SUV for each one of your family members' money, okay?
Right.
Yeah.
So you got to get that second contract.
Especially if you're like a 6th-round pick and you haven't made the team yet.
Yeah, you haven't made the team. Exactly. How we doing, fellas?
Doing pretty well, I think.
I'm disoriented.
I was just going to say,
disoriented.
Bizarro Studio.
Yeah, because today was the one day out of, 100, probably even more, that I do the courtesy of moving out of my chair to let John Lopez get set up.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, Seth did that for Reggie. I did not do that for you for whatever reason, Seth. I mean, these are in-studio problems that the listening audience probably doesn't care about.
Yeah.
But these are the little things that when you share a studio
Culture.
with people, it's like we're roommates almost.
Exactly.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
I do wonder if it sounds at all different. Like how they say that when you smile, you sound different.
I think this mic sounds different in my ear than that one does.
It does. Yeah, to me too.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Mm-hmm.
How are we feeling?
That's a scary smile, Seth. I don't know why. Seth's smile is a little bit intimidating.
Oh, look at you. Yeah.
I do feel happier.
We had Michael Chiklas on earlier.
Oh, really?
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, he's got a movie coming out on Friday called The Senior, which I don't know if you guys have seen the trailers for it.
I think I have.
It's a true story. It looks really good, and he did a good job of selling it with us. It's about it's a true story, and he made a point, not based on a true story, This is a true story.
There's a difference.
There's a difference about a 59-year-old Texas man who had 1 year of eligibility left for college football and went back to college and played college football. And there's a lot more baked into the story about, relationships and inspiration. And it's really one of those stories to inspire you. If you're getting older and you feel like you left something on the table, you left some meat on the bone.
You don't play the tuba at LSU.
Go eat the meat. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So he was on with us earlier. It was good. It's always good to catch up with my twin.
That's right.
Yes, it is.
Is it sad that the first thing I think of when I think of a sports movie is how good does the quarterback look throwing the football? Because I always it throws me out of it throws me into like an area of disbelief with the film when I see this is the star quarterback and he's like winging a pass like 5 yards down the field and it looks like he barely gets it there.
He said that they hired a consultant, like a company, that handles making the sports scenes look realistic.
They use ex-college.
They used ex-college players.
It does. It looks real. It doesn't look stupid, especially for an independent film.
Yeah.
You're thinking like, oh, this is going to look awful. The football stuff in the trailer at least looks
good.
really realistic.
Yeah, it looks good.
As far as that, never too late to do things that you could have done or anything. I like the stories of people that kind of got a late start in becoming like really, really big time. Ray Kroc was 52 years old when he first
swiped McDonald's.
Well, he was old.
He got swiped.
He was even older by the time he swiped it from him. But when he first walked into a McDonald's restaurant, he was 52 years old.
That's cool.
As a paper cup and milkshake mixer salesman.
That's right. He was selling
when he first
by
recognized
the time he stole it from him. Yeah,
that's great.
And then Regis Philbin too. He had kind of been kicking around and everything, but he didn't really hit the big time until he was older and later in his career.
I didn't get paid for my first radio show until I was 38 years old.
Yeah.
Right,
Look at you. I'm basically Ray Kroc.
That fits.
I often said that. Who did you swipe the show from then? That's the question.
I didn't swipe
the day that he got Casario to call it Pendergast and Payne.
Oh, there it is.
On the Pat
McAfee show. Yeah. I didn't encourage him to do anything, all right?
At least nothing that's undocumented, right?
That's right. There's no paper trail. You're not going to find anything.
We should fact check that because neither one of us ever had any input into that at all. I think they called it Payne and Pendergast mostly because
it flows better. No, I have zero issue with it.
Okay, I just wanted to check to be sure. If it sounded better to go Pendergast and Payne.
No, it does not sound better.
It really does.
No, Payne and Pendergast. It flows better when you go single syllable, multiple.
I always worry that my bosses are scared of me, though. I feel like I try to. And
two things can be true.
There's some justification for that.
Were you smiling?
I threw a garbage.
Yeah, that would do it.
There was a time that I kicked a garbage can across the room after I got upset with Armin Williams. There was that time.
Walked out of the room.
But ever since then, I feel like with any other boss, I feel like there's no reason for them to be scared of me.
No.
And yet I don't know. Like yesterday, Parker had some suggestions for us to make our show better. And I felt like he was a little nervous that I was going to flip out or something. And they were all really very good suggestions.
No, you were.
But I could tell as he was giving it to me, he's like,
if they weren't, he would have thrown a chair.
Yeah.
He really liked the one less Sean. He loved it. He was all for that.
He's like,
suggestion.
okay, so now Seth, you can leave the room because Sean and I have to talk about some stuff. But that's the big one. Yes, Sean, more Seth. Okay,
close the door,
thumbs up, buddy. Yeah.
Close the door behind you.
Yeah.
So what's the question of the day, boys?
Hey, you heard Chandler Rome? Good, solid, old school journalism.
And we took up for him.
Capital J journalism.
Yeah.
It was a good job by Chaney Poo.
Yeah.
He was a lot of times people like to give him a hard time about
I love
stuff.
that guy.
Yeah.
I love that guy because he's old school. So the question of the day, what's an old school newspaper or journalism thing
holy crap.
that you like, that you miss?
I'm watching this documentary about, I didn't hear this question before. Sometimes you give us a question beforehand. This popped to mind. Oh, my God. After the Jonestown Massacre, back in the day, kids, this awful cult situation where as cult that had moved to Central America, almost everybody was committed, they did themselves in. So there were a few that escaped. And my God. So one of these was like a woman with her 2 young children somehow escaped the Jonestown Massacre. And when reporters first get a crack at interviewing some of these people, they are interrogating her as if everybody was under suspicion. Like, if you didn't die, you must have been in on it.
Yeah.
And they were asking all these. This is how they used to ask questions back in the day. Isn't it true?
Yes.
And this poor woman who was just like, you can tell her whole world's been flipped upside down. She's been in the jungle alone with her kids for 3 days. They're like, isn't it true that you left 10 minutes before the... Yeah, isn't it true? Was big back in the day.
That's every press conference in a Rocky movie. The journos in the Rocky movies are very belligerent. The one I think of is Rocky V that had Tommy Morrison in it.
Yeah.
After he wins the title and he had already kind of like stabbed Rocky in the back. And they're like, It was a lot of isn't it true? And then guys are just the journos in the press conference just standing up giving their opinion. They're like, he may be a good champ, but Rocky Balboa, he'll never be. That was where First Take probably started. They saw 1990 Rocky V and this reporter standing up going, he'll never be a Rocky Balboa. I'm like, hey, we might be onto something here. Let's stick all these writers in a room and have them yell at each other.
Yes.
That would be amazing. My thing,
it's like newspaper or journalism.
Yeah, my thing is my newspaper thing. Look, first of all, I actually miss newspapers, like getting a paper, and I know they're still out there and whatever, but it's it's easier to fire up the iPad. The one thing I miss that I loved getting Sunday newspapers from outside my market back when I was a kid, before the internet, when we were all like living in just these, our cities we lived in were these silos. There was there was not a lot of getting publications or being able to listen to the radio in other markets. Like being able to listen to the radio in other markets was so foreign.
Yeah.
But I used to get the Sunday Boston Globe. My family did at our house. And Pete Gammon's baseball notebook on Sundays was revolutionary.
It was
at
gold.
the time. It was incredible. Like there would be a few, like it was a whole page, and it would be a few big stories, and then just the notebook part of it was just blurbs with ... in between each of them. And he was plugged in. Like there was a lot of good information. And on the other page there, when you open it up, was all the stats of every hitter and every pitcher.
That was mine.
You could only get those on Sundays in the Sunday paper until you get the sporting news, and you can get them in there too for every team. But I'm like, oh my God, I can see everybody's batting average. This is incredible.
My thing was letters to the editor. God, those were gold, man.
Yeah.
Because first of all, it's like a week later.
Yeah.
Nothing's current.
It's like a week later. And they're like, to sit down and write like a 19-paragraph letter and then they publish it.
Yeah.
It's just like, it was scathing usually. It was good.
I'll tell you what, the delay there is like, that's a big, I get nostalgic for this sometimes. And I was thinking about this the other day. Sean and I were talking about this off air, was every time I'm in the grocery store, I see like a fantasy football guide, and I'm kind of like, you remember like how useless those are right now? Because in those you're reading and it's like, wait a second, they're talking about this guy who got traded a month ago or whatever. But the other part of that is I really miss not knowing exactly what was going on with a band that you liked or anything. Like you'd get an album and you'd look at the lyrics and everything, and you didn't have any. You couldn't go to like songlyricmeanings.com or anything. You're hearing Alanis Morissette song, you'd be like, oh, I hope Alanis is okay.
No, you weren't getting
like she's in a rough place.
You weren't getting a newsletter in your inbox and email every day about them, with all their dates coming up.
I'm worried about so many musical artists. I'd be like, oh my gosh, Axel. This sounds rough.
Hey, real quick, you're listening to KLT and KLT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Got it in by 3 seconds. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Continue.
Yeah, this is going to go into 10:40. I'm sure it's going to go long. But the last thing, I feel sorry for kids that can't save a front page. I've got so many front pages in my attic. Like my mom saved. I was a baby, but my mom saved the Kennedy assassination.
Yeah,
I saved a lot of the big ones from when I was writing.
I have
or
a
when
box
I was
full of them, man. I got the OJ trial in there. I have the front page from the day my kids were born.
I did that for all 3 kids.
Yeah. When the 2 of them were the same day, it was my birthday. 2 of them in '98, but it will forever be memorialized, framed someday, the day they were born, with the big Monica Lewinsky headline. The blue dress was a thing on January 22nd, 1998. Yes.
Yeah, it is wild to not have that kind of singular touch point in the same way that we used to. Like, it used to be that you could kind of bring a lot of people together on that singular headline, which put a lot of power in one person's hand, one editor's hand. But at least, you can go back to the Rockets championship, and you guys know exactly what headline you're thinking of.
Yeah, everybody had the same experience.
Right, everybody had that.
Or when people heard about the Randy Johnson trade, it was in the morning. After it wasn't like the first thing you saw on your phone when you woke up or whatever. It was whenever like everybody saw it in the paper or they heard an update on the radio or something.
I'll never forget. I walked to my front door, opened the front door, and the newspaper was on the Houston Chronicles on my welcome mat. Big unit coming to Houston.
Yeah.
It was, you're 100% right. All right, boys. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
You were wearing a Big Johnson t-shirt.
I went and bought one for sure. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop.
Why are you out of sorts?
Yeah, I know. Dude, sitting here.
He just remembered with the Big Johnson t-shirt.
I did. I was thinking about Big Johnson, yes. Antibodies to you, Seth, as well.
Yes.
Yes. All right, we're done. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now. Thank God.
I feel. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Reginald.
No, don't be whatsoever. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I feel like our crosstalks are just going to continue to grow until they just encompass both of our shows. It's 8 hours of crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. All right, let's get going here on a Wednesday as we're continually still looking at this Texans team, where they are right now. We want to do that with you. Get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. That is the number to text. But also, if you're a little more tech savvy, if you got it up on the TV or if you're on your phone or what have you, YouTube is available to you, courtesy of the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
As I mentioned, YouTube, Sports Radio 610, but then also there is Twitch, 610 Houston. Those are both there for you. And John Lopez, one of the big things that came out of yesterday that I think, gave people a little bit of a moment of
or not.
Or not, depending on how you felt. I feel like it was more likely the former than the latter. D'Amico Ryans, but then also Nick Caserio holding the line with the idea that this football team that's 0-2, losing a couple of pretty close games, but also not looking like the full version of themselves really on either side of the football, was not far off.
Both of them said we're not far off. And I'm not, or we're close. Well, some semblance of that. We're not far off, or we're close.
Those are the same thing, aren't they?
Yeah, but I'm just saying they said it differently.
Okay, fair enough.
They said the same thing differently.
I was like, we're still in the same.
I was not correcting you.
No.
You're reacting.
No,
fair enough.
They both said it in those ways.
No, I just had to reflect upon myself. I'm like, am I missing a distinction here?
No.
All right, cool.
So here's the question. I got a lot of questions.
Let's ask them.
Hopefully you got some answers.
Wait, I'm supposed to have the answers? I thought you were bringing the answers.
We're going to talk it through,
Look,
Reggie.
I looked at the sign-up sheet, and I'm pretty sure that your name is next to answers.
Next to answers, Lopez. We're gonna talk this through, you, me, and Figgy, and our listeners. Is that a good thing? Now, there's also the very real possibility that's not what they're saying behind closed doors, and I don't think it is what they're saying behind closed door. Hey, guys, maybe it is. We're close. We're not that far off. Just to play here, just to play there. We actually have D'Amico Ryans talking about this. This is how he put it when he was talking about this team not being far off.
I go all in on just showing guys, like, first off, how close we are, right? We were driving down there in the game versus the Rams in the fourth quarter, got an opportunity. Hey, we don't protect the ball. That opportunity is squandered, right? We're here fourth quarter defensively. Like, it's 4th and 10. We got a free player to make a tackle on the quarterback. We got to make the tackle on the quarterback, and the game is over. So we're talking about that's the NFL, and that's the beauty of it. That's why it's so much coverage. That's why everybody loves it, right? It comes down to those critical moments. And as players, as coaches, you have to embrace those moments. We don't shy away from those moments. We embrace those moments, and you want to be in that moment. You want to be that guy to make that play to help your team win the game, right? And that's what it looks like. So for us, hey, this is what happened. Like, the film doesn't lie. This is what happened. This is what the film says, who we are, what we're doing. Now, let's have a sense of urgency to, hey, get those things corrected and press forward. But it's not a ton of things. It's the little things. We talk about technique. We talk about decision-making. We're talking about tackling, right? We talk about all the little things that we control, that we can fix. I'm excited to see what it looks like moving forward.
Are they close?
I'm going to do the thing. Yes and no. Yeah. Well, first and foremost, you said, I don't know if it's a good thing. I think it's a necessary thing. Mm-hmm. We are 2 weeks into a 17-week football season, plus additionals if you are the type of team that they have been over the last couple of seasons under D'Amico Ryans, which, going to playing postseason football. If you are going to say right now, we're not close, and you're not able to gear up and energize your team, it's going to be a long fall and into the early portions of winter for you if you're going from that perspective. D'Amico Ryans is largely a positive guy. It makes sense that his messaging will be, we are not far away. These are things that we can fix. This is within our control. However, it feels a lot like, to me, and I think I expressed this yesterday, it feels a lot to me like early last year when you're doing the thing where you go, oh, man, a win is a win, and, sometimes it's ugly.
It can work both ways.
And I think that what upset me last year and what kind of nagged at me was, all right, cool, the result is there, but the process, it exposes some cracks in the foundation that are not going to serve you, that are not going to allow you to play consistently good football in the future. That's what my brain goes to when I hear we're not far off, but I'm looking at it, and a team is having their starting running back have a 60-something% success rate, which means that he's picking up the yardage that is necessary on any given play 60% of the time. The backup running back has a 70-something success rate when he's running the football. You're not able to make big plays. You're outside of what we can reasonably expect as the opening script. You're not being successful. You're not moving the ball as consistently as you want to. Your quarterback is still under pressure to a heavy degree, much like last year. Those are the kind of cracks that don't make me feel like you are close. I can understand how you look at the scoreboard and say, with all those things, we still were almost able to win, and so we're going to take that positive approach. I just hope that underneath there's an understanding that, all right, there's a little things, but you mentioned at least 3 of them, D'Amico, and I have a feeling that when you get in that tape, you'll find some more. That doesn't feel like close, but I understand why you have to try and purport it as such.
Yeah, I honestly think they do feel like they're close. I think just the way they played, and yes, it's not a lot of fireworks on the offense, but I think they truly want to play the game like that, where it's a close.
That is their strategy.
I think that last drive where CJ got that touchdown, I think that's how they want to play, and then they want to lean on the defense to finish the game off like that. So I think I do think they really want to play like that.
I don't disagree with either one of you, but here's where I think it gets dangerous. I'll put it that way. It gets dangerous. I don't want to look up at the end of the year and the Texans all of a sudden are one of those teams like, man, we had 8 one-score games.
And if all those, if a number of those flip,
if only those 6 of those 8, had flipped and we'd won them instead of lost. That is a hot button topic for me or term or whatever.
Yeah, because if they like 2-16 or
we had
whatever,
8 one-score losses.
Yeah,
okay.
I think McLean did that a couple years ago when the team was clearly bad.
To me, that makes it worse.
It was in all of the games last season except for 2.
That doesn't matter.
Like we in the NFL.
That doesn't matter. And then the other thing he said, and he said it toward the end of the audio that you just heard, that I just kind of went, okay. He said it's not a lot of things, it's the little things. No. It's a lot of things. It is a lot of things. Now, maybe that, certainly you can argue why and why not, they're close. You can argue, the whys of they have played these 2 games close. They have had opportunities on their last or second to last possession, whatever it was. Technically, they have been close. The why not to me though is in that answer that he gave. It's not a lot of things. It's the little things. It is a lot of things. It's 2 or 3 or more offensive linemen. It's 2 or 3 or more wide receivers. It's the defense getting gashed up the middle. It's tackling. It's discipline. It's, just go down the list. It's not like, man, if we can just fix the backup running back or even the running game, that would be one thing. But it's a lot of things, and to me, that's worrisome.
And maybe the nomenclature of using the word close here ends up obscuring something, which is, all right, we could talk about it's the little things. Those little things are not new.
Yeah,
and you had
that's a good point.
The time where it feels like you have an opportunity to fix things. We come off on the other side of off-season training camp, and those things reemerge. That's the part that's somewhat scary because you could say it's just the tackling. Tackling was a nagging thing for you last year. And so for that to come up again, for you to be like, well, this is something we could fix, inherently the doubt within any of us says, is it?
Yeah.
Now, it's possible that, yes, we know that there's talent on this defense before we even get to this, right? Maybe the simple answer is, hey, Henry To'oTo'o was playing above he's playing over his skis or whatever, playing above his head last year. And now that you have a healthy Christian Harris, you have some EJ Speed, depending on how you view him, maybe you shake up the playing time to get yourselves a little bit more consistency. Maybe it's that. Maybe it is indeed, just harping once again in a more advanced way on what the fundamentals are of tackling so you get back to being a better tackling team. Maybe that's part of it. Offensively, I think there's some more things that you're working with than simply that. But I think that even if you're like, oh, well, we're close, those things that you're talking about that would get you from close to there are things that we've seen as issues. And then the thing that I also come back to when it comes to this we're close messaging, and again, I want to make it clear, I understand why you have to be there. It seems, and tell me if you think I'm wrong here, it seems to run counter to the idea that the standard is the standard and this is what we have, right? The idea of we're close, just push a little farther feels like it feels like right now what it needs to be is, guys, we are not meeting the standard. And of course, maybe those can be still in the same place, but it feels different And I understand why D'Amico wants to kind of insulate his team and give them a positive message early on in the season. But it doesn't – I do wonder at sometimes is the way that I should say this. How much is the standard if we're seeing this?
Yeah, and they also are clearly, doing different messaging, or at least some different messaging behind closed doors to the players in their practices, et cetera. But the other reason that I think, why and why not are they close? Like I said, the why is another one for me is defensively. Like this was supposed to be – this is not a little thing. It is a collective, from pass coverage. Pass coverage is not good. Outside of Derek Stingley, who, by the way, I meant to say this yesterday. The Derek Stingley-Mike Evans matchup was worth the price of admission.
It was really fun.
He took him out.
9 targets, only 3 catches, and I think that the passer rating towards him was somewhere in the 40s.
Yeah, and Evans giving him his due at the end. Evans had a couple of catches that were pretty, the first drive especially, but still.
Little pro pushes here and there to maybe get a little separation.
Had the offensive pass interference and all. That was worth the price of admission. But defensively, outside of Stingley, where are they? And you've heard me say this. I said it last year at the beginning of the year. The mark of a championship team is players that you expect to be great are great. Players that you expect to have, a mid-level type performance are better than that. And then you get some surprises. Where is any of that on the defensive side outside of Stingley?
Maybe you go on your edge rushers, but the first 2 weeks, they've been able to be mitigated to some degree. Baker Mayfield, obviously, with a lot of pressure, was able to kind of move around a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Matt Stafford was just overrided that with getting the ball out quickly and making some phenomenal throws. Like, will you get – because, again, Will Anderson Jr. had 10 pressures, which is, something that had not been done by anyone else in the first 2 weeks of the season. That's the kind of pass rushing he was getting. But it felt like you also had the other side, the negative side of that pop up, which was overruns and getting too deep in your rush to where now you could be taking advantage of at times. Right. So, yeah, you also didn't feel like you were getting the effect of such great players off your edges.
Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock, Christian Harris, Henry To'oTo'o.
Mm-hmm.
Aziz has been okay, but but not exactly.
He had his
interior defensive line. That's 6 different things right there.
But all of them, and maybe this is just a speak it into existence type thing where
it's early.
It is early.
It is early.
We know that all these guys are capable of meeting the standard that we know is that is necessary to play the type of defense that they want to. I guess ultimately it's just, will they get out and perform? Remember, D'Amico was like, I'm tired of talking preseason. I want to see it on the field. I think that's how we feel on the outside looking in. I think he's turned into a place where he has to be optimistic. He has to give those guys a level of belief. And it's a short week, man. Give them that belief. Give them that confidence to go out and continue to play fast with physicality, and hopefully you can get back to playing at that level. But I hear you on the idea that you're close. I think at this point also, maybe the thing that we fall back on is close ain't good enough when you're at this level and the place that you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because right now, close is 0-2, and you're in results-oriented territory at this point. All right, you're in the loop. We're just getting going on a Wednesday. But coming up next, what's your gut telling you about the Astros today after they get a very big win against the Texas Rangers? 713-572-4610. We continue on Sports Radio 610.
Even after a last-second Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're going on Wednesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Your Houston Astros have now won this series versus the Texas Rangers with another victory last night, 6-5. One that got a lot more dramatic than it felt like it was going to be after earlier on in the game, but they do hold on.
Mini confession real quick?
Go ahead.
I gave up. I was out.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I was out.
All right, well, let us know. Let us know if you had anything similar. What was your gut telling you about this Astros team yet last night? What is it telling you now?
I was sitting there comfortable watching it, and then start getting out of hand. I'm like, man, They about to smooth piss me off.
Wait, hold on. All right, so the Astros are up 6-0.
I was out
in the fourth inning. You were out at that point.
Yeah,
okay, you were out on the good side. Like, this is
not
done,
the bad, not
like
the,
it's over.
Not the mad. I'm out.
Yeah, I thought this was. They got to the eighth inning.
Right.
You started seeing Rangers runs go up, and you were like,
once they left Merrill Kelly in, which, by the way, Bruce Bochy, what are you doing, man?
Bruce Bochy is waiting until he can get to the boat. I feel like
almighty. They should have taken him out the previous inning, but hey, you take what you can get.
Yeah, real nasty outing for Merrill Kelly, who's a good pitcher, I guess ostensibly. Only gave them three innings, and had 9 hits. Astros actually getting guys on, getting them over, and ultimately actually getting them in, which was nice. They gave themselves a nice cushion. Shout out to Jason Alexander. It was a blue ball.
AJ blue ball.
I've mixed up and I got to stop calling them quad A guys because they deserve more respect, but I mixed up that class of guys. That's even worse.
No.
No names is even worse than quad A guys.
No. It's a term of endearment. Remember the no-name defense that won the Super Bowl? It's like, they're a bunch of no-names, but they play together.
He's really selling this. 3 innings, 7 strikeouts for blue ball, who was just absolutely dealing. Gave you like 50 pitches, and then you bring on Colton Gordon to piggyback off it. He does a great job of handling his business. He ultimately gets the win. Abreu saves this thing out. Like, this was much needed, and this was kind of well executed, I have to say, for this team managing to get through this. Although, it got a little dicey with Enyel De Los Santos giving up those runs. But
I just went back and watched that. I was like, I thought for sure they had just, this is a lock.
It did feel like that.
Yeah.
It did feel like
That's
that.
what I thought. And the crazy thing is, I ain't really feel confident when Brady went out there. I was kind of like, oh, man. I'm like, this ain't looking good.
Yeah.
Well, asking him to get the 4-out save, and I think, was he issuing a walk in that very first, like the very first batter coming out, he issued a walk. And so you go, all right, what's happening here? But he's able to handle this out, get a save. What are you feeling? What is your gut telling you right now about the Astros? Because this is a win. This pushes the Rangers further back and maybe pushes them damn near out of the opportunity of really being a nuisance to you, especially if you get another win today. But the Mariners are on a 10-game win streak. They still remain a half game ahead of you, and they're the next ones that you will see. Like, where are you feeling? What's your gut telling you about the Astros?
It's a weird feeling for me, which is one of the reasons that we wanted to talk about this. I'm like kind of inspired by these guys, these no-names, as I put it. With Blue Ball, I think it's just a really cool story. He's pitching his ass off. Jaden Murray, played well. Jesus Sanchez with a nice throw from the outfield. And if we were in, March or February in spring training, and we're like, hey, AJ Blue Ball, Jaden Murray, Jesus Sanchez, look out. We'd be laughed out of spring training, out of the studio or whatever. So I'm kind of inspired that these guys are doing this and keeping them alive. But we haven't even mentioned Yordan is gone.
Significant injury is what it was called. Let's look.
Did he make it to the IL yet?
He has not been on the IL.
We'll have to hear the audio at some point.
Yeah, maybe we need to go ahead and get there. But yeah, like I oddly enough I was like, am I being a sucker? Because this gave me a little bit of hope. And look, the Rangers, they are an offense that struggles in their own right. So the idea that you held them scoreless for, 7 innings, and then you get to the 8th, and then there's this little flurry with Enyel De Los Santos on the mound. Like, you go, all right, what does that ultimately tell you? But I look at the box score, and obviously he felt like this in the game. Pena has 3 hits. Correa has a couple hits. Altuve gets a hit and has a couple RBI, right? You have a hit from Myers, you have a hit from Caratini, you have a hit from Yainer Diaz, you have a hit from Sanchez. Those are a lot of the guys that you look at that you go, hey, I need you to be stable for this team. I need you to be guys that are dependable for this team. And almost like to a man and almost to the right magnitude, you have those guys coming up for you in a game like this where you really should get it.
Yeah.
I think that is kind of encouraging because if for nothing else, right, whether you want to believe this is a good baseball team or not, you need to be playing your best baseball at the right time. And we're getting real close to that, this is the right time. And at the very least, in a very small 1-game sample, you're seeing the guys that you want to showing up here.
It's interesting also because you are inspired. It is a good thing. They've won, 4 out of 6 or something like that now. And so there's a little bit of a flurry going on. But losing Yordan, if nothing else, as much as we prove that Yordan can't do it by himself, he's still a threat and helps everybody around him. And so now that's happening. Now, you want some good news? I know Joe Espada said today on the flagship that he thinks, Dana Brown, that he thinks, they'll be able to bring back Isaac Paredes this weekend, which is the Mariners. So maybe there's some good news there too. So it's just a weird feeling with this squad. I also don't want to get in the place of where you get too optimistic because we know, what they can do offensively and fall flat, et cetera.
No, that's the thing I'm trying to fight myself from getting to, which is overvaluing 1 out of 162 just because it's later versus earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But I gotta admit, man, like this 1 out of 32 or 1 out of 162. I don't know why I said 32. Felt important, even though it was a game that felt like it was kind of over early in some ways.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Reggie, I'm going to send you a box of blow pop suckers. Great show as always. Hey, man, I'll be that. But I, you know what? It might just be as simple as I would much rather have a little bit of hope in this Astros team than like be downtrodden with it, just because I don't want to be in that place. And it probably doesn't help that the Texans have started 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
I need some happy. I need some hope when it comes to the Houston sports. So yeah, give me a little bit of that, man. Give me a shot of that Astros and finish it out by sweeping the Rangers here in the Silver Boot series.
And then you get into that Mariners series, and boy, you said it, 10 straight wins. Maybe they'll cool off.
It seemed like everybody been on the street, man. Like everybody in that wild card little space. The Mariners, the Guardians.
Hell, the Guardians are right back.
Yeah, man. It seemed like everybody picked the right time to just go streaking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like baseball because you can basically take most things either way depending on how you want to, right? You win 10 games, like, oh, they're hot. Or I could just be like, they're due to lose.
Yeah, that's exactly what
they're due for a loss, And so I choose to view it on that side. And maybe I hope that comes due, because if you get this win, you can get yourself back above the Mariners in the AL West.
And big game, because if the Mariners, continue what they're doing and you lose to Jacob deGrom tonight, all of a sudden it's a game and a half going into that series that you're back,
Yeah, that would be real problematic.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing about it is, we could push this off. Hey, you see Cal Raleigh out here still doing it?
What is 56, 55 and 56?
55 and 56. So he passes Mickey Mantle, and just like, man, this dude is he is bombing at the plate, and that's kind of scary for what you got coming up. But for the time being, the job in front of you is getting win number 3 on the series versus the Rangers. That's tonight. And we get to be in the building for this. You excited for this, man?
Yeah, I'm super excited for it, man.
Look at you guys. That's badass.
The only thing that's tough is I can't recall. The Astros won game I went to. Have you been to a game this year?
I haven't been to a game this year.
So at least
this is my first game.
At least, if you choose to, believe
I hate
in any
that you
level
put
juju
this out
whatever.
here, man.
Yeah. Well,
why you got to say something?
Sorry.
Now everybody gonna be taking score.
Yeah.
Right. 100%. At the Figgy Fig on social media.
Nah,
if you
don't
take
do
issue
that, man. Don't
with
do
whatever
that.
the result is.
Don't do that.
From Fig being in the building, because clearly it's not me. I've been there for a victory. I don't know about you. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What's an old school newspaper or journalism thing that you miss? Shout out to Chandler Romo, The Athletic. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's discuss.
place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. And breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't know how John Lopez deals with me, man. I just waxed poetic for a solid 3 minutes. And John's whole response, he was like, yep.
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 Yep. Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah, I just didn't get the okay cowboy. That's all I didn't get there. I appreciate that. Now it's his turn to get back at me. Question of the day time, baby. And you can tell that this comes from a place deep down in John Lopez's heart.
In your soul.
In your spirit.
Yes.
But I think especially if you're of a certain age. Now, if you're a little bit younger, this will be interesting to see how people interact with this. But what's an old school newspaper or journalism thing that you missed? 713-572-4610 is the number.
And it could be, the actual newspaper thing or just the journalist or the writer, the way they handle themselves. And this has to do with a little exchange we had yesterday, which there's a lot maybe to read or not read into it, however you feel it strikes you. But Joe Espada was asked about Yordan Alvarez's injury. And I kind of did a little fish shake out of baby Chandler. He had a very good question in this follow-up. And then he had a follow-up that was a very good, solid, journalistically sound follow-up. I mean, it was good old-school newspaper stuff. Joe Espada didn't take to it, which is certainly his
prerogative, right?
Prerogative. But the question was it was about the roster. It's about you're in a pennant race, a division race, and you're playing a man short
because you want to keep Yordan up.
But he also
said it ain't looking good.
Yeah, and
he said it's not good at all.
Well, let's hear the exchange, and then we'll get to.
Wait, hold on.
Then we'll get to the old school newspaper thing. For me personally, it does. I've read newspapers my whole life. I am interested, and I asked you this question seriously, and thought I was kidding. Do you remember newspapers?
Yes.
I
it hasn't been.
What's the age?
How old do you think that I am?
Well, I know.
He's like, what are you, 13?
But even 20 years ago, they were kind of fading.
Oh, my bad, 15.
Yeah, even 20 years ago, they were fading.
Right, no, but I have some experience. The only thing that's tough for me is my family wasn't a newspaper family.
My family.
So I am familiar with newspapers, but not in that same unique way that, if your family had the newspaper, you're picking them up off of the driveway, off of the doorstep, or whatever. But this was Chandler Rome flexing his journalism muscle yesterday.
Oh, yeah, well, you'll hear that.
My bad. I thought that. Look, I read that wrong. All right, so pursuant to the answer here, the old school newspaper journalism thing that you miss, this is where I actually wanted to respond to you when it came to, did you remember newspapers? I got to work in newspapers a little bit, tangentially, through high school football. I used to be a stringer, go out to games, keep stats, give a little quick accounting of what happened in the game. I love that, especially for a high school football. I realized that after a couple years, 2-3 years out of high school, I wasn't watching high school football and keeping up with it. And I was like, oh man, I miss being in watching high school football. And then I realized through that, I'm reading different cuts. I'm getting a feel for, this is a guy that's being recruited by this school. And I love seeing the pipeline. I still to this day had so much investment in Jalen Reagor. Who didn't really hit it big in the NFL because I watched him and I got to see that dude's incredible at the high school level, and it's because you see it through the paper, you see the local legends. Hell, we miss those.
Yeah.
What happened to we don't have nearly as much of a tie to. Oh, y'all don't know about this kid. He used to kill over at this high school, and maybe something happened. He didn't make it to college, but this local legend. And it feels like newspapers help facilitate that a great way.
For me, old school newspaper things that I loved, it just felt different holding it in your hand. You guys know how I feel about college football. Every newspaper would have. We got both newspapers, and on Sundays we got the New York Times. My dad was just voracious, about reading. And the college football notes column that would come out usually on Mondays or Tuesdays. And it would say the Big Eight, back then.
Yeah.
The Southwest Conference. It'd be Nebraska this and Colorado that. And I'm like, oh, really? I gotta remember that guy's name, and all this other stuff. So that was always cool. Letters to the editor were awesome. Just to read because they were a week late usually, and it was always tough. And the other thing, every morning, especially during baseball season, actually basketball too, box scores. Okay, and you're following the line with it didn't just pop up in big pixels like we do now on our phones. It was like you had to kind of almost hold a ruler to see, like, okay, he had 3 assists. He had it was box scores.
Hey, Fig, are you with Marcus on the YouTube page? Jet Magazine, page 43.
Oh yeah. The Jet Beauty of the Week.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. Mine is not really newspaper related, but it's more towards early Sports Center. When I didn't, we didn't have access to the internet and all that stuff, and how I used to focus on seeing if they show my team's highlights.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to see what this team did, and then that's how I would look at the stats. That's if they show it up on the screen. So they would do that for every NFL game and all that stuff. And then also I used to look at the ticker. The ticker was very important, where I got to see the score, see if the Astros won this game, or who hit a home run and all that stuff. I would really pay attention to the ticker. So that little stuff was very important. And then on top of like big news, like trades and stuff like that, you will always go to Sports Center because they're talking about it right now. They blew out their whole break just to talk about this big trade that happened.
Yep.
And now you don't really do that now. I think I talked about that recently with, I think it was Micah Parsons' trade when it happened. And they had some type of paid programming on there. I'm like, dang, like, where can I go? It was a weekend, too, I want to say. I think it was like a Saturday or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know who to go to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, remember there were also, some older people remember this, there were morning newspapers, there were also afternoon newspapers. And the afternoon newspaper might get like a trade that the morning paper didn't even have. And you'd be able to look at that. The other thing was, I just miss being able to save a front page on a big day in history, or your team's history, or whatever. Like I remember just like big events, and I saved that, like when the Rockets won the championship. I still have those front pages. Just stuff like that.
We're losing collectibles.
Yes,
because you mentioned that. Another one I mentioned myself, Fig, a couple. I think T Mill also going to the Astros game tonight. There's no physical ticket. Right, we're losing those kind of sports collectible adjacent things that are not like jersey and game ball and bat, and we're losing those things. There's fewer and fewer.
Same
of those
thing with
things.
concert tickets. You don't really get the concert tickets anymore. They all on Apple Pay or on your Apple Wallet.
One of the things I thought of, because somebody texted in, rushing home from school to read the Sports Illustrated.
Oh yeah,
we still have feature stories, but they're not nearly as.
It's not the same.
There's not as many of them,
not the same.
and they're not as robust because, like
a true profile where they spent like a month.
Yes,
they spent like a month working on it.
I feel like, and of course, we get to know these players a little bit more because there's a more direct opportunity to I guess see them in various media. Now they're talking about in podcasts and stuff. But it kind of was nice to have this really streamlined perspective, and maybe this is heady, or maybe this is like, I don't know, elitist is the right word or whatever. Getting someone who could organize the thoughts really well, as opposed to just kind of like getting a fire hose of information through social media and podcasts. Getting this like really well crafted look at a player. I told you, one of the pieces of writing that I hold dearest was Wright Thompson writing about Tiger Woods, because I was like, oh, that's why he is like his work with the Navy SEALs training, because he was because of how he's always trying to like impress and please his dad, and having those. I was like, oh, this helps me understand that man so much more than if he had been doing a podcast. I think.
Here's the other thing and this ties into the actual journalism, or at least the credibility or whatever. I miss and I'm not. I mean, like when I was a kid, not when I was one myself, but when I was a kid, if a really well-known, respected columnist said it, that was it. That was the truth.
You ain't got to worry about fake news.
Well, yes. No, I'm saying like what his word was got, like Dan Jenkins, Dan Cook in San Antonio, I read a lot. Like if Dan Cook or Dan Jenkins wrote something, I'm like, well, I guess that's the truth. I guess that's it, because those guys.
Also they did their work in trying to make sure it's accurate. It wasn't just throwing a tweet out there and it's a bunch of baloney.
Right. I mean, they were like the voices of God. They like, he's just like, okay, if they said it, It's true. It's real. I agree with them.
I am amazed that nobody has said the bikini or the swimsuit edition.
Oh, yeah.
But I did see a Dear Penthouse forum from the 409. Appreciate you for doing that. And someone's just like, hey, man, the fact checking. It does feel like as local news has contracted, that portion of this is gone. And then also there's less solid and competent reporting. Competent is not fair. I shouldn't say that, but there's less.
No, I think it's
less
fair.
robust
No, I think it's
reporting
fair.
on your space.
The
man.
thing is, you're trying to get it out there first before everything else.
Yeah,
they're competing with digital as opposed to kind of competing on a plane that feels more.
I
fair.
remember the classifieds. You know, you'd go through the classifieds and they'd have it marked off in different like. You know,
you lost me. You had me. I was sticking with you pretty good.
Like, you know, different categories of work and stuff like, oh, I could qualify for that. You go through them all, read them all, call the number. Oh, it's filled. Sorry. Okay, thanks.
Somebody said, and look, we're getting into real magazines. XXL on the Source giving out 5 mics.
That's that's the first thing I thought about.
That goes back to what you were saying about like a well-respected columnist is just a voice that you could really, really trust. I mean, there's still a lot of voices out here in media that you can trust. It's just you have to be a little bit more discerning. It used to be like, I see this stamp of this newspaper or this magazine that I love, I could really rock with it. Somebody said, y'all sound like D'Amico talking about getting it out first.
Well, it's not just him.
And this is the thing, I don't think he's wrong about that inherently, and that you know kind of pulls journalists to get into bad situations. I just feel like that's not the full accounting of what's happening with those.
The thing is when you get it wrong. If it's wrong information, then that's where you have an issue with it.
Somebody said movie times in the newspaper, and then also from the 713, simply reading
or trying to decide what movie to watch in the newspaper.
Yeah,
they would have a whole section or a whole page of like, this is just out. This is just out. Do I want to watch that? Oh, that looks pretty good. I don't know.
You know, I still have the Sports Illustrated with that predicted the Astros. I still have it.
I have some in the attic. My favorite one is the Larry Bird on the cover with the 2 cheerleaders, and they're doing the
Indiana State.
Yeah, the Indiana State one. I
just realized I need to go get those framed because I have that magazine and I need to do that. All right, cool. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's our question today. Appreciate you getting involved. Coming up next, Texans are actually making some moves. Let's tell you what those are, and then also go around the NFL.
Ready? Division rivalry games are always important. This week against the Jags is as big as it gets. here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610, and we begin with some Texans news. I see Aaron Wilson had it early, but the Texans made an announcement that wide receiver Justin Watson will be sidelined indefinitely with a calf Achilles injury that he sustained against the Buccaneers. Apparently, he did not tear it, but it's likely an IR designation that's going to pop up for him. Now, Christian Kirk and Braxton Berrios, remember, D'Amico said that he's expecting them back for this week. However, I mean, this does feel like, that's one of the guys that they trusted to go and actually run routes out of the slot. Christian Kirk being back will be good. However, does this maybe finally portend to seeing some Jalen Noel on the field?
Oh, it has to, doesn't it? And by the way, the Texans have officially announced that he is going to be on the reserve injured list, Justin Watson.
Gotcha, thank you.
So they've announced that. They've also announced that they have signed Brendan Bates, which I know you have some information on. But with or without Justin Watson, I've been feeling we're going to talk about it. That at least Jalen Noel. I mean, what else do you have to do, to get on the field in more reps?
Right, but that does really stink, at least for some of the things that I was thinking about when it comes to this offense, which I'm already kind of getting tired of talking about. But as you're developing it, I thought the idea of Justin Watson is that's a guy who's a veteran who has a level of familiarity with how this works and he can go out and do his job. I imagine that's why he got more burn. I don't know if anybody was particularly happy about it, but I imagine that was some of the thought process behind it. Christian Kirk returning should give you a little bit more of that. Braxton Berrios as well. But yeah, I mean, just a dude that is going to be in the right place, that has some value. And now it seems like you're going to lose him for an extended period of time. But maybe that forces the play callers and the people who have the power of their hands into actually utilizing probably their better players.
Or maybe 0-2 does it.
Maybe that.
There's a couple of
as you mentioned, tight end Brandon Bates is also being added to the Texans, or is being signed. I'm not seeing practice squad designation for him here. Signed straight to the roster. I went to, I'm very fond of Dane Brugler and his work at The Athletic doing draft stuff. 2024 was the draft class that Brendan Bates was in. He was an undrafted free agent. However, out of Kentucky. However, he ends up now with your Texans. Basically, looking at him, he kind of really was a strong strong blocker, run blocking tight end for Kentucky when he was there. But I want to read you this line from Dane Brugler, who said, overall, Bates is a better pass catcher than his production would indicate, obviously from college, and he has the size and speed tools to develop into a complementary wide tight end, which is very much feels like what you need right now. Now, of course, again, he is a year out of, he had his rookie season, didn't make any catches in his rookie year. We're talking about 6'4", 250, thereabouts.
They list him at 255. The Texans did.
There you go. So, he feels like he should be some level of analog for the physicality that you're losing a little bit from Cade Stover if he can get the system well and if he can get up there and block it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the guy was on two teams last year. Was obviously available, doesn't have a catch, only got into 7 games. This is truly the definition of kicking the tires and hoping for the best.
But they signed him straight to the roster.
Yes.
I feel like you kick the tires putting somebody on the practice squad.
They signed him straight to the roster.
A little bit more.
Is that good?
I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
7 games, 2 teams, no catches, and only played in, it's...
How much burn you think you're going to get in this game coming up?
Boy, I don't know.
You got a lot of Harrison Bryant in this game. Obviously, you got a little bit of Jakob Johnson doing tight end things in this game as well. And remember, you've had 2 call-ups of Jakob Johnson thus far. That's interesting, actually. Jakob Johnson doesn't get put on the roster, but Brendan Bates does.
Yeah, and I honestly, I was amazed. I was looking at the PFF grades that Jakob Johnson actually had a decent one. I didn't think he played well. From what I saw, he got, maybe it was just a couple plays, but I didn't think he played well. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But in addition to that, a couple of defensive backs added to the practice squad. Cornerback Ajani Carter.
Kajana Carter?
No, not Kajana Carter. Ajani Carter, who played cornerback at University of Houston. He's a rookie. And then Jalen Mills returns. Obviously, that was the guy at safety that you saw come in during training camp. You were wondering if he'd be kind of a depth guy. He will return to the practice squad for this team. That's a veteran guy that maybe you can utilize as depth if you need it. All right, some other things around the NFL. Did you realize that head coaches get hurt too?
Oh, that was wild.
I was so fascinated by this. Apparently, Rams coach Sean McVay, he tore his plantar fascia when the team won in Nashville versus the Titans. He said his foot is good. He did tear his plantar fascia, so well, that's a good thing because I guess it allows you to heal a little bit faster. But I was being dramatic, limping around toward the end of the game, but MRI confirmed that. I didn't realize that was something that coaches really had to worry about. I didn't realize they had to worry about it.
Did they put him on the IR for that?
No, they're not going to do that.
I wonder if he ends up I don't remember who was the head coach. I think it was in Blacksburg for a Virginia Tech game. I don't remember if it was a Virginia Tech coach.
Mm-hmm.
They're coaching from the box.
Oh, there was a couple of those. I've seen a couple of those. There was, I can't remember either who it was, but yeah, there have been a couple. I mean, I guess it's not off the table that he could be in the coach's box. If it's swollen and he needs to be off his feet and all that
or
stuff.
Or you pull a Deion Sanders and have a seat out there.
Yeah.
He'll
He'll look like Phil Jackson in that giant chair.
Oh, God.
Or you remember Ron Harper in the NCAA tournament for Georgia State when he had that little stool?
Didn't he have a scooter? Who was the coach that had a scooter? Remember that?
I think that might have been Ron Harper when he was on the side.
Yeah.
When he was on, he had like a little
around that little thing on your knee.
He had a little throne, almost like a drummer's throne, and he fell off of it when there was a game-winning shot. Yeah,
Didn't Matt Patricia have something too?
Oh, he was driving around in a golf cart. I know during training camp. No, he was hurt. He broke his foot or something.
Was that before?
He was
or
in
after?
a boot. Yeah, he was in a boot.
Yeah, he was. That's when he was the coach for the Lions.
Was that before or after he promised to? Or never mind. Don't worry about that. Want to remind you that. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year, which is about $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We talked a little bit about Tom Brady on the Monday night broadcast being in that booth for the Raiders, even though he is he's a part of the NFL on Fox team. He's a analyst and he gets in those production meetings. Well, according to the NFL, Tom Brady did not violate any NFL rules by wearing a headset in the Raiders coaching booth during Monday night's game. The NFL said yesterday in a statement that Brady, who is obviously a minority owner with the Raiders, is prohibited from going to a team facility for practice or production meetings, but the former star is allowed to sit in the coach's booth.
Did you? Okay. Yeah. What they're doing here is they're deflecting. This is classic. It has nothing to do with can an NFL owner or partial owner sit in the booth. Nothing to do with that. We know the hell. What's her name with the Colts stands on the sideline.
Carly Ursay-Gordon
with
a crazy iced out Cuban link chain.
Yeah.
I kind of.
I'm fine with
Side note,
hey, they 2-0.
I respect it. Yeah,
they 2-0.
Hey, would you rather her not be into the game?
Hey,
I'll
roll with it.
I kind of like it, but they're just talking about.
Wait,
look,
y'all are doing it. They're 2-0. So as soon as they start losing, she got to go.
Hey,
get up to the suite.
Hey, I'm good with something. They down there working their asses off.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't have anything to do with their record. I just think I respect the fact that she's like into it.
Yeah,
she's plugged in. But again, Reggie, this has nothing to do with can an owner do that. It's can an owner do that who also goes on Zoom meetings with opposing teams the week before they play them, which is going to happen this week.
Yeah, they were like he was sitting in the booth in his capacity as a limited partner. Yeah, we know. The problem is that you have that crossover. It seems like the NFL and it's somewhat to be expected that they're like that the league office is just going to be like, oh, nothing to see here. I do wonder because again. We can make noise all we want. That's really not going to make a big deal. I do wonder if other team owners in the league make a fuss because those are the people that will ultimately get something done and make something shake. But this is a clear conflict of interest with all this. But I also, something within me goes, let them. I kind of want to see the Raiders. I kind of want to see the Raiders be good, man.
I'm not down with you on that one. Yeah, that's
I mean, if I'm the other team, I'm not telling y'all nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm lying to y'all. I'm like, we gonna run the T-bone this week.
The T-bone.
Yeah, I'm lying my ass off, man. I'm not telling y'all nothing.
Mm-hmm. So he's calling Cowboys at Bears this weekend.
Correct.
Next weekend, the Raiders face the Bears.
Sounds like the
If
Raiders.
I'm Ben Johnson, yep, everything cool. Yep, we gonna run the offense. Yep. I'm not telling y'all nothing.
Yeah.
Sounds like the Raiders might need to get in here, or you might need to go and get on your favorite app, see what the Raiders talking about. See if you might be able to make a little money. I don't know.
It just feels and sounds and looks dirty.
Although the way that Geno and Ashton Genty looks, maybe you don't need to worry about Tom Brady involved with any of this. Maybe none of that matters at all whatsoever. All right, some other things around the NFL. We didn't talk about this, but I meant to. There was a lot of video circling about the Philadelphia Eagles and their tush push. Obviously, we've had much conversation about this, but they faced off against the Chiefs in one particular play in this. You get that shot down the line of scrimmage, and you can see both guards firing off well before that snap is actually taken. There's no penalty thrown or no penalty called, no flag thrown or anything. And you can maybe believe that that's one instance, but I think a lot of people are pointing to this is part of why they are so effective.
Yeah.
Clearly, they have the strength and the great offensive line, but they are capable of getting off early as they do consistently, and that is an undue advantage. Well, Jordan Mailata, the left tackle of the Eagles, he said he's had enough. He was on, I believe, their flagship, our sister station, WIP, up there in Philadelphia, and he said that is incredibly disrespectful to impact the Eagles' defense and special teams rather than giving them credit. He said, quote, "I understand the outrage. What I don't understand is them using it as an excuse as to why we won the game. I think it's incredibly disrespectful to say our defense and special teams who balled out, and my brothers on defense and special teams who balled out that game, who had our backs when we weren't moving the ball or weren't doing anything." Close quote.
Yeah, see, I don't know if I would necessarily go that far, but I do agree with him from this perspective. That's a well-coached team. That's a you know what?
But that's not what they're doing, John.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
That's a well-coached team. They got away with it. The referees, there are two referees standing on the line of scrimmage. It is such a well-practiced, well-coached play that they can do it. If they want to call it, call it. If they think they have the video evidence to back up that call, then do it. I just think they got away with a well-constructed, well-timed play.
Look, I hear what you're saying there, but this is a consistent. Like, we're seeing this right now, and I think it's an indication of what has been there. They've constantly been taking advantage
I think it's been there, yeah.
And I think that this is where it gets frustrating is, all right, within the rules, like, hey, you got to just go beat it. But if I got to go beat it and you have, like, a leg up in getting off the ball, how am I supposed to, right? And I understand this. I wish that there would have been more of a conversation about this when the possibility of banning the tush push comes up, because maybe you don't straight up ban it because of this, but at least if you apply pressure, you have to get to the officials and go, are you going to call this fairly?
Well, my thing is more like if they did this against the Texans, I'd be upset. I'd say, hey man, they're moving early, just like a lot of people are doing. What I'm saying though has nothing to do with you're right. This is something where they have an advantage. And they've used that advantage to maybe and probably gain some touchdowns and first downs. What I'm saying though is call it or be better, at defending it, because they're still getting it done, as they can. They're getting away with it here.
Yeah, to me, I feel like this is similar to an offensive lineman who moves early and
they
refs
never
not calling it.
It's a good point.
Yeah,
like Landon Dickerson.
I was going to use the old neighborhood play at second base when you're turning a double play. Do they really touch the base all the time? Probably not, but they get away with it because it's so close to call and it's hard. It's hard to really litigate. That's what I'm saying.
Will it make it better if they start calling it? They looking in the pile and start calling it? Sure, but I just think, I don't know. I think people just really upset over they can't stop this.
I thought Figgy's example is the best one because I was going to go the whole neighborhood. Like, yes, you can call it.
Yeah,
stop it or call it.
What's the difference between? What's the difference between just a regular missed call?
Yeah.
Well, because it happens consistently on this play it's not like, all right, well, it happens sometimes, but it's going to even out overall. It doesn't even out. It leans so heavily to the Eagles, and I understand, well, they're just doing this better. But then this is where you can't be fighting against, and this is kind of a popular parlance in sports, can't be fighting against them and the rest. And it feels like if you're not going to call that and force the Eagles to be on the right side of the line here, you are really just putting your thumb on the scale against all these other teams that are trying to.
Well, again,
I mean, if the refs start calling, will it stop the tush push? Would that change everything?
But I think it makes it a more fair playing field, and then we can absolutely exist off of. Again, remember, I'm on the place where I'm good with like, hey, keep the tush push, but it needs to be on a fair place. Like it does. Like the whole idea is we're trying to facilitate this game for fairness. And it's already people are already wondering, is this a play that is worth keeping in?
Yeah.
It doesn't help at least the optics, but I think also just like the general foundation of the play. If you're also getting out early every single time you do.
I understand the point.
No, I get it, but you can also make that argument for somebody like a Myles Garrett who crossed the line a little early,
or the left tackle that pops that left leg out. Wait, he looked like he was off. He was a procedure call.
Some of them be jumping a little early, and I think if they call it, then I totally get it. But I don't know, ain't nothing you can really do about this.
And when you say if they call it, that's what I'm talking about. They need to call it. Like this is what it needs to come down to.
I mean, a ref should call everything.
The refs need to call.
They shouldn't miss anything.
Hey guys, there's holding on every play, man.
No, but the thing that we had the benefit at training camp to talk to Sean Hughley, right? Because the NFL makes sure to send out officials to talk to the media and obviously teams before the season. And one of the things that they talked about is like when it comes to some of those things, the idea of there's holding on every play, they're not going to call a holding if it doesn't affect the play. In a similar way, I think that you probably would get the idea of we're going to call it when it matters the most in some of these because, to be fair, it's going to be impossible for them to be perfect. These are calls that affect the play, right? Like this affects this very pivotal play when you get up in a 1-yard situation and they're able to get off early. That is a large effect. Like, we're not just talking about moving a little bit early. We're talking about, like, you are getting leverage in a situation that is entirely about leverage. You know what I mean? I think that's why it becomes important in my perspective. And somebody said, don't punish the Eagles unless you're going to start punishing Mahomes and the Chiefs. I think that when you start looking at the numbers on what the Eagles have when it comes to some of these things, you'll change your tune just a little bit. But, again, I think I do fall back to what you're talking about. They're getting away with it, so like that for them on their side, they got to keep doing it. I think this falls on the NFL.
Stop it, whether you're the opposing team or the NFL.
Yeah, or if you're a referee, if you see something that's fishy or somebody move early, throw the flag.
I need to see it. I need to see you throw the flag. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's around the NFL. Coming up next, we were just talking about Justin Watson going to the IR. Don't the Texans have to trust their young guys this week, right? Or would making significant changes offensively be too much too soon for this team? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about your roof, guys. With Braun's Roofing, Skeeter Braun, you can trust him. He's a good friend. offensive line. Why not? They right now.
Who's the competition that we're talking about here?
Well, I'm saying, is Juice Scruggs that bad? Is he that bad? Because let's look at some of the things. We're talking about they're not performing. Maybe you need to get a Gumbawali out and Woody Marks in. That's performance based. That is merit based. The offensive line, when it comes to performance, is vastly subpar from what we expected right now. They are not performing. They are not performing at a high level. In fact, right now, they have the 6th most pre-snap penalties in the NFL. That is awful. And that is focus, that is discipline and all that stuff. This offensive line, they were horrible on third down. They're not running the ball.
No, they weren't getting pushed.
They weren't getting any push. They were getting pushed back.
Right.
Why aren't we talking about the offensive line moving people around? They did during the preseason.
They did, but that was obviously to try and figure some things out. And I think that we weren't necessarily all that happy about all the moving around. The cheeky response is also we want to do more online shuffle, huh? But I think the real response is, the talent level. What we're seeing is like the talent level isn't there, right? This doesn't feel like as much of, at least in week 2. You tell me if you saw this differently.
Mm-hmm.
Week 2 didn't feel like, oh man, dudes are not in the right place. Week 2 felt like dudes not able to like muscle up.
No, 100%.
And especially if we talk about week 2 where you have your guards are Laken Tomlinson and Titus Howard. Or sorry, not Titus Howard, rather Ed Ingram, right? You can look at the size of those guys. Juice Scruggs being a smaller guy in there, does that feel like that answers that particular problem of getting push-up?
But that I feel like that kind of answers John's question a little bit, because is Juice that bad to the point where you got Ed Ingram and Tomlinson out there? Are they playing that well enough where you can't even go to Juice at all?
That's
you
my
can't
point.
even bring up the conversation.
He is a non-starter, literally. And literally a non-starter when it comes to getting into the lineup. Cam Robinson, some of hell. I'm not his biggest fan, but Blake Fisher. Are they that bad that you can't even, when you're getting your ass kicked, you can't even run it out there for practice and see what happens?
Can I ask you your question right back to you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to see Blake Fisher out there?
No, Blake Fisher was I qualified that one.
Do you really want to see Cam Robinson out there again? Because it feels like you wanted Ariante.
He was a starter.
So we want to shuffle this thing back around. Cam Robinson at left.
Look, I'm not a fan of shuffling around.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying, the question was very clear to start. Do you need significant changes?
Well, you do.
The answer is yes, you do.
But the conversation, and I think this is how we came out the gate coming out of that game, is this was a problem that you set up for yourself in the offseason, and this is a problem that can really only be answered in the offseason.
But that's water under the bridge. Sorry for the cliche.
No, I understand.
What we have is these dudes. So you're saying it's these 5 guys, hell or high water, because the other 3 or 4 guys behind them suck that bad?
They lost the battles that we've talked about, like the training camp.
Then it's worse than I thought.
Training camp. Well, damn it, that's what we were talking about, coming into this, right? Like that was why we were so upset. Of hey, Kevin Zeitler's right there. Why are you not picking him up?
Mm-hmm.
Because this was a possibility, right? The whole idea was you get 5 fingers in the glove, and hopefully they can pull in the same direction. If this is what they are saying, they felt like their best 5 was, you keep them together and hope that you can get them to play better with technique. But as of right now, and honestly, as of weeks ago, we kind of felt like the ceiling on what the talent was on this offensive line wouldn't be enough. And early on, that's seeming to prove to be the case. This is why we are mad to some degree at the general manager and at the decision makers, because you did not give yourself much leeway. Everybody has to be revving at 100% for you to give yourself a chance. And when they are not, you start asking yourself questions like, well, can we put Cam Robinson in? Can we put Blake Fisher in? And that's honestly not a place that I wanted to be anyway.
Yeah, I think it just hits a little different when you looking at the other positions like running back. If Dare ain't doing right, you say, oh, Woody Marks right there. Let's bump him up the list a little bit. Or even receiver, you got some rookie receivers. Hey, let's move Jalen Noel up the list. It seems like it's not a conversation with the offensive line, and they're just as bad too. And it's no question that, hey, let's see what Juice can do. Well, screw it, because we're this bad. Let's see if somebody else could come in and play. And I don't know, it just hits a little different.
Well, then let's put it where it is and where it belongs. That is, you're wasting three roster spots. If you can't even in desperate times put a dude out there. He's just basically holding a clipboard like a third-team quarterback.
Yeah,
you're wasting the spot.
I will say, to the kind of defend it a little bit, I will say it's early. Maybe they want it. Maybe they feel like they could be getting somewhere, and it just got to gel a little more.
Well, no, maybe there is something to be said for you got to allow these guys to work together a little bit longer. I think that, but I hear what you're saying, right? I think that you go to a depth player though once you know that the starters are not being able to do this. And the question I have for you is, do you feel like you saw the starting five, those starters, and you were like, oh no, this absolutely does not work with these five?
I don't see how you could come to any other conclusion.
Well, then you're going to be playing musical chairs all season long.
Where are they ranked in rushing and third down conversions and penalty? Penalties is a big one too. You know, sixth in the league in most pre-snap penalties. That's a good way to get benched.
Yeah, but it also shows you they didn't really address the offensive line throughout the season.
Well, sure.
Where they, so I guess maybe those are the best five.
Mm-hmm. And from the 713, bro, you played 2 playoff teams and you could have won both, and you're trashing the Texans. This is the thing. You can't go results oriented. You gave up a 40% pressure rate for your quarterback.
Yeah, well,
I
didn't even mention that. I didn't even mention that 40% pressure rate.
But you were.
Is that trashing them? No, that's telling you what they did.
But my thing is, you were a playoff team too. It wasn't. It wasn't like you was 4 whatever last season. You was a playoff team. Hell, you beat the Bucs a couple years ago in a great game.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a salute, but I don't want to hear that.
We're not trashing anybody. I mean, that's a fair question.
Yeah, and
40% pressure rate, all the penalties, no run game. That's trashing them? No. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't get real push on the line, and so ultimately, some of this is, and I understand the question that you continue to bring. Mm-hmm. The resignation I have is one that this organization has set up for me, which is the only real path to getting better is just letting these guys congeal and gel together and hope that raises the ceiling on what their play is. Because moving them around consistently is actually not going to help this.
That's what I think they're doing. I think they probably trying to give us some time, but if it's let's say week 5, week 6, and it's getting worse, I think you will probably see a Juice Scruggs, or maybe they throw in Blake Fisher somewhere or something like that.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Let's talk about the injury that was for the Astros, or at least the information that we got on the injury. We'll do that next.
Even after a last second.
SportsRadio610.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Astros have an opportunity to do something really good, which is sweep the Rangers. Always want to do that, and that'll happen tonight as they face off against the Rangers. Game 3 of this series. It's Christian Javier on the bump, and I'm very excited to be out there in the building, but I'm not going to lie. Little cautious about that optimism because, I mean, I mentioned that Christian Javier is going. Jacob deGrom's on the other side of that. He's been pitching really well.
He really has. Then again, last night's pitcher was pitching really well, too, coming into the game. Merrill?
Yeah, Merrill Kelly. What is your confidence level? I know I ask you this from time to time when it comes to Christian Javier because it's been a little bit it's been a lot of up and down since he's returned from injury, and we're still looking for those guys that you can trust when it comes to this rotation. Obviously, Jason Alexander has handled his own very well. Fromber's giving you some up and down. Where are you on Christian Javier going into this?
No, Javier is a very he's a tough one. I really still don't know what to expect from him. I know they're going to have to rely on him in situations like this. If or when they get into the postseason, it's going to be one of the most interesting calls to see how they line this thing up. Obviously, Jason Alexander is a big part of it. I mean, are you gonna get into a postseason and have like an opener? You know, I mean, not in the first series, obviously in the wild card, but or whatever it may be, wild card round. But I mean, I have no idea what to expect from the pitching staff moving forward.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, at least Javier gave you 6 the last time out, but it's going to need to be good. Now, thankfully, the Rangers' offense has been kind of so-so, and that might be being really kind to them of late. So maybe this can be a lighter landing for him in some ways to help him get to pitching pretty well. But you definitely need some run support, like you got last night. Thankfully, a 6-5 ultimate victory for the Astros. A really good outing by AJ Blueball, who's continued to come up big for you when you need him to, and then Colton Gordon piggybacks on the back of that. The pen was an interesting proposition because once Enyel De Los Santos came in, he was the one who gave things up. But Brian Brady with the four out save at the end of this. I didn't get your general feel for this game because we talked about kind of how you're feeling about the Astros in general. What was your feel for this game in particular?
This game in particular, I thought Bruce Bochy really made some interesting calls, starting with the starting pitcher to leave him in the way he did. I also felt Jesus Sanchez made a very big play that ultimately was one of the difference makers. And then my big takeaway is that as much as we talked about, Joe Espada and how did he put it, like didn't you hear what I just said or something like that? That's very un-Joe Espada-like. And I'm wondering, as steady a hand as this organization has put forward, especially with Joe Espada, we talked after the Fromber stuff and then some of these injuries, how much is it going to affect, what's going on in the clubhouse? I kind of wondered, are they feeling it a little bit? This is a very un-Astros thing to feel because they've been so confident and they've been able to always withstand and overcome. Are there starting to be some, not cracks, but maybe some tension, inside that clubhouse, starting with the manager?
I don't think so.
He normally wouldn't have done that.
No, I know, but that might be more him with us than him with that team. Like, there's obviously frustrations of having to deal with things.
Yeah.
We know that Yordan Alvarez is not going to go on IL, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But one more IL stint for these Astros would set a new standalone MLB record for most IL stints in a single season. They're currently tied with the 19 Yankees at 29 IL stints. Like, he's had to. That's just one of the kind of difficulties of the terrain that he's had to traverse.
Yeah.
And he's been questioned all the way across that. And so I feel like you get to the tough part, you're continuing to strain, and it feels like people are pushing up against you in your decision making. I get how he does that. I have a feeling this organization, the team itself, is still pulling in one direction with one potential outlier, which obviously is Framber Valdez, just based off of kind of the, for lack of a better term, like outbursts or what the things that we've seen that have looked a little dicey.
And I wouldn't blame him. I mean, I know I'd be like, oh my gosh, what's going on?
Which one, Fromber or Espada?
No, Espada for showing a little bit more nervousness, tension, whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't blame him at all. Good news, Isaac Paredes is maybe going to be back this weekend, and the update on Hader is still maybe for the postseason.
Yeah, I think he said possibly for the second round and later. I think I feel good about that, right? Like the idea of if he's there
Bless
for the
your
second
heart.
round. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mental gymnastics I'm doing to try and give myself a little bit of confidence when it comes, or just feeling better about the Astros. But they're currently a half game back of the Mariners. If they do get Isaac Paredes back for the Mariners series, that is a dude that you trust to be in that, in that dominant spot in the middle of your lineup and give you a guy to work around as well, especially when you have Carlos Correa going pretty well, Jose Altuve at least adding in of late. And, the number of guys that you have that are playing pretty well. Jeremy Pena, obviously. If you have a Paredes, it feels like you fill that hole with guys that are maybe hitting decently. You give yourself an opportunity to really be aggressive and possibly take back the lead and really build a little bit of a lead through a 3-game
And you
set.
figure it out with Paredes. You put him in the lineup and the roster and the batting lineup every day.
Yeah, second round,
Figure it out.
I see you, Rocky. Second round, but if you do have him, that's when you need him mostly anyways, right? If you can manage to get yourself to that place where he's coming back, when you can go Abreu into Hader in those big games, if you are deeper into the playoffs, that gives you a shot. But, of course, you got to do the other things that get you there, and that is finishing out this week properly. You mentioned this game last night. I did want to give a little shout-out to, was it Cam and Wright that had a nice trap?
Yes.
I thought that he was going to really, have that hop over him as he's really he's charging the ball in right. And it does feel like he has progressed quite a bit defensively. Like, I remember on the broadcast yesterday, there was when he came up to play, it was like he used to be the shiny new toy, and it kind of made me take a step back and look at him. And I'm still. How are you with the Cam Smith rookie season? Because it was started off fantastic and you needed it. Got a little lackluster at some point in the middle. Where are you at this point with the Cam Smith season?
I think it fits the profile. Nobody is bailing. Nobody is mad. I think it just fits the profile of what a very young player that didn't have a lot of didn't play a lot of games, didn't have any major league experience. How it's going to go, how the arc goes, and I don't know if I necessarily have a lot of confidence in him, but I haven't lost confidence in terms of like big picture.
All right, one more thing here and what's popping, and it's entirely diametric to what we've been talking about here. Actually, no, I should have talked about Yordan. Yordan, he's not going on the IL, it doesn't seem like, but he's been discussed as having a significant injury with that ankle. Does that feel like the right decision to you? Because you're playing a man down with your roster at this point.
Yeah, you cannot play a man down when every game is – and Espada said this. He's treating every game like a playoff game. That's another takeaway from last night. I mean, he burned that bullpen. I mean, it is – today it's going to be like, all right, who feels okay, because he – but he is doing it the right way in terms of treating every game like a playoff game. Well, you can't have a roster that is a man down. I feel as if we might hear something today before the game. Or maybe tomorrow on the off day, simply because they know this. They're not going to go into that Mariners series a man down. I think they're just trying to really get a good feel for what exactly is going on with that ankle.
Maybe so. They're holding out hope. The only thing was, I was like, am I doing too much with if they're not willing to put him on the IL? And then Joe Espada, in responding to the media questions, was basically like, you heard, I'm not going to give you all the information.
One day at a time.
Day at a time. I was like, is it possible that there is a little more hope, but he's trying to manage media better than they have in the past, where they say, well, we're hoping he comes back, and then they don't, and then they look stupid?
Yeah, but he did say it's worse, it's bad. Yeah.
To me, it seemed like he was a little frustrated for the simple fact that I guess they're not putting him on the IR, and that's kind of giving a little hope. Like, oh, maybe it's not that bad. And he like, look, it is bad.
Yeah.
So I think he probably a little frustrated with that on top of playing the man short.
Yeah.
Feels like in the pen, Brian King, who didn't pitch yesterday.
Oh, do you have the numbers? Who's available?
Well, I'm just looking at it. In the last 3 days, I mean, Brian Abreu threw 32 last night after throwing 12 the night before. It feels like he's out of pocket. I don't even know how much you would like to put Enyel De Los Santos out there because he's had 42 in the last 3 days. Greg Kimbrell had 25 3 days ago. So I do wonder if, that's a guy that you can turn to. I'm not going to say the name that I'm looking at right here. Brian King is he's only had 19 in the last couple of days. So you wonder if maybe he is up for it. And then Okert, he's had 32 in the last 3 days, but he didn't pitch last night. So I do wonder if he's available for you as like a maybe if you need to. Yeah, no, there's a lot of guys who have thrown a decent amount of pitches over the last few days. I'm just looking at it visually, and I guess I'll turn it towards you. You can see kind of a lot of these guys that have had opportunities to be up and trying to throw for you in those later innings. So you're just going to kind of have to cobble it together as
Joe Espada has, and I imagine this is where you lean even more on offense. Give me some leeway so we can stretch some things out and get out with a series sweep. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Fair point from the 281. Expanded rosters in September makes it a little bit easier to play a man down, but still, I think that everybody has an expanded roster, and you want to make sure that you give yourself the best opportunity. We just went through where your bullpen is as well. All right, coming up next, let's talk more about this offense because some national media members talking about the Texans were asking for easy buttons. How does this offense make it easy for C.J. Stroud? I kind of want to talk about that next.
Thirsty Thursday is headed to Clint's next. sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's talk more about this Houston Texans offense. It's the focal point of what this team needs to get right on. I mean, obviously the defense, we expect it to be the tip of the spear in what they're trying to do. But I think we've seen this defense be incredibly high level, at the very least very good, even if they're not hitting their elite strides. We believe in that. This offense was a lot of question marks coming in. What will this look like? What is Nick Caley trying to do? Who will he utilize? And how will it come together as there's more put on CJ's plate? All of those things were questions that we had, and early on the answers have not really been satisfactory. Is that fair to say?
More than fair.
So we are on the ground level. We're looking at this from a very focused, almost myopic lens. I was interested in hearing from some national voices that I think are relatively trustworthy. We know that they watch the tape. We know that they have these perspectives. I would like to turn to one Mina Kimes of ESPN. I think she does a fantastic job with what she does. And this is her take on this offense very briefly.
He looked a lot more comfortable than CJ Stroud did last night. 13 different Bucs got pressure. 13. How is that even possible?
That's outrageous.
All offseason, we were told that even though it didn't look like they fixed the offensive line on paper, well, we're going to put more on our quarterback's plate, and mentally he's going to be able to solve it in a new scheme. It is not playing out that way early on for the reasons that Dan described. This is an operational issue. This is not just about the bad offensive line or running backs not picking up the blitz. It's the whole thing. It's the quarterback. It's the scheme. It's the players as well. They got to find a way to triage this by making life easier for Stroud. It feels like at the moment there are no easy buttons for him to push. Last night, Baker Mayfield had 11 passes behind the line of scrimmage. CJ Stroud had 2, right? Like, I understand not having Christian Kirk in there is maybe throwing a wrench in things, and of course Tank Dell's not healthy, but they cannot lean on longer developing plays the way that they have so far early in the season, even if Nico Collins is your best receiver downfield, because he is not surviving at this rate.
So it's the scheme, it's the system, it's not, it's a deeper seated issue. And there was a graphic that has made the rounds that was associated with this, which to me was, well, first of all, as I heard this, and you're going to hear from Dan Orlovsky as well, and as I heard Dan talking about this, I call him Dan.
Yeah, y'all's close. Y'all go way back. Actually, that day that he ran out the back of the end zone, him and Lopez got lunch that day.
I think Lopez talked about the worst practice you ever seen in training camp.
The worst practice I ever saw in training camp was Dan Orlovsky's. But I call him Dan. So as you hear from these two, my first thought was like, see, it's not just us. It's not like we're too close. It's not like we're burned from last year and we're being bitter and snarky and all that. No, these are people around the country, including a former player, Mina Kimes, extremely respected and really in the weeds in football, that are saying the exact same things that we're saying. Like it's operational. It's the quarterback. It's the scheme. It's the players. It's all of it. And this graphic that popped up really spoke to me. Like it really did. Like the most basic thing, like somebody called it tipping pitches. I didn't know you could tip pitches in football.
Oh yeah.
And I was laughing about that. So when they were under center, they passed the ball
on design pass plays.
When
they were under center, it was 33%.
33%. Designed rushes, 67%. So they're under center, they're probably going to run the ball. This is basic high school film stuff. And then otherwise, when they were in shotgun, they threw the ball 83% of the time. Basic high school stuff. And that, to me, was just like I said, it spoke to me. It was shocking. It's like this is rudimentary football,
which
that any NFL defensive coordinator can figure out.
100%, right? Like, because that's the thing I've been fighting with a little bit is we knew that Nick Caley, this is the first time he's doing this. We knew that this is his first time he's play calling. We knew that the system in particular, at least as we imagined it, was going to take a little bit of a learning curve. But how much was reasonable to expect that you would have out the gate? And it does feel like these are portions of it that it felt like you should have had out the gate. I want to be solutions-oriented, and we can come back to that if we really wanted to, but I want to be solutions-oriented. She hit a phrase that I think matters. Offensive easy buttons. What are the things that, especially as a CJ Stroud is trying to pick up more of the responsibilities, he's trying to get the right protections, as he's trying to maybe find his voice in checking out of play calls or whatever, because again, that's something that we're still hoping to maybe see from him in this role. What are the easy buttons that Nick Caley could and should put on the table for CJ here in the immediate future and helping moving forward? Because again, it can't be what it looked like, as you mentioned, just in one way in that first one. And what you described is one of them. There needs to be more disguise and less predictability. You read off the stats. Like, that needs to be a part of it. You can't be telegraphing your intention from your personnel, which is where you come back to, hey, Dare, it's been great. Either you're going to be able to run him the football a little bit, which I don't think anybody's asking for, or put Woody Marks in the damn game.
Yeah, because at least you have the option of running or passing with Woody Marks.
He's giving you
or receiving.
He's giving you explosive runs running the football, and he's absolutely giving you explosive runs catching the football. He's picked up pass protection. He looks like he's capable of doing all those things that you want from a third down back with more upside. That has to be part of it, so that you're disguising what you're doing, in addition to recognizing your tells. That's part of the self-scouting apparatus. I imagine D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke as the defensive guys. That's where you look over and you go, or whoever in the defensive hierarchy, that's job is to look at the video and go, hey guys, we see what you're doing. We can tell when you guys get under center that, all right, you guys are running the football. That needs to then be accounted for so that you're helping C.J. Stroud in this offense.
I mean, 83% of the time, if I'm the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, I'm saying, guys, don't even worry about the run. We'll close. We'll short of them scoring a touchdown in the red zone or something. We'll close. We'll make a tackle. If they have a 9-yard run, so be it. But if they're in the shotgun, it is a pass. Let's treat it as such, and let's make the adjustments on the field. You've mentioned, what are some of the solutions that are potentially out there? Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're talking about that under center, when a defense is supposed to be playing on their heels, you give them an opportunity to lean into
They're attacking,
and you want to put them back. And so when it comes to under center, I think that also leans into something else that I think will be super important, which is play action, right? Because, again, you get under center, you give yourself an opportunity to. This team has not utilized play action nearly enough.
I thought they were going to use it a lot. Remember in the pre-sale, I was like, they're going to play action? Yeah.
So far this season, they have used play action on 12.3% of their plays, according to Next Gen Stats. You want to know where that ranks in the NFL?
I'll bet it's in the 30s.
Dead last. 32, 30 seconds.
Sound about right.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something where you get those linebackers, you get them to bite, and you should be able to attack them, again, speaking of attacking, and help get some guys open, right? Help get, that crosser route that now they're trying to fit into windows. What happens if those linebackers are biting up because you went on a play action and you can get Nico Collins across the field running with momentum and the ball in his hands? That is dangerous, right?
Yeah.
And God forbid you have Jalen Noel on the field with his speed.
Well, that's my answer. That's my answer to the solutions here. They're trying to see work through this, talk through this, see what are some of the things. I think the solution was what we talked about a little earlier with some of the younger guys, but not just Woody Marks on the field because you can be a little bit more unpredictable pass run, but Woody Marks and Jalen Noel. And Jalen Noel and Woody Marks both, in the short passing game, just to create some space, just to get in some space and move the sticks. As they say on, everybody says it, it's almost a run game, a run play. Yeah, but get them in space where they can maybe break it into something more than a 1-yard run or a 1-yard loss. That's where I think it is. And she referenced it, the 11 pass plays behind the line of scrimmage or whatever. So,
yeah, especially because it feels great that this team can actually execute a screenplay. That's one of the things I mentioned because there was the screenplay. It was fairly early on to the right side where you get both of the guys on the right end of the line out in space blocking. Jarrett Patterson lays out a pretty good block on that play. And I'm like, oh, this feels so diametrically opposed to what your screens look like under Bobby Slowick. And you can't go to the well too much, but you can go a little bit more to put defenses, again, make them have to think, make them have to guess. And right now they're not having to do that against this offense.
And let's get to Dan Orlovsky here, because then he went heavy into, what are you doing, Nick Caley? What are you doing, offensive staff? I mean, he outlined, before we hear from him, I'm just going to describe, he outlined, I want to say 3 or 4 plays, maybe more, of just the numbers game on the defensive side. Like 7 of them, 6 of you. 5 of them, 4 of you. Just the basic stuff of you have to find an adjustment here, which kind of leads to the question of, are they really letting, C.J. Stroud change things? Because he sees it, or is it just on C.J. Stroud that he's not making these changes and blocking assignments? But this is where Dan Orlovsky left it.
This is the same story as last year for Houston. It's got to get figured out. There has to be a good plan. There has to be good communication, and there has to be good execution by everybody on their offense, or he's going to continue to see the ground more than he sees touchdowns.
That was foul. I mean, the plan.
Yeah. And within that, we're looking at maybe some of the offensive easy buttons that Nick Caley can, equip with this offense to maybe help them raise the floor of it early on, especially as you're still trying to find the fullness of what this is. We talked about just not being so damn predictable. I think also we mentioned using play action. They used it sparingly, as I described. Sometimes they also didn't use it to their full advantage. There was a play late in the game where, they did actually play action, but all your receiving routes are going deep. And I'm like, this is the perfect opportunity to attack that intermediate portion. So you use play action, but you didn't use it to the fullest benefit. Maybe they were trying to get the safeties to bite down, but the safeties were playing deep. I think that still exists where teams know C.J. Stroud going deep is something that you want to protect. Well, that intermediate portion of the field, especially when we're talking about the type of receivers that you have, feels like an opportunity. So not just utilizing play action, but getting to that middle of the field and getting behind those linebackers that bite up. You did even have a big play with Jaden Higgins coming off of play action. That's the one where CJ boots out to the right and Higgins is rolling through the muck. He has a nose tackle peel off in this game to try and guard him as he's going. And I'm like, how do you not see that and go, we do more of that? Play action, having different levels in addition to the play action, and giving CJ multiple looks at who to get the ball to.
Well, we said it. Now we're frustrated now, as a lot of Texans fans are, about being just 2 games in and seeing what we're seeing. Now, we said it in the preseason. It's going to be 4 or 5 weeks before they really get a feel for what they want to do and what they want to be offensively. Has that changed any for you? Because it's not like, at least we're not even seeing the signs of, that didn't work, but I can tell, they're predictable. You heard Orlovsky say it's the same thing as last year. It's the plan, et cetera. Are we still good with, hey, give them a little time? Because I think these are some fundamental philosophical things that I don't know if, how much they're going to be able to change.
I think you can implement more play action, because there's instances where, you are trying to work out of, you're working out of shotgun that can easily put him under center and have that same drop, right? He's hitting the 3-step drop and getting it out at the top. That's something that I think you can execute from the line as opposed to the shotgun. And maybe C.J. Stroud, does he have the comfort in there? I think that's also something that's worth asking, but he should. He needs to. In year 3, that's something I could talk about in year 3, that, yes, a quarterback should be able to work from both under center and shotgun. That should not be so much of a change for him that you cannot execute some of those things. Someone did ask, Rob asked on the YouTube, and I wanted to address this. Doesn't the run game have to be a threat for play action work? Because that is a fair question to ask about the run game. But no, actually, at least the nerdy football folks will say that play action has been proven to work, as the only thing is you have to commit to it. You have to really make it look like you're trying to run the ball on that play. Linebackers will bite down. And like I mentioned, there was a play that you had a big Jaden Higgins play where both of the linebackers, Levante David, and I always forget the other one, and I feel bad for the Bucs. They're both on the opposite side of your line towards where you're running the football ostensibly, and they've bit down hard. And you weren't very good running the football in that game. Yeah. It works when you do it. You just have to commit to it.
Yeah, because they have keys. And, when they see certain things happening, and if the line does the right move to make it look like a run, then they have to commit to the run.
Even if it's just a hesitation or a step, that step can be the step that you need to get over and get yourself free. One more thing that I think could be an easy button that you add to, you got to use more motion to help diagnose.
Oh, I saw some. No, you probably saw them. That their motion game right now is incredibly predictable and light. Like they're during play or during snap.
Yeah, during snap
motion is just almost non-existent.
Right, and you need to do that, especially in a system that's, if you're going to be putting more on CJ to diagnose what's happening, to know, all right, within this play, this is a zone beater, this is a man beater. What do I need to be looking for in my progression? Because he's doing a lot of natural progression, which I'm not sure when or if he has done in his career. So he's getting some adjustment to that. And one of the things I was talking about with Seth during this game was, it was yesterday, there's some instances where a more advanced quarterback, I imagine the system or just a vet in general, will be like, all right, I don't need to go through the true progression and go 1 to 2 to 3. I know that what I'm looking at, especially from what I've seen ahead of time, I can go 1 and probably go over to 3 because I know that this is probably where my answer is going to be. But you need to be able to diagnose ahead of the snap. And one of the tools that quarterbacks use that motion to be able to give you a little bit more information. It's kind of amazing that even pre-snap, you're not using enough of that to give CJ as much information as possible if he's having to make those decisions on the field.
Well, and the other part of that really stuck out with me is it's not just the information that's true, but a lot of times in motion, that's how you get into the flat and space. That's how a running back in motion can maybe, the receivers run them out of there, and you get into some space with a bad matchup, depending on who's running with the receiver. No, it's startling and it's unnerving, and all of a sudden that, hey, we'll know a lot more in 4 or 5 weeks. Maybe we're kind of learning it right now.
And I'm sure there's some people like, Reggie, what do you know? Like, this is the thing where I think if you follow football at a cursory level, you know that these are the easy buttons.
Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing that Nick Caley has come in and not really used them, been one of the lowest teams in all of these various different things that are typically used to help a quarterback get to good answers, especially when you might be under pressure, especially when you can't depend on some of those things. These are the things that you're supposed to utilize to help. I'm really hoping that Sunday in Jacksonville, you see at least some more of these to help C.J. Stroud and this offense go. Because the thing, I understand we've had the conversation, is C.J. him? Is he that guy? Well, even if he's not, he's the quarterback you've got this year. Give him the best opportunity to succeed.
Sure.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Remember, today is a Wednesday, so we're giving away a Texas Star Grill Shop gift card of $50 and an opportunity to be entered for a chance to win a grill. That's happening today, so keep it locked. But coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions.
Yeah, we do right now. Low T, Synergen X, the Low T Center. Let's get it done.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so Reggie in the last break not literally. I hate when people do that. But
literally
kind of blew my mind.
Oh.
Kind of blew my mind.
I'm glad you didn't say literally.
Because what were you saying you did when you woke up in the middle of the night?
I was
not that.
I was accumulating.
No.
Wow. Man. I mean, I think we all do when we wake up in the middle of the night. Accumulated stats. Some of the stats that supported that segment.
Yes. And I was sitting here, and I almost told you during the break, but I wanted to save it because that was my first confession. So last night, every once in a while, you just wake up in the middle of the night. I mean, it's hard to predict. It just happens.
That was me at 4 a.m.
And you can't go back to sleep, right?
Uh-huh.
So I was rolling around. It's probably, I think it was 2:40, if I remember seeing the clock correctly.
Yikes.
And I reached over and said, screw it, and grabbed my phone, thinking, you know what, I'll just start scrolling through all this stuff and see, see what's happening. Maybe put something on the dock, whatever. And I stopped myself, and I told myself, when I do that, that's past the line. That's too much. When you wake up in the middle of the night and you immediately grab your phone, that's a problem.
I'm a problem then, because that's exactly what I do.
And I feel as if I'm very much in the minority on that. By the way, speaking of which, happy Hispanic Heritage Day. But
Hispanic Heritage Month. It's the start
well, today's the actual, or yesterday was, I guess. But anyway, or am I wrong here? Do you reach for, because I think that's a bridge too far. Like middle of the night, you got to go back to sleep. You got to get your rest, whatever. Read a book or something. But you can't be checking your phone messages and your Twitter and your Instagram in the middle of the night, can you?
That people do it, but I feel like it's a little bit too much. Especially if you sleep.
Yeah.
You wake up, and then instead of going back to sleep, let me check my phone.
I almost did. But that's like a hard and fast rule for me.
That's on some Woj type stuff.
Yeah.
Man.
For me, it's like I'll check it in the morning. That's too much. But I have a hunch.
Now, if you can't go to sleep and you up, then why not?
That is a lot closer to where I am personally, but I recognize I do the bad thing.
Yeah.
The furthest extent of it for me is, I have something in my head, and you guys know specifically because I've vocalized it a number of times. I try and write things down because I know myself. I'll get to a place where I'm overconfident, and I'll be like, oh no, I'll remember that, and I never do. So
okay.
If there's something that I recall that when I wake up at night, I'll reach for it. I try to go back to sleep immediately, and if it takes me a little bit, then I might hop on the phone. But it still is a bad habit. I still should just be like, yo, we're trying to go back to sleep because this is the time.
So you agree then?
I agree.
You break the rules sometimes, but it's kind of a bridge to it. Like you are completely handcuffed to that thing if you. In the middle of the night, I got to check my messages.
I am. Yeah. I recognize it. And I justify it in that, this helps me do my job better. Mm-hmm. But the reality is I'm addicted to it.
It'll be there at 5:30 in the morning.
Like once in a while, it's good to just maybe set your phone on the nightstand and just don't even mess with it till you're fully up in the morning.
Right. Yeah, that's where I am.
Yeah, I know it's hard to do that because that's pretty much part of our lives. But sometimes, once in a while, I try to do that. And even on weekends, sometimes I try to leave my phone away so I can kind of not be on my phone too much. And that helps you mentally.
Somebody said that the blue lights on, or the lights on your phone wake you up even more.
Supposedly. I got the blue light blocking thing on when the sun goes down, it goes to like less blue light or whatever off the screen. We'll see if that's actually something that matters. I can't tell you one way or the other.
These are my confessions.
I have to admit, for the first time with this particular gentleman, I am a hater.
Who is this gentleman?
This is the absolute first time, and I believe that, hand to God, like I can say that in all honesty. And when I say the man, you're going to be like, nah, really and truly. One Stephen A. Smith.
What?
We just found out.
Oh, the money?
That Stephen A. Smith now makes $40 million a year.
Because somebody, I guess The Athletic, put out like not just his ESPN, but his Sirius and his other one that he's whatever else he has going on.
He got a million different jobs.
He's making $40 million a year. That's an elite quarterback.
That's at least a solid one.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
Is Bake making 40? Isn't he around 30?
Yeah.
Baker, he might be making around 40, I want to say. Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith is making that to blow V8 in various different places. And
you hate him because of the money he makes?
I don't
can't
hate
do
him.
that.
I don't hate him.
Yeah.
I said this is the first time I've been jealous.
Because
I know that there's been people that are like, nah, he doesn't deserve that, especially going back to when we were talking about, oh, man, he's a $1 million man on TV or whatever. And I'm like, I see the value that he brings, even though you can question the overall use of it or what have you. He is an incredible entertainer. For the first time, I'm like,
I don't care.
40, dog.
Yeah.
You making more than like hoopers, football players, baseball players, all this. I'm like, only the elite of the elite are making more than Stephen A. Smith now. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, when I see stuff like that, I don't want to say jealous, but I kind of get unmotivated.
Oh, I'm jealous.
because it's like, man, like we in the same field. We pretty much, he's more on the TV part. But we kind of under the same umbrella.
And that's the thing.
And there's no way in hell I'm getting to that point.
We're in the same field, but we're also not at all.
Hey, man, forget all of that belief and all that stuff. I'm not making no $40 million a year at any point, anytime soon.
Wish it into existence, Figgy.
Nah, man. I'm hoping to get, $100,000 a year, man. Just give me $100,000 a year and I live the life.
Brother, we're not making 0.1% of what he makes. Yeah, somebody say, yeah, but Molly quit on him. That is still a weird thing
that is bizarre.
I am certain.
Man.
I almost feel certain that within the next 2 weeks to a month, we'll get more information on it. I'm just waiting.
Yeah. I'm going to ask y'all about that in the midst. I'm going to break it up very briefly.
Fantastic.
These are my confessions.
So, Lopez, you mentioned it earlier in the segment that it's Hispanic Heritage Month or Day.
It's month, and day, I believe, was yesterday.
It's really weird that they split it over 2 weeks or 2 different months. It's like the second half of this month and the next half. I understand that it kind of aligns with Mexican Independence Day.
Right.
But it still feels weird that they split it.
Yeah, but we kind of celebrating up here with Austin, Houston. Yeah, so they doing the thing.
Got some taquerias arandas.
Yeah. Now I got to hear Sean say it.
Every time.
It's taquerias arandas.
Yeah. So, I got to confess. I think I feel like I did something really good.
Look at you.
And Lopez, and this is pertaining to you.
Okay.
So I know since I've been working here, you've been talking about this for years, how you feel like Hispanics are kind of slept on in the sports world here in Houston, like in the sports media.
Yeah.
Like, what exactly, how did you say it?
Well, when I was in the newspaper business, I was the only Hispanic columnist ever for either of the newspapers. Since I've been in radio, there have been a couple of guys that have been full-time on the radio. David Nuno for a while, who's a good friend. And I believe there's one that's a part of a show down the dial briefly. But since I've been on the radio 18, 19 years now, there has been only one Hispanic person on the radio, in sports radio in Houston, and that's me. And I've always felt like, you've seen the parking lots. You've seen the tailgate, the lots at the Texans games. It's kind of, I'll just say, interesting.
Yeah, you kind of bring it up as kind of
periodically.
Like, hey, yeah. So I say that to say, so I'm in a focus group around here. We got some little group, and they kind of set up this day here in Odyssey, and they wanted to do like some type of honor to Hispanics, and they decided to do Mega. They brought up Mega. They were like, oh, we can honor them, Hispanic Heritage Day, da-da-da-da. And I was sitting there pasting. I was thinking, I'm like, should I bring up, hey, it's a Hispanic on Sports Radio 610.
Everybody forgets.
That's sitting right there. And it was at the very end of this meeting. And I'm like, hey, guys, by the way, I actually work with somebody by the name of John Lopez, who's been covering sports here in Houston for 40 years, a legend in the city, da-da-da-da. They say, oh, okay. So they actually put you on.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so they put you on the list. They actually honor all the Hispanics that's on the radio here in Houston.
Oh, good for you, Figgy. That means a lot, man.
Yeah, they were only going to do Mega.
Yeah.
Which I totally get.
Yeah.
But I guess they didn't really think about, hey, there's other Hispanics working for
Look at you.
the other stations.
The
around
messaging
here.
is working, man.
Yeah, so I had to send a picture of you and tiny little write-up that I didn't write.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So I'm like, you know what? I feel good about it. I'm glad I said something.
I am
because
thrilled.
I almost didn't say anything because I didn't want to overstep. I'm like, you know what? I'm glad I said something.
That's awesome. I'm proud of you too, and it's much, much appreciated.
Do you say anything about Chris Santiago?
Santiago is, but again, briefly now, so
yeah,
we're working on it.
They were just doing the on-air people.
Yeah,
they were just doing the on-air people.
Yeah.
So I brought them, and then they brought up the some people over at Mix and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm glad I said something. I almost didn't say anything, and I know if that email would have went out and you wasn't on there, I probably would have been a little upset.
Yeah, that's awesome.
These are my confessions.
I got one more brief one here, and it has to do with, we touched on it a little bit. I think it was part of our question of the day yesterday. It was bizarre to me. I had no idea that Baker Mayfield and C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a thing. Beef.
It's what's for dinner.
And it goes back a couple of years.
Tonight.
To where I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, when he was with the Lions and they were facing the Bucs, he said something along the lines of, that would be a really good squad if they had a quarterback. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said. And then, of course, Baker Mayfield, as he's wont to do, kind of popped back. And then we saw what happened on Monday night. So now there's an Instagram thing going on. Have you noticed this?
I saw
it. Last night and this morning, there's a little Instagram thing going on. First of all, this is not my confession, but I'm here for it, because I think it's pretty cool. But this is my confession, and I've been saying that I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, at least of the new Texans, is kind of one of my favorite guys, I think he's kind of losing this one. Like, it's tough to beat, first of all, when you lose the game, and the tackle was 16 yards downfield, and I think Baker is actually doing better in this whole kerfuffle here. Like, the whole Instagram thing has been funny, but I feel bad for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think he needs to step back a little bit. Just step back on this. Sit this one out, as they say.
But see, C.J. hit the one thing that Jordan fans always hit.
Yes.
I got a ring, though. Where your ring at?
Yeah, I got a ring.
Yeah, so he hit that where I'm like, all right, I'm done with the conversation.
Exactly. That kind of did it for me, too.
That.
Yeah, that kind of did it for me, too.
That's why you go get a ring, man. You go get a ring so that you can put it in people's faces.
I think he might have said, what did you win?
Look, I know that's not where you want to go to first, but if you ever find yourself on the ropes, just flash that jewelry right quick.
Yeah. I'm a champion, baby. What are you?
Isn't that kind of weak, though? Unless you're like the quarterback or something, or a star player, which I'm not saying he wasn't good, but.
So you mean Robert Horry can't say, hey, where's your ring?
Or you have
Flash
8,
rings, baby.
or you have 7 or 8 of them. Yeah.
No, I look. It is a little weak. However, it'll go over. You can walk that jack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can walk that one, pick up that book, just off of the strength of look at this right here. I got this ring.
Yeah, or unless you're doing the Jalen Hurts and Chris Jones at the end of the game. Remember that?
Yes, Chris Jones talking about.
Talking about, man, he only had 100 yards passing. Jalen Hurts said, we won the bleeping game.
Yes, you lose those.
Shut your ass up.
You lose those.
You got to keep that deuce in the tuck. You got to keep that joker right there. Boom. Go ahead and give me that book. Let me get that book from you, big fella. All right, there you go. Some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on a Wednesday, let's get a little bit of Judge John Lopez going. And also, stick around because we are giving away that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. We'll do all that next.
The Drive.
Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, you hear the music. We have entered in here on In the Loop into the court of the Honorable Judge John Lopez. Let's do a little Judge John Lopez here. What we do is we bring up some cases on the docket in the world of sports and maybe otherwise, and then we debate them. And you can debate them too. 713-572-4610, weigh in as the jury of sorts in this. The two counselors, myself and the Honorable Figgy Fig, and then of course
this is a no jury trial.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to make sure that we got to make sure that our listeners are a part of it as well.
Yeah.
And look, you got the text line up. So I want to see if they can.
I'm
sway
looking.
You. I want to see if they can sway you a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the first item on the docket. The Texans are 0-2. I don't say that just to make you mad, but it's the juxtaposition of this is the Texans are now looking up at the 2-0 Indianapolis Colts, as led by Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, so on and so forth. They've been good early, but it's 2 games, and both of them are at home. So the question that's on the docket, is the Colts' start to the season sustainable?
I like this one.
Yes, Your Honor. Appreciate you being here, Your Honor. Happy Hispanic Heritage Week, month. And honestly, I think we should celebrate it the whole year.
I bet you do.
That's just another conversation.
Yeah,
I bet you
is it?
Anywho, I think, Your Honor, I think it is sustainable just off of the strength of the head coach. I think Shane Steichen is a really good offensive head coach. And remember, in his first year, he had Gardner Minshew, who I felt like is not that type of starting quarterback, and he almost got them into the playoffs. So we kind of look at Anthony Richardson, not as good and all that stuff. I think he has some other issues going on. But you get somebody like a Daniel Jones, who did look okay in New York, but it was a bad situation. And now he's paired up with a good offensive head coach. And I'm not saying they're going to make the Super Bowl or anything like that, but I do think you can have a little success with a quarterback like that. He can run a little bit. He could do just enough to win a game. Sometimes he can lose a game too, but I think this could be sustainable, and I think fans in the AFC South should be a little worried. I think they should be a little worried. I don't want to just look at Daniel Jones as the guy that played for the Giants and didn't look good.
Right.
But I think this is sustainable, man. I think they could potentially be in a way, could potentially make the squeeze into the playoffs with that type of quarterback play. So I think it is.
All right, we continue discussing on whether or not this Colts start to their season is sustainable. And Your Honor, I do not believe that this is sustainable. And I hear what you're saying, Counselor Fig, but I'm looking at Daniel Jones, and I've seen his movies. I know who you are.
You read the book?
I know who you are. And as of right now, his touchdown percentage equals the second best season of his career, the best one being his rookie year, where obviously there's not a lot of knowledge on him. And he has yet to throw an interception. That will happen at some point. Like, he is playing at probably one of the higher levels of what Daniel Jones is capable of. And they were able to go out and get a couple victories. I've got to give them that credit. I think also you're not going to play all your games at home. Teams are going to get a little bit of an understanding of the way that you operate. And if this is the high end of what Daniel Jones has under Shane Steichen, and teams are going to be able to attack him, I think that's going to change some things. In addition to the fact that I think you also have to consider who's their running back, Jonathan Taylor. He is fantastic. However, he is also injury prone. And so I think that the Daniel Jones success requires a running back that's capable of also pairing with that. And should Jonathan Taylor get injured, which again I think is more likely than if you had replacement level running back.
Objection, he's assuming, Your Honor.
Oh, assumption, okay. Sustained.
All right. But look, if an injury pops up, I will just leave it at that. You also make this a lot more untenable. What they're doing, I think they're maxing out the capabilities of what this offense is like. So it looks good. I just don't think it's fair to assume that you're going to be at the max of what the Colts are capable of, with all due respect to what Shane Steichen clearly can do with a lower level quarterback.
Whew, this is a tough one. Y'all did a fantastic – you're getting good at this. Y'all did a fantastic job of stating your cases. So I guess as judge here, I can't be a hung jury, so to speak. I do have to make a determination. So I'm gonna determine it on two things. first of all, what is sustainable? I think we have to define sustainable.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, because Figgy made me think about this when he said, I'm not saying he's going to win the Super Bowl. I think that's fair. Is sustainable good? Because good is a relatively low bar that I think a lot of people, including this court, can say that is sustainable with a new system, et cetera. On the other hand, you brought up a really good point that he's basically Vince Vaughn. He's the same character, just in a different movie. I mean, you know, because as people say, Vince Vaughn is basically playing the same character.
You spelled Keanu Reeves wrong.
Keanu Reeves.
Wow. The one I like that we all came with different names, because the one that I always think of is Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it's Vince Vaughn. He plays the exact same dude in every movie.
He kind of does.
does. So I have to determine, is he Vince Vaughn, and is sustainable just good? Whew.
Yeah, best of luck to you, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
That's the reason why this is a good topic.
This is a really good one. I'm going to actually, as much as I think the new environment is going to make him better, I do have to take into account everything around him, and not just players' assumptions, you know, that they're going to get hurt, but just talent level and such, and defense. I'm going to slightly lean to it's not sustainable. But if the bar is 9 wins, 8-9 wins, I would lean more toward Figgy, but I think most people are assuming he's going to be even better than that because of his surprise start.
Someone said he's Adam Sandler. But let's bring that back home. Like, what does that then? How does that then affect, or how has that affected the way that you view the start to the season for these Texans? Because again, I think that the sustainability, yes or no, of that Colts team directly impacts how you feel about this Texas team. Because again, they've started off slow. They have a first place schedule, which is different than the other times where they've started 0-2 and being able to come back. So like the bar that you have to clear is not. It might be you might be needing to do the thing where you're ending up as the number 4 seed because you just win the AFC South.
Yeah. No, and you and I had a spirited conversation in a good way in the break about the Texans.
Arguing, huh?
No, I didn't.
Actually, in this time, no. There's been other times where yes.
I never said "Okay, Cowboy" for the record. But we were talking about this offense, and he said something that kind of went. I literally went, "What?" He said, "I believe that this offensive system." I'm paraphrasing. Is going to get better, and I'm like, based on what? You know, because the line is not going to get better. I don't know if they're going to all of a sudden open things up, and that's how I'm bringing it home. You know, I don't know how they might get better. They're going to win some games. Obviously, they're going to score some points. Obviously, I almost had to hesitate there for a second. But I don't think the system is going to change. I don't think the line's going to get any better.
All right, I will bring to you why I believe that this offense still has opportunities. I believe that they'll get better in the next segment. But how do you say you ruled in the favor of
you? Slightly tough one,
not
man.
Sustainable.
Tough one.
All right,
yeah.
We continue in the court of Judge John Lopez with the second item on the docket, which is sports adjacent. I was taking in some ways a little bit of the Rewatchables podcast. Bill Simmons threw this up there. Is Kevin Costner the sports movie GOAT, the greatest actor of sports movies of all time? When you look at his resume. Counselor Figgy Fig?
Yes, Your Honor. I think he is, and this is why. We have a lot of sports fans all around the world, all around this beautiful country of ours, and a lot of these movies have Kevin Costner in it. And I think he's an amazing actor. He have a whole bunch of different movies outside of sports, but I feel like the ones that we all go back to are his sports movies. And I think you got to put him up there. I can't name another actor that's just the sports GOAT as far as like acting and all that stuff. I feel like he's number one on the list, and I'm glad Ben Simmons kind of gave him some credit with that because as versatile as Kevin Costner is, I feel like the sports movies are the ones that stick to people the most, and they have, I guess, more of a reaction to it and longevity to it.
I think for myself, I'm going to engage in a legal practice that's called, I believe it's alternate pleading.
Yes.
I'm going to throw up a couple of instances that I think can rival this argument made by my esteemed counselor, Figgy Fig. Can I take you first to the resume of Adam Sandler. It's a lot of comedy movies, but ones that I think stand up in people's minds. You talk obviously Happy Gilmore. It lasts so much in people's legacies that they went out and made a second one, in a place that they shouldn't have, just off of the strength and nostalgia. Yeah. But then he also, in addition to kind of the comedy sports movies, he also has Uncut Gems, which is sports adjacent. But then also there's what's the basketball movie?
The one he recently did was excellent.
It
was excellent.
Fantastic. Like, not comedy, like really dramatic film. Adam Sandler, interestingly enough, has a really good sports resume. And similarly, alternate pleading wise, can I take you to the man whose pops, whose family, his real name is Denzel, but they call him Denzel. Denzel Washington has acted very incredibly in some of the most impactful sports films. Like, when you think about a sports movie, I think for a good amount of the people, I would say majority of people would think of Remember the Titans.
Yeah.
That is a Denzel Washington movie. I think one of the most important sports movies, and maybe this is more personal, but The Hurricane, about Reuben the Hurricane Carter.
Oh, I thought you were saying For the Love of the Game. Wasn't he in For the Love of the Game?
He was in He Got Game as well.
He Got Game, yeah.
Which, one of an incredible Spike Lee joint that I think that he has an iconic character in as well. I think that you can point to those two guys and go, those guys have either movies that really captivate the memory or have incredible performances that I think would be over the top of what Kevin Costner puts up.
All right, so the first one was incredibly tough. I didn't quite know which way to go. I think this one is slightly easier because Denzel Washington and Adam Sandler are clearly the two ones that state strong cases here. But when you correlate, the GOAT of sports movies.
Ooh, I could have alternate pleaded Sylvester Stallone just off of
Rocky alone.
Just off of Rocky, the series.
That would have been a good one.
Damn it.
But nevertheless, I correlate the GOAT of actor of sports movies with the movie being among the GOATs. And you accurately depicted, Remember the Titans. But Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, Tin Cup, For the Love of the Game, at least three of those are in the discussion for greatest ever, and those are all Kevin Costner joints. So I'm going to side with Figgy on this one.
Yeah, I knew that I wasn't going to have much of a chance. Could you tell when I was like, let me alternate plead? Let me see if I can throw
I think the other thing, too, with somebody like a Denzel, he some of his better movies are not even sports related. People look at Denzel for other movies.
Yeah.
So I think I think if you talk about slept on, maybe sports actors or something like that, I think Denzel would be number one.
Yeah, you got Field of Dreams and Bull Durham.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I had mentioned Waterboy, would that have changed?
Waterboy was good. No, I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you to do that.
And then he was also in the Longest Yard remake as well, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
It was an awful movie.
He's
Except
got
for
a lot
John
of,
McClane.
he's got a lot of comedy.
Hey, I'm glad you ain't bring that one. You probably would have really lost.
Somebody said if you have to bring two actors to contrast one. Oh, yeah. And Draft Day is one that you didn't even mention in there. No, Tin Cup. Yeah. Look, I knew I was losing from the jump. Yeah. I was just putting up a valiant effort here because Kevin Costner really is the movie GOAT when it comes to sports films. Appreciate you rocking with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around. Actually, hold on. Let's not come up next. I did say that we were giving away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop, and I have to be a man of my word. So you know what? Caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610, will win that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shop. But also your name will be entered into a raffle for the chance to win a grill from Texas Star Grill Shop and a nice case of some OG sauce from John Lopez himself. So we will do that right now. Call number 5, 713-572-4610. Now, coming up next, I will again let you know why I believe that this offense will get better, but also, are the Texans playing like a disciplined team, and can they get to playing like a disciplined team? We'll talk about that next.
Even after a last-second loss to the Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Wednesday. This Texans team playing like a disciplined team? This feels like an easy answer, but 713-572-4610 because there was a lot of penalties, particularly on the line, and it feels like just in the first couple of weeks as well. It's not an individual week proposition, is it, J-Lo?
Well, it's a simple question: are the Texans playing like a disciplined team? Now, the answer is, I think most of us are going to agree, no, and we'll get into some of the details. But to me, that's almost like, of all the things, like of all the good and bad scenarios that were bouncing around in our heads for this season, did any of us think undisciplined?
I don't think I did, but
yeah.
I mean, in seeing it, I do wonder if I should have.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because this has been kind of an understanding or a belief when it comes to D'Amico Ryans and his team, is that the standard is the standard and we will meet that. But we had a lot of this is a little uncharacteristic moments last year, at the very least, that I can remember off the top of my head.
You're right, but before you go on, that's more than fair. But I think all of us thought that's getting corrected.
Sure,
you know that the penalties. Agreed. Laramie Tunsil's gone. New offensive line system. It's the only, and I'll let you finish, but the only undisciplined, potentially air quotes here, thing I thought might be a possibility is over-aggression. You know, whether it's Azeez or C.J. Gardner-Johnson
sure.
or whatever. That's the only possibility that I had dancing around in my head. And instead, we're seeing a lot more. But go ahead.
No, and that's the thing is, you're right. Like, you had the over-aggression. I think you could make the argument that tackling is also in some ways a disciplined conversation. It's not the way that we typically think of it. We typically think of like these penalties or whatever. But, you know, making sure that you hold the proper lanes, making sure that you obviously like break down in the way that you need to so you don't fly by a potential tackler. That is also a discipline proposition, and at times last year, tackling was an issue. So it's hindsight for me in some ways, but looking back and going, oh, well, if you add 2 and 2 together, well, there's 4 right there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that was there, and it shouldn't be as surprising that it still exists. What is frustrating is, again, the time where you hope to correct all these things was training camp, where you have the most opportunity of any other time during the season to, like, drill down and get done what you need to get done. And it feels like there's so many of the things that we've talked about, oh, we can fix this. That was the time, the best opportunity to fix things, and you're coming out of that doing it.
And it seems more than a little frustrating to me, simply because let me go through some of the things. Like, what does a disciplined team do? What does a disciplined team not do? So the Texans, when it comes to penalties, here going into week 3, they rank 22nd in the NFL in penalties, and they have the 6th most pre-snap penalties. I thought that was going to get fixed. That's one thing. And then next, missed tackles. You touched on this. The Texans right now have the 6th most missed tackles in the league, according to Next Gen. That is a big, big number. Third down efficiency. That's a disciplined team. You know, you can just go down the field, you know, convert third downs, finish the drive, impose your will, get it in the end zone. The Texans currently ranked 32nd in the NFL in red zone efficiency with a 0.0% success rate. They're 0 in the red zone.
Man.
How about time of possession? That's a disciplined team. Disciplined teams know how to just move those dang chains, do your job, take what you're offered, et cetera, et cetera. They rank 26th in time of possession, and they got worked in time of possession on Monday night, 37 and change to whatever the difference is, but basically 2/3 of the game, the ball was in Tampa's hands. So when you look at all the penalties, missed tackles, third down efficiency, red zone efficiency, time of possession, all of them, they look like an undisciplined team. I don't care what anybody says. That's a surprise to me.
Yeah, I mean,
and what is the point?
Well, I mean, that's one of those things that we always lay at the doorstep of the head coach, right? And the buck stops with me mentality and conversation points has been one that D'Amico has had, and so we'll hold. I think we have to hold true to that. I don't disbelieve that he is setting it out here. I'm kind of astonished, though, that you have not seen like the fullness of that discipline show up, right? I know that on offensive line, maybe you could say some of this is the challenge that they have, but that's part of execution and that's something that we need to get. But I think you can also, on the same side, point to the idea that if we're really examining ourselves, how much was the expectation that we actually had for them to get all of that right? Not saying that that should be the way that the case is, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, John Lopez.
Thank you.
Defense is the thing that is really surprising, is seeing a defense that is not all that disciplined, especially because this is an older defense on average age, right? Like, you've got a lot of guys that are veterans. Now, of course, I guess you could talk about the younger guys that you have within this. Sting is relatively young, but then you can absolutely talk about your second-year guys in Kamari and Kalen Bullock, and then you have some guys that are like a third-year guy in Jalen Petrie. You have a lot of guys that are relatively young that you're also still in here, but this is a pretty advanced age defense, especially for per snaps, and you don't expect them to have as many lapses as they've had. I do wonder how much for the defensive side the lack of discipline is the feeling of pressure that they have because of the
what they got to carry. That's fair.
That they have to carry.
Yeah, no, that's more.
Not
than
that
fair.
Excuses it, mind you.
Right.
But I'm just wondering how much that would factor in.
All right, so what is fixable? Penalties, missed tackles, third down efficiency, red zone efficiency, time of possession. Where is it fixable here? Because frankly, I feel like the missed tackles has got to be at the top of the list. They're not a great tackling team. As you pointed out last year, they weren't fantastic.
They had issues.
They
with
weren't
it.
awful.
Yeah,
but they weren't. I gotta believe they're going to get better there. And the penalties, they showed a little improvement week 1 to week 2, but still had trouble. So maybe the penalties, those are the things that can be fixable. Yeah. I don't know about third down efficiency and red zone and all that, simply because of the system, and what we're seeing from the offense.
And also because they continue to come back to the idea that we just got to stay on schedule, and all it takes to knock off schedule is one little thing here or there. It did feel like, and I mean, we can look at this analytically, there was progress from week 1 to week 2, even when we talk about staying on schedule to some degree. The pressure ends up being an issue no matter what. Third down, I hope as the offense gets more, as it progresses, they get to a place where they can get better at that. That one is going to be a little bit more of a long burn or slow burn. I do believe that you're right when it comes to tackling, and you should be right when it comes to pre-snap penalties.
You should get better.
Because, I mean, one of the penalties that you had was illegal motion where, if I am correct, you had Jakob Johnson and
they were both moving.
Was it Hutchinson also moving? Or not Hutchinson, Higgins moving at the same time? And that, I'm guessing, because you have Jakob Johnson doing his motion, and he goes immediately, and he has a guy to block. Higgins is just kind of moving on the outside, and I do wonder if that was Higgins not knowing the right motion, and then he moves when he's not supposed to. Boom, now that's a whistle where we're going backwards. Those are things that are a familiarity with what you're doing, with your intention of the play is, that I think you will get just inherently over more time doing.
Or as simple as communication. Either the quarterback or the receiver heard something different, but it still needs. I mean, it's basically. I mean, to have two guys moving at the same time in the same direction, which was interesting. That's just inexcusable. I don't know, man. Of all the things I thought might be a trouble spot, we talked all preseason about the line and such. I didn't think this team would be sloppy.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating thing that adds to. And that's why we're mostly frustrated. I think there was, again, expectations that you were going to take a little bit of time to develop offensively, but your starting point would be better. Your defense will be able to hold you up while your offense reach the level. But because you add sloppiness, you can't hit your narrow margin of error, and now you're losing games that you probably should win. That's where the frustration pops up. I do believe that these are things that can be fixed. I think the question becomes how quickly can you fix them more than anything.
And I think the question also points to, because these are all things that a good disciplined team, a well-disciplined team, does well. These are also good things that good quarterback play can fix. Like, above average, you don't have to be great. Good quarterback play can make the read. We were talking about Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky just doing the wrong things, looking at the wrong things, counting the wrong number of players, or not counting, setting the blocking right for the number of players that you counted. A lot of this ultimately, and it always does, comes back to C.J. Stroud makes the right call, makes the right adjustment, makes the right play. Then all of this gets better. And so it does come down to Stroud as well, but that speaks to his confidence in the offense, his ability to adapt and get better with it, et cetera.
If we're talking about CJ though, like that, is that not yet another thing that we lay at the feet of CJ to go ahead and take advantage of? Like we're in the place where we're now baking into the expectations hero ball. right? Like I think that's.
But I don't think it needs to be hero ball. Like just the right, like those film, that film that we were talking about earlier. That was really easy stuff. It's like they got 7, we got 6. Let me bring a guy in to help. That's
or at least make sure.
And
that
the
we
other
have
one,
something like that.
The other one. Remember when Anthony Richardson got roasted for not seeing the little dump off? It was a sack, but it wasn't as egregious. There was one that they pointed out. C.J. Stroud didn't see the same dang thing. He did not see where he needed to put the ball soon enough. That's bad. Like you a basic dump off on a blitz, and you don't know where to put the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
or hesitated.
Do it seem like that could be a mental thing right there? Because we didn't have that. He didn't go through that in his first year.
Reggie's pointed it out a couple of times, like the almost over-processing.
Oh, there's absolutely a ton of things that he's clearly having to think about, and I think that's why we've talked about like the easy button. That's why you need to have some easier answers to help him get into a rhythm and get to the right spaces. Of course, the responsibility still remains on him when a play is there to be made to make it, which he did not do enough. Never want to obscure that point, but there obviously are more things to make it easier, and I think also some of those things take you into a place where you can either overcome mistakes that can come up, because of course no one is perfect, but I think you also give yourself an opportunity to not be in some of the places that create mistakes, right? If you're in the 3rd and long and the situation is, I know that they're sending extra and here comes this blitz that we're going to have to try and pick up. We might not pick it up, and I might be behind, and I might reach out and hold in order to try and give my quarterback an extra, like the want to there.
Sure.
But you create a penalty, right? I think those are the things that also factor into the discipline, putting yourself in a good game script. Ultimately, like this is something that I wish I could give you. I don't think that I have much of a tangible grasp on. I believe in D'Amico's ability to motivate his guys. Like he seems to be a deeply charismatic guy that cares about his team, and they parrot the messages. It seems like it doesn't go in one ear and out the other. It seems like they really take it to heart. We just need to see it fully on the field, and I think that is
translate it.
That's a challenge for the fellas, man. Like it's a challenge for these players.
Yeah, they do take it to heart. You can tell they're all bought in. They got the he and Nick Caserio both talking about they've got the right guys, and they feel good about that. We'll translate it to the field now, because it's not like they don't buy in. It just doesn't look like it's working on the field.
Yeah, it's just surprising, honestly, that you have a team that at least, and I know that someone texted in, like, not everything that you listed was like something that specifically speaks to discipline, but I think it.
Oh, I do.
You can go back to at least using the word sloppy, even if it's not particularly disciplined. And you need to get down to the brass tacks and get down to your P's and Q's, make sure that everything is accounted for the right way. And this is kind of a wild week because it is a common opponent, so at least you have some early prior scouting and some familiarity there. But on the other end, it's a shortened week, and so. How do they come out of practice? How on point are they? Yeah. Because you're going to need to be that in order to go up against a Jacksonville team on the road and get a victory.
Look, and as far as like the discipline, I think all these are, because third down efficiency, or red zone efficiency. Let's look at the 2 plays that they missed on. Whether it was being disciplined enough to get the ball to the right spot, knowing where Nico was going on the one on third down. Fourth down.
That's such a tough it's a throw that he can make, so I want him to make it. I would say that. It's such a bad situation.
But it wasn't just about inaccuracy. It was about knowing where your guys are, where the other receiver is. And then the fourth down one was just kind of a mess from the offensive line. I mean, that to me, a lot of that is just the discipline of knowing what the down and distance is.
Regardless, they need to be more on their P's and Q's. And honestly, even if you don't speak to those things in particular, the discipline does get you in better places. And simply, and coming back to the one that I think we were both the highest on, breaking down when you need to make these tackles, like you've got to be able to
miss
bring
tackles,
those through.
penalties,
like missed tackles and being on your assignment. I think also there's something to be said when we talk about discipline, which is triggering at the right time. The guys at the linebacker spot, like it felt like they were waiting so much, and maybe that's the coaching point. I'm not in that meeting room, and I don't have any understanding of what they're going for. But it felt like there was just so much more latency from the linebackers or from really a lot of defenders than getting downfield, where it feels like they played faster and with more in purpose and intent last year and maybe even last week than they did this week. I don't know. We'll see what they have this week when they face off against the Jaguars, but still things that we're hoping that this team gets back in line. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a drunken driver who claimed her husband was driving, but he wasn't even in the car. plus a former boxer kicked off of a show for being a little too disrespectful.
Huh.
Okay.
On the set.
I'm trying to figure out how you. This feels like a riddle. How is he not in the car? Let's get the answer next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog and getting you guys having some fun.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
It already sounded like you was against me, so I already ain't got a fair shake talking to you.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Just imagine a drunk driver getting pulled over, and she said her husband was driving, but it was nobody else in the car.
I actually can't imagine that.
Yeah,
I could see where that would happen.
Very much sounds like something.
Yeah, so this was a wild one. It was a 24-year-old woman in Tampa who got arrested for drunk driving after she drove the wrong way on the interstate and sideswiped a cop car. So first of all, thankfully everyone was okay. Nobody was hurt or anything like that. That could have went very, very, very ugly. But she tried to claim her husband was driving and he wasn't even in the car. So here is the interaction from the police and the young lady who was drunk. This is courtesy of the body cam, too. So this is the raw audio. This ain't news or anything. This is the raw audio right here. And this is how the interaction went.
Do you realize that you're going the wrong way on the interstate?
On this interstate?
Yeah, do you see all these lights coming towards us? Look straight ahead.
No, I do.
Right.
Babe, I do.
So you're going the wrong way on the interstate.
No.
Yes, you were. That's why I wrecked
This
you.
car?
You, yes.
This car?
You were going the wrong way.
My husband's driving me home. It's just really.
What do you mean? You were driving home.
No, he's driving us home.
You were just driving.
No. I was driving. I was like I was in the passenger seat.
Hey, is there anyone else in that car?
No, yeah.
Yeah, there's no one else in the car.
No, okay, maybe not that specific clear, but there was like me and my husband were in one car.
So before we go even further, how many drinks do you think this young lady had?
Oh, they always say two, or a couple. They always go a couple, but I'm going to say 6 or 7.
Yeah, well, the cop actually asked her this question, and this was their interaction and response for this.
Let me ask you a question. How many drinks have you had tonight?
I've had two bars that I've been to tonight that I've had a full drink at.
Okay.
Like, I had one full drink at my house, and I had 2 drinks at the bar.
Yeah, they usually go a couple. I want to go back to the first part. This interstate? Like what?
It was rough. I'm going to try to find. I was actually watching the video.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, it is insane how she got behind the wheel.
Oh, my God.
It's
just, well, first of all, we all know. I mean, the obvious. Dumb. Don't do it. Stupid.
Yeah.
It's just.
She was talking out of her mind. This was a long video. This is about maybe a 10-minute video.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just a lot. Like, I didn't know what she was talking about. I had to cut a lot of this stuff out.
She was just deflecting. She goes, this interstate? And then later she goes, this car?
Yeah, that's a great way to tell if someone is lying and just they're trying to give themselves time. If they just start repeating back a lot of stuff to you.
Yeah.
Then, like you are clearly, you hear me. You're just trying to find yourself to an answer. The one thing that I'm really holding on to is maybe a good thing within this, and you'll follow me as I say it. Do we know what police department this is from or whatever?
The only thing I know is this is from Tampa.
Okay, so one thing that I know has been happening a little bit more is that people on social media have been kind of creating like fake interactions with the police to kind of just like get interaction because these things obviously
for the clicks.
Look, that is hilarious, the audio that you just played. And I can imagine someone going, all right, if we build this situation, put it on social media, TikTok, whatever, people will watch it. So I do wonder, especially seeing as we're in
But everybody got to play a part in it, though, right? If they doing this,
Sure.
right? Or is this just a
No.
Okay.
Like it would be like almost a full skit, and some of them, I just off of what I'm hearing, it sounds like it might not be, and I'm holding on to the hope that maybe this is just fake. There wasn't some lady who was driving crazy and then talking about how her husband was there.
It is,
I'm looking at the news report.
If it is, it got to be like a set or something.
No, there was
you can
a
see
news
the size.
report. It's
you
bad.
You can see the side swipe and all that stuff.
But I will say, as a public service announcement, if you find yourself getting upset or getting riled up as you're scrolling social media because of this, like maybe take a second to ask, is this a real video? Unfortunately, it sounds like this one is.
Yeah, it is.
And then she's going with her hands. So I was right here, like just really and then just sort of like overstating everything.
And if you watch the video some more, you can see her doing a line test.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they just.
I gotta see.
Yeah, I think the cops is just trying to do their jobs. You know what? Let's do all of these little tests.
Oh, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, but she was clearly intoxicated.
Whoa! I thought she was hurtling there for a second.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank goodness, man, nobody was hurt in this because going down the opposite way of the highway, that always ends ugly, man. So thank goodness nobody was seriously hurt.
She was definitely on something because she hit this highway, and still the best thing she could come up with was, but you got to understand, my husband was driving.
Yeah.
You got to understand, it wasn't me. Just
that cop was
else.
Like, is somebody else in the car?
Yeah.
Like, is somebody?
Nope.
Ain't nobody in the car.
He broke out a cop. He broke out a cop. But can I hear that one more time? Because at first he was talking with like a clear cop voice at first, and then he was like, "Wait, is anybody in there?" Like he went.
Yes.
This car?
You were going the wrong way. This car?
My husband's driving me home. It's just really.
What do you mean? You're driving home.
No, he's driving us home.
You were just driving.
No. I was driving. I was like I was in the passenger seat.
Hey, is there anyone else in that car?
Hey, yo. Is someone over there?
And then when she gets busted, she goes, "No, I meant earlier."
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Earlier.
Yeah.
I waited to sober up before I started driving, clearly.
Yeah, but salute to everybody. Glad nobody was seriously injured in this. Speaking of drunk people, as we continue on the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Adrian Bronner, the former boxer, the one I know a lot of people say he was overrated.
Man, a waste of some talent.
Waste of talent.
Oh, my goodness.
Very entertaining when it comes to press conferences and stuff like that. But he was on a show with Cam and Mace.
What's the name of the show?
It is what it is. That's the name of the show.
Yeah, because they're mocking it. It's an ironic name.
Are you? How dare you say that Killer Cam is mocking?
We're going to have to ask Killer Cam and Mace the story behind that.
They're like,
name.
what would be a really silly name for our podcast? I got it. It is what it is.
So he was on It Is What It Is show with Cam and Mace, and they have a moderator by the name of Treasure Wilson, and they call her Stat Baby and all that stuff. So apparently, Adrian Bronner was really, really looking at Stat Baby. He couldn't keep her eyes off of her and was saying all type of wild stuff like, "Oh, you look so good," and all this other stuff.
Joe Namathing it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, yes. Yeah. And mind you, she have a boyfriend that I think was there.
He was.
He was there. So Cameron was like, "Yo, chill out. Her boyfriend here, da-da-da-da." But this is how it sounded, and it got kind of awkward a little bit.
You look so good in person.
Thank you.
For
I
real.
appreciate that.
Hey, what you waste that? I love you. What a guy. I'm sorry. My bad, y'all. My bad. Hey, Stat, can you stop smiling? Can you stop smiling? You.
Arabia is.
Nah, yo, bro, some G, yo, bro, some G out of my boyfriend here, yo.
Right. Oh.
I told you that.
My bad.
When I see you taking off some time,
I'm mesmerized by Stat.
Bro,
I did not know you looked that good in person. My bad, bro. You amazing.
All right, hey, we gonna have to ask you to go, man. We have to ask you to go, man. I'm gonna pay you for your time, for being here. I appreciate you. But I love you, man.
I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, no. I can't. I asked you the first time. I don't have no problems with you, but I'm going to pay you for your time.
Good for them, first of all.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot coming from Cameron.
Yeah.
Cameron, who, I don't want to say he don't have any morals, but he's usually very open and don't give a F type of attitude.
Yeah.
But this is embarrassing for Adrian Broner, man. It looked like he was super drunk or high or something like that. Nah, it looked really bad. And salute to Cam for standing on business, man.
Yeah, no,
because a lot of people, I've been around a lot of people who somebody was hitting on somebody else's girl and nobody did anything about it.
Mm-hmm.
So salute to him for kind of standing up and just ending the interview. And by the way, he just pulled out a bag of money. A stack of money, like, I'll pay you for your time.
Oh, he did. He literally did.
Yeah, he pulled out some type of little bag and it had stacks of money. And here you go, bro.
Wow.
No wonder Adrian Broner couldn't be a good boxer because, like, what kind of technique is that? Like,
well, that too. Yeah.
Like, what was the game plan there? I'm just going to get over here and talk all sorts of crazy, and then eventually after the show, we're going to, like, what was he planning on here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, but salute to Killer Cam for standing on business. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we talked a lot about Anthony Richardson, and I guess how that draft pick ain't really working out, and we kind of looking at Indy and want to see what they're going to do with that whole situation. How would y'all feel if they made him into like a Taysom Hill tight end type of deal? Do you think that could possibly work? Because he is a freakish athlete.
Yeah.
How would you feel if they did something like that?
And a lot of times when you talk about things like this, there's a number of reasons that people say he should be a quarterback. I mean, he should be a receiver or a tight end or something. I think it fits here.
Right, like
I think it does.
We are not falling into the stereotypes of he can't do this because
this ain't Lamar Jackson.
Or like he's not smart enough. He simply has not demonstrated the ability to play quarterback. A fair point comes in on the YouTube page from Ken. He is already injury prone, so we're gonna get him in here blocking. that is questionable, but I think you have a better chance of him just flat out being a better version of a football player as someone who might be able to do some of those kind of Swiss Army knife or really just tight end straight up things there.
Yeah. So Jeff Teague on Club 520 podcast actually brought this up to Anthony Richards' teammate, Zaire Franklin.
Okay.
And Zaire was not having it.
Bro, going to tight end. Who? Chill, see, stop that. T, you on demon today, bro. I don't know that Vegas trip, man.
DJ said he was like the new Taysom Hill, and I was like,
nah. We ain't doing that.
But he could, though. That's
No, he can't. No, he can't. First of all, look, let Baker, let Geno, let Jared Goff, let Sam Darnold, let Danny be an example that it ain't never over for a quarterback. When a quarterback got that much talent and we ain't doing that. A. Rich, he's still a part of the squad too. So we ain't doing that.
I'm saying to get him on the field, bro.
Nah, he all right.
He too talented as an athlete not to be on the field.
That quarterback.
Well, he's not.
I do feel like they should look into something like that. I don't know, just sitting behind, just being QB number 2 or 3 is work. I mean, it's a high draft. I would try to put him out there once in a while and try to do some stuff, some razzle-dazzle type stuff.
He's got to want to, though. Like that position switch doesn't happen being forced. Like it's just not going to be something that goes over well if he doesn't want to. And if I would, really have a hard time believing that he is willing, at least at this point, to make that switch. I mean, his agent is trying to push to see if they can get a trade at this point. So I think they want to keep trying to be a quarterback. But the rest of us are looking at this like, dog, you were struggling to complete 50% of your passes. This does not look like something that you can make shake.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. What about something like a Wildcat type of situation when you throw him out there?
I don't mind that. In fact, I think I might have used this as a comparison when he was coming out in the draft. I don't mind that Taysom Hill has made a hell of a good career.
I mean, even Terrell Pryor was able to do a little something.
Yes, he fully switched to receiver, too.
I think that's how you sell. Hey, look, you're still going to get a couple reps at quarterback.
Logan Thomas had a good career at tight end as well.
How many years has Taysom Hill been in the league now, man?
Man, he just
making some money.
Eating.
That's how you sell
his own money.
The man's got his own money. He's 35 years old.
He did come in the league at like 28.
This is true, BYU. But he's in his 9th year. Like, that's how I would say, like, look, we're not saying you're not ever going to play quarterback, but you can make a career if you do this.
Oh, well, once you make that switch, you're not going back to, I don't know that you're, well, I guess you're talking about Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
You got to build up a package for that, which I'm not sure that they will, but, like, even then, I think once you open yourself up to that mindset, you got to be ready to just make that switch. Now, if he does come along to that place, I do think that could be beneficial for him. I understand why all parties involved are going to be in the places that they will, and he's going to try and continue to make it as a quarterback. The problem is, and I'll take this to Zaire Franklin, you got to defend your guy. He's still a quarterback, so I can't be the one out here saying it. However, comparing him to Geno and Baker, all those guys we saw,
all of them showed something.
Functional quarterbacks, at least at the college level, and then really somewhat at the NFL level before they had to go through that period before they could be comeback players. He hasn't given us that.
Nope.
Even at Florida, we did not see a fully funcking prototype.
What did he play, like 12 games?
52% he completed. 53 or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I'd be all cool with it. Like I might go and try and bid on the Anthony Richardson tight end experience. Let me get that speed and that physicality.
All right, get y'all out of here on this. Special salute to Molly from First Take.
Oh,
yeah, First Take. She resigned from her role on First Take in ESPN, and it kind of came out of nowhere. I think it kind of shocked everybody.
It's still an unknown.
So I'm curious to know, do y'all feel like it's a little bit of foul play, or is this maybe some personal, family issues? Or I don't want to say issues, but maybe it's something personal.
I don't know, foul play, I would go there. Just some interesting things going on.
Foul play, I mean like some FS1 type stuff.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe she can't get along with a coworker or something. If it's something like that, or maybe it's just a family situation where she had to step away.
I know a lot of people have kind of pointed to the various kind of off comments that have been made at times, more joking wise, but they feel like something that you shouldn't even joke about on TV. I know Stephen A. himself, but some other people have made maybe at Molly's expense. I don't know that that's what it is, and especially because when you see the statement that she put out on Instagram, she was like, basically, I wasn't expecting this to get out yet, but, enjoyed my time at First Take, which I don't know if that necessarily precludes her from coming back and doing anything litigious or if there is something there, but it didn't feel like that was the tone. And one of the last lines that she wrote was "stay tuned" with a smiley face. So I do wonder if she just got a better opportunity that presented itself that she was wanting to jump at. Either way, again, I said this earlier, I think in the next couple of weeks to a month, we'll get more understanding of what happened and why this is.
Oh, we will.
And I think that I'm waiting for. Yes, Molly Karam, who was on First Take 832.
Yeah, she was solid, man. Look, I was a Kerry Champion guy back in the day. She came in, I felt like she was solid. So salute to her, man.
And it had to be really solid because corralling those dudes when they start getting to arguing and bickering and going all different ways is not the easiest thing
not at all.
in the world. So best of luck to Stephen A. doing that himself. Although it makes sense when you make $40 million a year, you should be able to.
You better
be able to do everything, right? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here in the loop. All right, coming up next, I didn't give you the reason why I believe this offense will get better, so I do want to give that, and we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas to drive. We'll do that next.
Ready? Division rivalry games are always important. This week against the Jags is his.
Or visit trimfireradio.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. We appreciate you spending a little time with us on a Wednesday. It's week 2, or day 2 rather, of the week. There we go. After a Monday night game, kind of truncated, but the fellas are practicing. In fact, Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk, both at practice. Actually, the one that got my attention, because I was not expecting it, Jake Andrews also, you said,
Jake
was at
Andrews
practice.
practicing. How about that? Maybe that changes something.
I don't
you would
know.
think, right?
Maybe.
Is this the old lose your job because of injury thing?
Wally Pipped?
Yeah.
Was he playing that good?
No. No.
Yeah, and this is the thing about watching any, like, all 22 or whatever. I don't think I was watching specifically Jarrett Patterson and how he played as an individual, so I might need to go back and see how he played and how I kind of judge that with the maybe return of Jake Andrews possibly.
That could kind of tell you all you need to know too. If you didn't notice anything crazy as far as his position,
you don't want to be noticed.
Yeah, maybe, but also it might just be.
Although the interior got him a couple of times, just in general.
100%. Like the thing about it is, with any football play, it's one of the beauties of football is just. It's such a richness with the dance of 11 guys at any given time and 11 guys on the other side. I very much could be focusing on something else entirely different and miss what's happening on the interior of the offensive line because I'm micro focused on something else. So I might circle back around and see that. I might not. Who knows? That's how things go sometimes. But another day of practice, and those guys are out there, so that is interesting. I did mention this during the show, and you were a little bit shocked that I had this perspective, or maybe you just disagreed with it. I do feel confident that this offense will get better over the season from this point.
Based on what?
I think first and foremost, this feels like base camp. Now, I do feel like I was hoping for a higher starting point for this offense. But it does feel like, and these are famous last words, like it doesn't get worse than this.
Oh, wow, we're going there.
For the offense.
It can't get worse, Figgy. It can't get worse. And I'm not saying that you're necessarily wrong.
That's why I added the caveat there. Look, if it needs to be the Reggie Atatula jinx that you guys ultimately blame me for later on, if it doesn't get worse, I will have to hold that. But it does feel like this is the rudimentary level of what is supposed to be a relatively, I'm probably making too much at this point about the complexity of this offense, but a relatively complex offense. And you could see the instances where CJ is really working through the complexities of this and the things that are kind of holding him within the true progressions and some of those things that I imagine with more time you get more comfortable with. I think you see some of it in small ways with some of these skill players that maybe that they're dealing with, and hopefully with more time they get a level of familiarity with. And I think just generally they should find plays that at least work better than others. And if we believe Nick Caley to be baseline competent, you should lean more into more of the things that work, as they're still working from a place where it doesn't seem like they have that early on.
You just hit on the one thing that I could hold on, I could hope for. I don't think it's necessarily like they're going to get better because the line is going to play better. I think all signs point to this line cannot improve. It's one of those lines that they've already been established. of what they are.
And I hope you know that I respect you enough to not lie like that to your face.
Yeah.
You know?
So the offensive line talent is not going to get better. Wide receiver, it could easily with new players on the field. And running back, it could easily. Tight end, I don't know. I mean, they're bringing in guys that have never caught a ball and bringing them right to the 53-man roster. All that said, though, the one place where I would agree with you, it can get better, and it's a big ask, is play calling, and giving this quarterback and this offense more of a chance to do things that aren't as predictable. I can't get over that. 83% of the time they were in shotgun, they passed the ball. That is high school. That's high school stuff.
Yeah, and so if you just give me high school level competence.
So change that up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just the coaching of play calling and approach and disguising and all that. That's the only hope you have, and I don't know how strong that is.
No, I mean, this is something that we talked about, right? When I said that they put themselves a lot of question marks headed in that they had to hit on. They didn't hit on all of them, but immediately it didn't hit on them. There's still opportunity over time to get there. Again, the question comes back to how high of a ceiling does this ultimately reach, and how quickly do you get there? Because, again, what we've seen with the kind of unfortunate for Houston's side of this, the start of the season where you're 0-2 and the Colts are 2-0, it can get out of hand pretty quickly with what is kind of a sprint of a season somewhat if you don't get up to speed sooner rather than later. And that's where I understand D'Amico getting on the we're close, because you have to keep guys in that mentality of, hey, you've got to get these wins, and you've got to get to this place so you don't fall behind.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah. All right. So let me see as we welcome in, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing, the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. If Ron has any level of disagreement with my stance on the idea that I do still see the offense getting better as this thing continues on. He's thinking about it. Basically, my stance is it feels like
you're saying you can see them getting better.
I still believe that they will get better.
Oh, will get better. Hell, they got to.
Yeah.
Like I refuse to be that it gets worse than this.
I thought you were saying from like you're seeing them getting better.
Oh God, no.
I was gonna. Yeah, I didn't have.
But I think it's still an interesting question. Like,
yeah, but
the offensive line.
Yeah, better, but like better, like to what?
Mm-hmm.
And that was a question that actually came in on the text line is, do you see in an end game, like the high water mark for whatever this team is, and obviously the offense is a large part of what we're doing with this calculation, of being at the level that we were expecting them to be at by the time you get to week 17 in playoffs? And I'm like, I can't really see the high water mark of this offense. Maybe I just don't have enough imagination, but I don't see the high water mark of this offense getting you to a place where you can beat the Baltimore Ravens and the Buffalo Bills. That's the thing that is the most frustrating at this point.
Yeah. We're not there yet. I think we're getting close, but we're seeing the decisions that they made and the routes they decided to go. It was always there, and it was something that we just continue to say, boy, they better be right. Still, they still have time on that, but boy, the year one with Slowick coming out of that Colts game, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
You can see something, right? You can see, especially coming in that second half, you can see something. Then game 3, you really saw something against Jacksonville, and you say, all right, they're building. I mean, the one thing that they should do well, they can't. They don't seem to be able to. The first week, it seemed like after week 1, they as an offense had to be reminded of the one thing that if you look at their offense one time, you say, what do they do well? It should be Nico Collins. So like they don't through 2 weeks haven't seemed to be able to do the one thing that you look at that they would do well. They don't seem to be able to do it. And it felt like the coordinator almost had to be peer pressured for a week.
Oh, it absolutely did.
Into doing it. Yeah. And as Clint said yesterday, hell, he had 9 targets, but they still didn't do a great job of doing the thing that they should do well. So I don't know, man. I just look at this and I'm like, I mean, you just like I'm gonna let Clint jump in here. You just start doing the say it out loud test. You start just saying out loud what they have there.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm. Clint, I just feel like it. We were talking about what's the path, kind of. That he thinks they can get better offensively.
100%.
And I don't see the offensive line getting better over the course of the year. It doesn't mean the offense won't, but I don't. They're older. They're not that good. It's going to be a long season, as people like to say. There's going to be wear and tear. There's going to be injuries. I don't see the line getting better. The only place I could see that they could improve the offense is with the play calling and approach. And it drove me nuts. We talked about it as Show was walking in. When you are 83% of the time in shotgun throwing the ball, that's a high school mistake to be able to be that predictable.
Yeah, I mean, is that just this year? Or is that overall?
Monday night.
Yeah. I mean, so that definitely got away from him. Look, I think after watching this week's film, I think you can win with this offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be great, but you look at all Mina Kimes up there talking about pressures and all that. I mean, Dare had 2 or 3.
Yeah.
CJ had 2 or 3. Yeah. Ursary got beat once, man-to-man. Yeah, Jarrett Patterson got beat once, man-to-man. Yep, Laken Tomlinson got beat once, man-to-man. Other than that, I mean, and I'm still like I got one drive to watch, so that very last drive could change that. But for me, I don't look at this and go, boy, this offensive line just can't win.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it. There is a real coach problem.
That's what I've been saying. Like, is that going to get better?
There's a real coach problem. There's a real scheme problem, and I don't think any of it's going to get better until that guy improves. Until that approach improves.
Like last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. But the problem is you got your head coach going up there. Oh no, he improved, man. Communication was better. No, he's got to execute. No, that ain't. I mean, that ain't.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case after watching this, and there's some of the stuff we're seeing, and again, Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky hit on it. It's inexcusable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Baker Mayfield's one of the hottest quarterbacks right now, playing some of the best football out there. That offense is got a first-time play caller going for them, and I've been screaming this for hell since I've been on these airways. To be honest with you, I mean the screen game and the quick game has got to be a staple of what you do. And given what the Texans, what D'Amico should take that and go, he should take that Mina Kimes clip and should go sit down with Nick and go, how in the hell does this happen?
We don't like that.
We threw 2 balls behind the line. Guess who caught both of them?
Yeah.
Nick Chubb.
Who is not your pass catching back of the backs.
Which I'm not opposed to it.
Right.
But
one of them was a big play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of them was a big play, and they tried the same play
Screen
again,
to the right,
and it was
Patterson
a play.
out.
Yeah.
And the other one, they tried it the other way. Chubb to the left. But the point is like, Nico should catch 3 balls at or behind the line of scrimmage per game.
Yeah.
In some way, whether it's that little tap that Baker did, that little catch and just tap it forward and let him catch it. There is no excuse. I mean, it's infuriating to watch the film.
Yeah,
it is.
Of just, and then you listen to hear, how can O-line? Landry asked, how can O-line play get better? Well, we got to win our one-on-ones. I don't see that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to mix Dare in there, who shouldn't even be on the field, that's your decision, coach.
Yeah,
maybe, but. I mean, you can win with this offensive line.
Yeah.
You can win with this offensive line. The other stuff's got to change.
Yeah, and the thing that I just keep thinking about is it feels like the task that they undertook to start with this offensive coordinator was too big. It feels like if you were like, I'm going to remodel my kitchen, but I'm not that handy. I'm going to use YouTube University and get there. It's going to take a lot longer. And that's the only thing that I'm looking at from my perspective is, okay, over time, because you're not starting at the gates hot, it's going to take you a little time to get there, which is problematic in its own right, but I think it can get there.
But look, Reg, I mean, and this is a D'Amico problem, guys. I mean, D'Amico's on the second offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's a defensive coordinator. He knows how Baker just beat his pressure a good chunk of the time. He got the ball out of his hand and got it into the little quick guy's hands outside. To not have more players like that on offense and to not force your offensive play caller from jump this year to make sure your offense consists of those things. Like, take Nico out of the mix. Just consist of those kind of things. Like, that's a D'Amico problem. That's not a. I mean, we can sit around and get mad at Nick Caley because he ain't doing it if he want to. Hell, he's tight ends coach.
Yeah.
He never been. I mean, he never called plays.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like over there in that building, how many offensive minds you got over in that building?
You got
somebody should be standing their ass on the table. Gerard Johnson should be standing his ass on the table saying, "Hey man, I've been back there taking bullets."
Ben Daniels.
We can't do what we're doing right here. Lopez, 2nd and 7. I want to take a guess real quick. 2nd and 7 in this game, third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
2 receiver route. Take a wild guess.
Is that the max protect?
Yes.
Oh
take a wild guess at how deep the receivers were. The only 2 options CJ had.
I don't see it. I don't remember.
22 yards.
Oh my goodness.
No receiver was looking at CJ before 22 yards in the third quarter.
That one made me so mad.
What in your mind goes, yeah, man, I'm gonna max protect this thing, let CJ hold on 2nd and 7. We just had a good little run. Remember that? Hey, let's have some success on first down, and then let's judge Nick Caley. Remember D'Amico said that after week 1? 2nd and 7. That's where you go. And they're both, by the way, they're both stop routes. They're not catch the ball on the run. They're both stop. It's just, that doesn't make sense.
I'm glad to hear you say this.
Keep going. You don't have to get up.
This is going to be a fun film review too. But I said it yesterday. It's almost as if, to me, and it's kind of like you're talking about this. Nick Caley has a bunch of plays and just kind of calls them.
Pick one.
Yes.
That's what guys that's what guys that have never called plays before. That's what they do.
Yeah.
All right, fellas.
Like no plan,
signed up for it. D'Amico signed up for it.
We got to let you go get going here on a Wednesday. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. We'll catch you tomorrow, but for the time being, the drive is live.
This isn't all of them problem, right? They've been speaking and saying all off season. What is it? They want to put a ring on the bull. That right? Is that? I mean, I'm not even trying to say that to be.
I think that's correct. I think that is correct.
They kept saying that, and they didn't make any maneuvers in the offseason that said
ring on the bull.
Yep. They made moves. They made moves like they just got the job.
Nothing.
Like they made moves like they are building. Like, not that they just won back-to-back AFC South championships and they're trying to get to the next level. Like you said, how many offensive minds should be standing up on the table going off? Yeah, it's the same cats that was all there last year that didn't stand on the table.
Correct. That's
what I'm saying. Everything you're saying, we said was all Bobby's fault last year. And them same jokers is there. Bill Lazers is still walking around in there. Gerard's still walking around there. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, maybe he gets a little time. I don't think Chaplinski's
the right way. I think I was thinking my golf game.
Danny Barrett, the running backs coach, McDaniels, not McDaniels.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, McDaniels, Ben McDaniels. He's still waltzing around there.
But Ryan, seriously, I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm just saying. I make that point to emphasize how egregious it is of what they put on film offensively. Because the head coach comes up here and goes, "Oh, we're close," and no, you're not. You're not even remotely close. It is.
That's what I was going to ask.
It is extremely bad football, and it's so bad that my point to emphasize how bad it is any coach over there. And I just use Gerard because he's played the position, so if anybody knows it, it's him, right? Any coach over there should be willing to lose their job to get this right and should stand on the table. Forget this Mr. Nice Guy, and we're all going to be accountable to each other, and what do they keep saying? It's a collaborative effort and all this kind of stuff. Forget that, man. Somebody should stand on the table, or somebody should have stood on the table Tuesday in the coaches' meeting and said, "Guys, we should be embarrassed that we're picking up paychecks from Cal and Hannah McNair every Tuesday, and we throw 2 balls behind the line of scrimmage in this game.
Stop being a dumpster fire.
We should be, and it's not. And again, I'm at this point. I don't know how everybody's not standing on the table. I'm beyond just blaming the offensive coordinator. I don't know how D'Amico Ryans isn't at the point of like just his head fixing to pop off. He's so mad.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Clint, and I want to let the people hear the Mina Kimes, because I think that'll lead right into our tape drop Wednesday. That usually it's Tuesday. We'll do it on Wednesday. A lot to get to. We'll hear from D'Amico and CJ on the show as they will speak to the media today. You'll get to hear that a little bit later on. We'll hear from Cecil Shorts III. We'll see what his thoughts are. Week 2 of the. I wonder does Cecil know that he's going to be with us every week? But I wonder if he knows that. We'll get his thoughts. He played in the league and played offense at receiver. We'll get his thoughts on things. But Clint, I mean, what's going to be the excuse or explanation this time, right? Should we be led to believe that now it's Nick Caley who's ignoring everyone it's Nick Caley who's not listening to anybody? Because this sounds. I'll be honest with you. I'm not shocked or surprised at all. I thought this was probably a good bet that they may have some problems like this. I didn't think we would be in week 2 talking about the same exact things that was said last year, right? I didn't think that same exact things that was said last year. I didn't think we would be hearing that. But I wonder, is Nick Caley just not listening to anybody else? And if that's because that's what it was last year. The OC wasn't listening to anybody else and just going rogue and doing things on his own. I wonder what is the explanation this time.
They're all fixable.
It is. That's the one thing that Clint keeps saying. It's you can win with this line. Before Clint gets to his breakdown, he referenced what Mina Kimes said. Let's listen to what she had to say about this offense, as they did a segment on the Houston Texans offense, protection, and everything on ESPN yesterday. Here's Mina Kimes talking about their offense.
You look a lot more comfortable than C.J. Stroud did last night. 13 different Bucs got pressured. 13. How is that even possible?
That's outrageous.
All offseason, we were told that even though it didn't look like they fixed the offensive line on paper, well, we're going to put more on our quarterback's plate, and mentally he's going to be able to solve it in a new scheme. It is not playing out that way early on for the reasons that Dan described. This is an operational issue. This is not just about the bad offensive line or running backs not picking up the blitz. It's the whole thing. It's the quarterback. It's the scheme. It's the players as well. They got to find a way to triage this by making life easier for Stroud. It feels like at the moment there are no easy buttons for him to push. Last night, Baker Mayfield had 11 passes behind the line of scrimmage. C.J. Stroud had 2, right? Like, I understand not having Christian Kirk in there is maybe throwing a wrench in things, and of course Tank Dell's not healthy, but they cannot lean on longer developing plays the way that they have so far early in the season, even if Nico Collins is your best receiver downfield, because he is not surviving at this rate.
All right, that was Mina Kimes talking about this offense protections. Clint, you watched the tape today, and I know the protection and all of that is not the only thing you saw, but if we can start where she was, what did you see from watching the All-22?
Well, I'll explain how, would she say 13 players got pressure?
Yeah.
Because
how is that even possible?
The defensive coordinator knew that if I just put 8-9 guys at the line of scrimmage, including the corners with all the cut splits that these guys for some reason are in love with, then I can literally bring anybody from anywhere on the field, and I think they loosely define pressure, to be completely honest with you. But you know, whatever stat she's looking at. So that's how that happens. I don't think that is necessarily indicative of offensive line play being that bad. Now, I'm not in no way, shape, or form trying to tell you that it was great, but I think Daria Gumbawale had several. I think CJ had a couple. I think there were free runners. They blitzed a corner one time off of a cut split receiver that would fall under the pressure category. I think 3 different offensive linemen did get beat in man-to-man situations in pretty ugly fashion pretty quickly, I think. And on top of that, the quarterback very rarely, if ever, having a quick option by design. This isn't because it's not there. This is by design a good chunk of the time. That hangs the offensive line and overall the protection out to dry and puts them in a spot where they just cannot make a mistake. They have got to be literally, they have to build a wall every single snap, or C.J. Stroud's going to get pressured. And so I think there's 2 or 3 times where C.J. Stroud left the pocket and now he scrambled to go get first downs, get positive yardage. Those would probably be considered pressures, and in reality they weren't. It was a good pocket. I'll be honest with you. I think if you watch this game, and I don't even think you have to take all things considered. I think if you just watch this game, I think Baker Mayfield was under more pressure than C.J. Stroud is. Now he and his coach, he and his staff did a much better job of planning for. Like, you could watch them play, and you could tell they were planning for a defense that was a pressure defense that he couldn't hold the football with. Now, by nature, he holds the football some, so he still did it. But you could tell their plan was to create options for their quarterback the majority of the time, even on 2nd and long, give them somewhere to get back ahead of the chains, give them an option to break a tackle. They gave him they kept their running backs, their top 2 running backs on the field, all but 1 snap of the game. When he checked the football down, he was checking down to a really, really, really good NFL running back. and one of them that's really hard to touch in a damn phone booth, much less on a football field when he has space. So they dealt with it significantly better than the Texans
and doing
did.
it with multiple backup offensive linemen and guys playing out of place.
Yes, and versus
Will
a pass rush versus a pass rush that is I think viewed as one of the best in the NFL, top 5 probably pass. If you just narrow this thing down to pass rush, they're definitely a top 5 pass rush. So they had a better plan. They executed their plan better. They adjusted on the fly significantly better. And this doesn't need to be pinned on the offensive line, in my opinion. What was it great? No, it wasn't great. But could you win with? Could you bump our offensive line play up? Just take everything else out of the picture. Take all like hit the disappear button. My wife, by the way, taught me how you could clean up a picture this week on the new iPhones. They're tremendous. I didn't know you could take things out of it like that. It's unbelievable what they can do now. Right, but if you did
that pit stop.
If you did, well, I'm saying if you did that with the video, you took the Texans offensive line play, or just let's call it protection, and you took the Tampa Bay Buccaneers protection, and you took all the other players off the field, and you just said, all right, hit the button. Baker Mayfield was under just as much stress and strain and pressure as C.J. Stroud was. Was there as many free runners? I don't think so, but he got the ball out so quick several times that when there were free runners, he's throwing a screen, right? So we don't talk about it. No, it's not. It doesn't get into a pressure. It's a free runner, but it doesn't get to a pressure because he's throwing the screen, right? So yeah, I just disagree wholeheartedly. I'm literally, the more we talk about it, Ron, the more frustrated I am and with D'Amico Ryans. I don't know how you watch that film and then when asked about the offensive line, when asked about C.J. Stroud, when asked about getting the ball to Nico Collins, those are all problems, by the way. Those are all those need to be addressed.
But what's the big one?
But how you don't go to we've got to coach better. That is the number one coach crutch in all of America. Blame it on me. The coach has got to coach better. You could use that here and be dead on. We've got to coach better on offense. We got to prepare these guys better. We've got to give the quarterback more options. We've got to use Nico better. We've got to keep the running back. They admitted it. They admitted it by the snap count this week, by the way. I mean, they went from everybody getting reps to one of the backup running backs being inactive and the other only getting 10. But for some reason, you still needed to put him on the field. And every one of them Dan Orlovsky, Mina Kimes highlights when the pressure's a problem, guess who's on the field in the running back position? Damn near every single one of them. I don't know if you noticed that, but 33 is.
He has said they had to coach better, but I don't think he's been specific to what you're talking about.
It should start there and stop there. It should start. If what I just watched, Ron, if the expectations are for Laken Tomlinson to go out there and not even one time get hip tossed by a really good NFL interior defensive tackle,
Vita Vea,
then we're not realistic. If the thought is for Jarrett Patterson to go out there and play so clean, he singled Jarrett Patterson out in his postgame. In his press conference yesterday. I mean, are you kidding me? It's a 6th round pick. Jarrett Patterson, yeah, he got beat once, right? I mean, yeah, Ed Ingram got beat one time. He got hip tossed. He got his feet tied up. But though that's not why you can't play good offensive football. It's not why you can't win football games with the offensive side of the ball. I mean, the overall pressures, how many guys are getting pressures and, sacks, like that's fine. We can talk about those stats. But this is not you can win with this offensive line. You can win with this offensive line. You can win with this crew. You're not giving yourself a chance to win. By design, by scheme, by game plan, by giving your quarterback options, by adjusting in game, you're not giving your guys a chance.
All right. We'll throughout the show look at it as it is a tape drop. It is usually Tuesday or Wednesday. As Clint looked and watched most of the entire game. We'll throughout the show get some thoughts on that. Coming up here as we continue here on The Drive, injury news. We'll see, this isn't helpful with the offense. Some good, some bad, but there's going to be a player who's been playing a lot the first 2 weeks that is going to be on injury reserve. We'll discuss and let you know the latest on that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I think
John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See a lot of people texting in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. People are jumping in with thoughts. Yeah, man, it's not a surprise. Like, you know, I nobody it gets annoyed more about it's early, it's week 2 stuff more than I think this show. I think it really gets under your skin. I would just say to you all, I know Tyler as well, I would say to you all, I hear you. Nobody has said it's over. But I don't mind talking about October or November when October and November get here. But damn it, it is September the 17th, and it is week 2. And I'll be damned, we have to talk about what the hell we're seeing right now. And what the hell we're seeing right now ain't anywhere near the thoughts and the expectations that they have set for themselves. Now, it gets better, and there's some changes in November and December. We'll talk about it. But it ain't November or December. It's September. It's week 2. All right, and you know, I get the thought. Nobody is dismissing any of that, but damn it, we got to talk about what's happening right now.
Yeah, look, we have 6 weeks of training camp, man. We have 6 weeks of training camp,
OTAs, mandatory mini camp,
a bye week, and 2 weeks to prepare for what we watched yesterday, our Monday night. All the world watched, and we just This isn't what it's this. I guess the most frustrating part to me is it's not. It is everybody. It's a layered issue. It is about communication. It is about players making plays. It is about an O-line that's not great. It is about a skill group that's not great. But it like if you can't put what you do have in place to just schematically win, if you can't turn the tape on and say, look, guys, yeah, we're getting heated up right here, man. But look, there's a slant right here. There's a quick out right here. There's a shake route right here. There's a fade right here versus press. Ball should have been up in 2 seconds, in 0.5 seconds, right? When that's not the reality, over and over and over again, that it's not. You can't go to it and say, guys, just have to execute. You know, when you've got free runners. There's free runners all over the place. I can vividly remember a corner and two different safeties and multiple linebackers, free runners at the quarterback. You know, that's a problem.
No.
I mean, that's not a my guy's better than you problem. That's a scheme problem.
Some news that some good, some bad that actually affects the offense. One, yesterday, Texans wide receiver, or in Monday's game, Texans wide receiver Justin Watson kind of limped off the field. Well, the latest with that, according to Aaron Wilson, is he is sidelined indefinitely with a calf Achilles injury that he suffered in the game against the Buccaneers. Very important to note that it is not a tear. It didn't tear, but likely an injured reserve designation, and there's a potential he could return later on in the season. So it's not a tear, but there is some sort of a calf Achilles issue with Justin Watson. But as D'Amico said yesterday when he spoke, you could have heard that on In the Loop and with us yesterday, Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios are expected to be back, and Clint did see them at practice. So that's a big deal. But Justin Watson, somebody held Clint. We were wondering if he would make the team. Clearly in the first 2 weeks, I understand Christian Kirk and Berrios weren't there, but clearly in the first 2 weeks, he was one of the guys that Nick Caley and company trusted because he was out there getting more targets than the rookies that they had out there, the other guys they had out there. So somebody at the very least that they trust is going to miss some more time at the receiving room at Justin Watson.
Yeah, it's a guy that they've had to lean on. I mean, it's unfortunate because, I mean, like you said, I mean, if you just skill wise, if you rated all the wide receivers, I would say he would be 7th or 8th on the list of guys that you feel like can go out there and separate, and guys that can make plays, and guys that can threaten the defense. But he'd become a guy that CJ was comfortable throwing the football to in a time when they needed a guy that at least CJ was comfortable throwing the football to. So, hate to hear that the young fella got hurt, but it's one of those deals where if he's going to get hurt, do it in a week where you're getting Christian Kirk back and you're getting Braxton Berrios back.
Yeah. So that is the latest there as there's an injury. All right, man. I wanted to hit you and the people with this yesterday, and just kind of talk. We're watching the film. You're looking at this. And we talked about it yesterday. I was surprised, not shocked, because I think Baker Mayfield and that Bucs offense is one of the better offenses in the league, especially when they're completely whole. But when you look at the Texans and what they're able to do, I was a bit surprised that Baker Mayfield and that offense was able in 2 minutes to drive 80 yards and score a touchdown on the Texans defense. And hey, Baker's done it 2 weeks in a row, right? They did it against Atlanta, had a big drive late that he was able to orchestrate. I'm wondering to you right now, C.J. Stroud in this offense, in this position, and we've watched C.J. Stroud do this. His rookie year, we watched him do it against Cincinnati. We watched him do it against the Bucs. We watched him do it multiple times in his short career. And I don't think that was really ever a wonder. You confident? What's your confident level? Are you confident that CJ could do what Baker did with this offense, that they need a touchdown to either tie, win, or whatever? They got to get into the end zone 2 minutes. They got to go 80 yards. You confident right now that CJ and this offense can pull that off?
Well, I'm gled you added this offense, because I was going to say I'm confident CJ could pull it off.
Yeah,
I'm not confident. I'm not confident that this offense is even going to give him a chance, to be completely honest with you. Like, I just don't. There's 80 yards in 2 minutes. Yeah, that would be against a good defense like Baker did against the Texans. What is a good defense? Maybe not as great as we thought it was going to be. I think they've shown some struggles here of late, but still only gave up. What did they give up? 21, 20?
20. 14, week 1, 20.
Yeah. This offense, no. I'm confident that C.J. Stroud, if they
still
get this,
have C.J.
Look, if they get this thing humming, I don't doubt in any way, shape, or form that C.J. Stroud is absolutely tremendous when things are going right. It's when things are rough right now, how does he handle this situation is the thing that I think that's the biggest question surrounding a young quarterback.
Yeah, I know you, and I think just watching the games, I agree. As you said, this offensive line you can win with. But I'm not sure that I feel great about this offensive line. And as you would say, the protection overall. Hey, man, we know you got to pass. We know you got to drop back and pass. That is something that, because oddly, they're going to play a lot of tight games with this defense, right? Like against, and that's the real scary thing about the Texans is they're going to play a lot of tight games, and they're probably going to play a lot of tight games with everybody. Right, they could play a tight game against the Jags. They could play a tight game against the Titans. The Titans, hell, are playing tight games against other teams. They'll play a tight game against, a team like the Bucs or the Rams. They did, and they're probably going to have moments where they got to get the ball and drive it to win the game. And that is, to me, one of the areas of concern is what does the protection do when they know everybody in the building knows you got to throw. Can they hold up enough? And
I tell you, they Ron, I'll be honest with you. Watching. I don't have a. And I know when you say pass protection, you don't mean just the offensive line. You put Nick Chubb or Woody Marks at this point on the field. This offensive line, I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah,
I think they'd be fine. Now you're gonna cut the splits and you're gonna crowd the box and you're gonna run 22-yard routes where nobody's even looking at the quarterback. Now that puts a kink in things.
All right, coming up, let's hear from our guy Cecil Shorts III. He was out there getting it Monday night at that game too, boy. I mean,
he was.
There was one point where I felt like he needed a water break. He was running back and forth.
Hey, when he was throwing them towels, I mean, he was down there screaming enough to where I was like, "Damn, all right, Cecil, damn, I hear you up here in the press box."
I was sitting there thinking he needs a water. I know he does. But Cecil, we'll get his thoughts on.
Boy, look clean in the Board of Health too down there.
On what he was seeing coming up next. But before we do that, guys, let me tell you.
nextspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big day today here on The Drive. We'll hear from the head coach coming up at 3 o'clock, and C.J. Stroud also speaking to the media. And the 4 o'clock hour, we'll hear from our guy Brandon Scott. I've already talked to him this week. He has been ready for his Texans report coming up at 4:40, so stay tuned for that. But we talked to our guy who doesn't know it, but he's going to be here every week with the Cecil Shorts III. He jumps on with us before we get to Cecil Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 and presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, just starting at $30 for your first year. That's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, Cecil, I know you are, as everyone should be, in the patient boat. I think your boat's bigger, but I think you're in the let's get patient, be patient with this offense boat. They did score multiple touchdowns this week. They didn't score touchdowns in week one. Your feeling after watching that game Monday, you were there. I know you were there. Your feeling now, did you feel better about the offense coming out of that game?
No, I didn't. I might feel a little worse. When you play Monday night, you always want to put a good showing on. Now the entire world sees where your glaring holes are. You know what I mean? And my boat, as you mentioned, it was big, it was patient. Now it's getting smaller.
Yeah.
And it's getting frustrating. Now I'm starting to question Seven a little bit. Is he holding the ball too long? Because there's moments where, in my opinion, the sack is on him because I feel like he can get rid of the ball, whether that's even your check downs, whether that's missing a guy or a guy is open or the guy's not getting open. It's just a multitude of things that, to me, stand out glaringly. The protection up front and not understanding simple protections. They're bringing 5 and we don't, or bringing 6 and they're bringing 4 off one side of the field and we can't slide. The Texans can't slide that way or understand, hey, we got to block inside out, not outside in. So inside is most important. So we got to make sure we stop the holes closest to the center and the guard and the tackles and let the guys on the outside, the ends or the backers blitzing on the outside, we let them go. We can avoid them by stepping up in the pocket, getting rid of the ball, whatever the case may be. So there's some things that's concerning. And I'm not necessarily in full panic mode yet, but I am not liking what I'm seeing, if I'm honest.
So Cecil, and you and Clint can jump to this. Like maybe the audience doesn't know exactly, all right, the ins and out of a blitz pickup, and Clint gives his best to try to explain it in the most simplest form, just like you did. Clearly, the frustration that I hear from both of you is that this isn't ranking up into the real difficult, exotic blitz pickups that some offenses have to do and deal with. This stuff seems to be the way that you guys are so frustrated when you talk about it. It sounds like this stuff is not that hard when it comes to what you have to do to pick up blitzes in the NFL.
It's, to me, I'm not going to act like it's easy to pick up a blitz. Ty Bowles, these guys are really good at kind of disguising it at times. But if you watch the film, Clint can speak for it. You see it coming. Like you know it's coming, whether there are 4 on one side, whether there's whatever, something is coming. So it's about communicating, and it's about getting the right guy to the right person. And it just seems like over and over and over again, they aren't communicating well, whether that's coming from CJ to the offensive line, whether that's Nick Caley to the offensive line, or Nick Caley to CJ, and CJ's not relaying what he's supposed to. So I know he has more control up front now. And I expected some of this, right? I did, because it's a new offense. And again, I'm trying to be patient, but at the same time, you're in the NFL. And 0-2 does not look good, and 0-2 is not the easiest thing to come back from, as we all know what the statistics say about 0-2 teams going to the Super Bowl, right? So it's very Frustrating because, again, it's not extremely exotic. Todd Bowles does a really good job with Tampa Bay and over there, but it's not extremely exotic. You know what's coming. You know what to expect. It's about executing when that time comes, and they did not do a good job, whether it was the running back, whether it was, Darway got pushed around. I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to dog on Darway. He does some good things on special teams. But as far as him being a third down back, that should be Woody Marks. That's just what it is. It should be Woody on the field and Nick Chubb right now. Darway should not be on offense.
Yeah, see, so when it comes to the blitz, man, it's not about picking it up. I mean, I don't in any way, shape, or form want to like minimize how difficult it is as a 300-pounder to identify, do all these things to physically pick it up. It's the ability or inability to identify, right, and then have answers. Like that's the frustration with me is that it's way too often that they don't identify it, and they've got receivers running with their back to the quarterback 20 yards downfield, and you don't have answers for the pressure, right? It should be the other way. You have the quick answers, and if they bail, then you work down the field, right? And it seems like it's backwards, and it seems like it's very elementary to me. But Cecil, I'm watching this film. I'm absolutely livid. Now it has to do with the film, and it also has to do with D'Amico Ryan's comments, yesterday or whenever it was he spoke to the media first, and kind of combining that. But one thing I saw in the film, and I'm curious to you, I know it's me as a quarterback, my blood's boiling, but there were 3 different times in the game that I could count. There may have been one more, but I'm going to go 3, where you've got like the slant route that 19 caught early in the game over the middle. You had Nico Collins and 19 both cut splits running slants, damn near ran right into each other. You got the same thing on dig routes with cut splits later on in the game, and I can't remember who caught it, but they almost ran into each other. You've got 2, I call them box routes or square routes, the old Peyton Manning delay on the outside, right, where 5 yards stop and then come straight down the line. You had once where the tight end and the slot receiver ran that same route right on top of each other. How in your mind as a pro, as playing that position, how many times is it acceptable for that to happen in a game?
Zero, like period. Spacing is about the passing. Passing game is about spacing. That's where Clint, the quarterback, can see exactly what's going on. They can see the defense. The receiver, the tight end, the running back can see what the coverage is and what's going on. And I talked about it last week. When you condense the splits, it brings a lot of pressure on the quarterback and the guys because you're bringing everybody into one area. And I love condensed splits when you use them right. But it just seems like it's just congested. And when you have guys close to running to each other, it shouldn't be that way. Like, I don't know how often you should be calling, like, mirror routes, or mirror routes meaning they're running the same route going into each other in a condensed split. That doesn't even make sense to me.
Agree.
So when it comes to that, it's everything. Spacing is everything, because now you're helping the quarterback see where that defensive back, the defensive guy's got to make a decision. And now with spacing, he can see where he wants to go. His decision made, boom, I'm going here. His decision made, boom, I'm going there. But when you have it like that, it's just not going to be successful, man. Period.
Well, the interesting part, the reason I bring that up, Cecil, is because we spend so much time talking about the quarterback and the offensive line, and rightfully so. They deserve it. But there's some other things, and we spend a lot of time talking about the offensive coordinator. But if these receivers are going to, the slants are going to run face into each other, the box routes on top of each other, both guys running the same exact route 2 yards apart. I mean, that kind of stuff. I mean, if you're not running enough quick stuff as it is, and when you do run quick stuff, you've got mistakes like that. I mean, it's impossible to play winning football on the offensive side of the ball when that kind of stuff's happening.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. I want to go back to a point you made when you first started talking. You were like, guys are running down the field 20 yards, or the blitzes come in, and we have no answers, right? Texans have no answers for the blitzes. That right there is about acknowledgement at the line of scrimmage and having solutions, right? We talk about solution-based. Like, literally, if this guy's coming, CJ should see at the line of scrimmage, or he should be taught to see at the line of scrimmage, hey, you're pointing. Hey, if he comes, I'm pointing to that backer, or I'm pointing to that nickel, I'm pointing to that safety. If he comes, you're hot. So that way, if they do come, you have an answer, and not only can it be a not only is it just an answer, it could be a big play. It can slow the blitz down. If you keep hitting the 5-yard hitch route or a simple mesh route, whatever the case may be, every single time they blitz, they're going to stop blitzing. Because that's 5 yards a single pop. You got me? Like, you got to have answers. That's one of that was a great point by you, because there's no reason if they're blitzing that, and sometimes they're going to bring more than what you got. Sometimes they are going to confuse you. But the point is that for you, and the whole point of D'Amico coming to the presser last week and saying, hey, the pre-snap hustle, or they got to get to the line of scrimmage faster, was so that CJ and the offense can see it. So they can see what's going on. So that's frustrating. They got to figure that out ASAP, because that can help in your passing game and help the offense continue to go down the field. And then once you hit that a few times, not even 8 or 9 times, you hit it once, twice, maybe 3 times, that will slow down the blitz, and now you can go back to your basics in the offense.
Hey, Cecil, all joking aside, that hamburger competition down there was off the charts, cuz.
That's my favorite.
Hey, man,
that's my favorite.
I don't know how much their old boy left his tomato on the turf, man. What was wrong with his ass, man? He's got to be killing himself today. I hope somebody in his family
he was winning.
Oh, I know. I thought the little boy was gonna blow his hamstring out, man. I'm telling you. I hope somebody had a reaction Monday on his ass too, dropping that tomato on the turf. You kidding me, man? Are you kidding? I don't know how much they're paying you over there, Cecil, to do that gig, man. But it ought to double, man. You do a hell of a job, man. I'm in the press box and you get me rolling, bro. So good job, man.
Yeah, me tired.
Appreciate it, man. Say it again. Say it again.
Come on, pay that man.
Hey, yeah, me tired as hell throwing that towel. All right, hey, leave us with a little positive here, if you can. You've watched them for 2 weeks. What is, there's some difficult things they have on this offense, but they've got to find ways to be more successful. If you're Nick Caley, what is the one thing or things that you would lean on early on, what you're seeing, that you would lean on as a positive thing that you would try to exploit or attack for this offense? What's that one thing?
You know what, honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Woody Marks. Like, we hit Woody Marks. I keep saying we got to be more professional. We Texans hit Woody Marks in the flat one time and got 37 yards, and then we never seen him in the flat ever again the rest of the game. We didn't see him go to the flat. We didn't see him even complete a pass to the flat ever the rest of the game. Like, that was exciting to me. Woody Marks playing a lot. He pass protect well. Chubb, again, not the most explosive guy anymore, but he's still darn good. And he's good enough to get positive yards. He does not fall backwards. He'll fall forward every single time. So for me, I would try to emphasize that running game a little bit more. Emphasize getting Woody Marks in a little bit more. I would take Darray out, make him specifically with Frank Ross, who's doing a really good job. As a matter of fact, Frank Ross kept the Texans in the game last week, if you ask me. He did a heck of a job dialing up that blitz, almost got twice, blocked that punt twice. But I would emphasize the run game more, and then go down. I still think go down the field. Go down the field. Yeah. Nico Collins got 9 targets last game. It didn't feel like it. It honestly didn't feel like it. And I don't know how many were legit targets. You know what I mean? So that's what I would suggest.
All right, Cecil, man. We appreciate you. Hopefully you're ready around this time next week, because we're going to call you.
Sounds good.
All right, Cecil. That's former Houston Texan Cecil Shorts III. A lot there from Cecil. And it's not personal, Darray. From Cecil to myself, Clint, it's just they're not putting him in the best position possible for him. They're just not, for him and the team. And good dude, good player, just shouldn't be the third down back. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from him as they turn the page and start to look towards the Jags in a huge division game on the road in Jacksonville. We'll hear his thoughts coming up next.
All right, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. Look, if you need a fresh coat of paint at your office or at your home, wherever you live, rental property, whatever you got going on, y'all, I'm telling you, Serta Pro Painters is the way to go. I've flipped several houses. I've dealt with several paint contractors, and from start to finish, Serta Pro Painters is second to none. There is no doubt about it. They are the best in the business, man. They show up early. They take care of all the existing flooring and furniture and things of that nature. They pay attention to every single detail, and the work is absolutely flawless. And by the way, if there is any kind of little nick here or there, they follow back up and they take care of business, man. That's all you can ask, man. Each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Serta with a C, y'all. Serta Pro Painters. That's painting happy.
Thirsty Thursday is headed to Clint's neck of the woods. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6. Live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown with our friends from Bud Light. Stop by for some great wings, cold drinks, prices on site, and the best sports conversation in town. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, I can't speak for everybody, man, but I've been getting oil changed in my rig. Sometimes it's my wife's rigs because y'all know my situation. But either way it goes, I've been doing it for a long time, y'all. And the best option then is the best option today, and that is Jiffy Lube, without a doubt, man. If you need something quick in and out service, There ain't but one option, and that's Jiffy Lube. I'm telling you, they check the box every single time. And guess what? Know this, folks. When you pull into a Jiffy Lube, you're gonna get premium oil. That's right. Pennzoil is what my truck runs on. It's what my wife's truck runs on, and it's what Jiffy Lube is all about, baby. With over 60 locations in and around Houston, it's always convenient. If you need an oil change right now, slide in that nearest Jiffy Lube. There's no doubt about it. They'll have you in and out. You can wait in your car. You can wait inside. However you want to make it happen, you can do it. And hey, guess what? Mention my name, Clint Stoerner, Sports Radio 610. Get you $26 off.
season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as it is a Wild Wednesday here on The Drive. Shout out to Cecil Shorts III, who gave us some good conversation here in the last segment. A lot to get to. Brandon Scott, Texans report coming up at 4:40. That's every single Wednesday. We look forward to hearing from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud coming up in this hour. So stay tuned, hanging out with us. A lot to get to as they get ready. Sure, in the building, they've turned the page here on the short week as they get ready to face Trevor Lawrence, Travis Hunter, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Let's head to NRG and hear from your head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he speaks to the media.
Jake Andrews and Christian Kirk and Braxton Barrett will help here. How much of a boost can those guys give you?
It's good to get our guys back. Getting Christian back, Barrios, Jake. It's good to see them back out at practice today. We'll continue to see how the week goes for them, but it's encouraging to see them out there today working. Hopefully they can help us on Sunday.
What have you seen from the Jaguars so far this season and how they're playing?
Yeah, from the Jags, I see really an explosive offense. You got playmakers, starting with the running back. To me, ETN is a really good player. Tough tackle, right? So we got to do a great job of tackling again this week. Another great back. And the receivers, I think Brian Thomas, one of the best young receivers in the league. Really like his skill set, really explosive player, plays really great hands, can attack you in the deep part of the field as well. And then they got Travis Hunter. Throw him in the mix, another playmaker. They try to feed the ball to a little bit more, watching the Cincinnati game. And then Trevor's done a really good job. I think Liam has done a really nice job working with Trevor. You can see some improvements from him. Like, if the first guy's open, he's ripping it in there, and he rips it. He's playing decisive, playing on time, and is still having that athletic ability to move out of the pocket, extend plays is really what makes him lethal. So they've done a really nice job. Offensive line, have to definitely give them credit. They're doing a really nice job of protecting. They only given up one sack this year, so really nice job protecting the quarterback and protecting the football. And defensively, a lot of different looks. They mix it up a lot. We're going to be challenged with what they do, especially on passing situations, second and third down. They mix up a lot of looks. A lot of guys at the line of scrimmage, dropping in and out of coverage looks, pressure looks. So we have our hands full there when it comes to picking those things up and being decisive where they are. But they do a really nice job of attacking the football, playing fast and physical. Really like the way the defense is playing.
How do you prepare for a player like Travis Hunter, one who plays both ways like that?
Yeah, for Travis, we play like we have to do us better. So it's not us just singling out one player. He's definitely a part of what they do, and they will try to feature him, but we don't overextend ourselves to try to chase ghosts or anything. He aligns all over the place. He'll be in every position. They're going to find ways to get him the ball. We just have to play sound in what we do defensively, and we have to make the plays we're supposed to make. Then when they do, put him on the defensive side at the corner position. You see he made a really nice play there on the sideline, breaking up a pass. You talk about a talented player. I mean, you see why he's drafted where he's drafted, the impact he's had at both places he was at, at Jackson State and also at Colorado. You see the impact that the kid has made. Outstanding young man, outstanding player. And it's really cool to see a guy be able to play on both sides of the football in National Football League, where a lot of people say it can't be done.
All right, we'll get back to NRG when that picks
But
back
it's
up.
impressive.
Can you talk about how do you address some of the little things you needed to clean up? You talked about like tackling and things like that and penalties, while you're also putting in a game plan in a short week. How do you accomplish all that?
Yeah, for sure. It starts with just, for me, it's all about just being precise in what you're doing, right? It's knowing what to do, knowing how to do it, and at the end of the day, it's really how bad do you want to get it done. Our guys understand that. They understand how we miss. The missed tackles, it comes from we weren't wrapping up. Like you want to play a physical brand of football, but you're not just going to knock everybody back with a shoulder tackle, or you have to secure the tackle, get the guy down, especially you're the first man in. So we just have to do a better job of the first guy being there. Just make sure you secure the guy. And we do that. Everybody rallies to the football, and then we'll tackle better.
How have your players received maybe some of the very pointed, this has to be better message from you? You were very direct with us when you talked with us on Tuesday. How have they received that message? And is there any concern for you that you tried to get this through, whether it's blocking up front or whatever, you tried to deliver that message and maybe you haven't seen the progress that you would like?
Our guys are eager to get going. And that's what I felt from our team meeting as we went through the game, flushed it, got it out. Guys are eager to get going. And the one thing about our guys, they understand, where we are. They understand how small of a margin it is to win in this league, right? And I continue to tell our guys, it's not that we are so far off or we're so far removed. It's just about, can we buckle down and make those couple plays we need to make to end the game, right? And that won't change every week. It'll be the same. So our guys understand what to do, understand the urgency at which we have to operate to get that done. And for us, honestly, we just have to go finish. We've been in games, we've been close, we got to go finish. We got to finish drives, we got to finish in the red zone, we have to finish on third down, we just have to finish the football game.
You expect teams to continue to approach your offense the same way with the amount of pressure that Tampa sent, the constant blitzing? Do you expect teams to just continue to do that until there's a proof that you guys can handle it a little bit better?
I would assume that guys will continue to copycat and do different pressures. And I would say this, the pressure thing, it's all 11, right? It's not, we had a miscue here or there, whether it's the back or it's getting the ball out quicker to our hot answer. So it's all 11 guys when it comes to the pressure. It's not just, it's easy for everybody who just watches it and say, it's the O-line. It's all 11 guys working together, operating how we have to operate with a sense of urgency. Of course, that's what everybody does in the league. They see something that was successful, you'll see it again. So you just go back, you correct it. Right, we correct it on the sideline. You correct it again to make sure, hey, we're going to see this again in some form or fashion. Maybe a different look, maybe a different way they bring pressure, but we're going to continue to see those things, of course, until we show that we have answers for it. So we're ready for that. We know we're going to see it. We're ready to roll.
So in 2023, you guys are, I believe, top 2 in one possession ball games. I think you guys are record 14-10, which is kind of balance of living in that space, the pros and cons of living in that space where a lot of the games come down to the last play after you guys are knocking the team out of the end zone or you guys are going after the game-winning drive. What's kind of balance the pros and cons of that? Because sometimes it does kind of move you guys to win more convincingly because you guys execute throughout the day. So what's just kind of pros and cons of always living in that particular space?
Every game you're in, you really would like to win in a convincing fashion. As I tell guys, it's not. It's the big schools versus the small. It's NFL football. So every week you're playing against competitive opponents. It's not just, this is a W just because this team is on the schedule. Every week you got to bring your best every single week. So whether it's a close game, whether it's not close, you just got to find a way to finish with the win. And that's what our guys are focused on. It's not focused on how many times we've been in one possession games. Guys, players, you don't think that way. You just think about going out, whatever is in front of you, you attack it, you execute the right way, and you focus on winning that particular down. And however the game shapes out, right, we know they're going to be tight. We know it always comes down to the fourth quarter, right, and that's why they have the red zone channel.
Obviously, a lot of our questions offensively are
pretty similar to last year. Do you feel like it's an extension of last season offensively? Do you feel like it's different? Like, where do you fall in that?
Yeah, I do not. I think we're much better. I think our O-line has done a really good job, much better than everybody kind of gives them credit for. We've done a really good job picking up stunts, things like that. And a guy here, guy there gets beat. That's football. That's going to happen. So is it the same issues that we had? No. It's completely new. Our guys doing a really good job of executing. We just got to finish the game, right? If we finish the game the right way, I don't think anybody's asking the same questions. It's just that's natural. That comes with it when you lose, and I'm ready to handle all of that. That happens in this league. And you just got to win games, and the story changes, right? So until we win games, I know we'll get those same questions, and we should get them, right? Because we got to do a better job of playing and finishing games, and until we do that, then I understand the questions that we'll receive.
Do you consider yourself, and I don't know what you do with CJ or not, like, it may just be completely out of bounds question, like a de facto quarterbacks coach? Do you meet with him and say, like, hey, this is what the defense, and I asked this in part because Tom Brady broke down recently what he and Bill went through as he was a real-time quarterbacks coach to him, and no one ever really thought about that.
Yeah, for sure. Me and CJ, we meet. We met this week. We meet once a week, and it's good.
As a quarterback
coach? Coach, what is the difference in being 0-2 in 2023 and being 0-2 now? Can you lean on some of what you all went through as far as that adversity, your first year of coaching, to be able to, go into game 3?
2023 seems so long ago. I can't. Oh man, it's. I think it's very similar. I mean, we're in the kind of same spot, I believe. We went 0-2. We're going to face Jacksonville, I think, for the third game, if I remember correctly. Kind of the same spot we're in here. But it's just different circumstances, different team, right? Each year, to me, the team is different with its own different set of issues. And for me, every year, right, that your team has to grow, right? And you have to grow through some things, right? And that adversity, what is it building amongst your team? Like, is it building that resilience and the resolve that you need to sustain throughout the season? So, yeah, as we talk about each season, there are always going to be ups and downs throughout the season. That's life for us all. We all have ups and downs in life. Our life isn't determined by one bad moment, one bad decision. It's about how you rebound, how do you keep pressing forward, and how do you finish the race. And that's what our team has to do. We just have to go out and finish the race. It's a long season, right? We're not allowing 2 games to reflect or dictate who we are as a team, right? We just got to go out and play good football.
Jacksonville does have a new coaching staff and does things a lot different. What are the biggest differences you've noticed in how they utilize their offense and defense to that degree as well?
What I see from the offense is it's very similar with their run game that they had in the previous years. I see the ball is out quick, and Trevor, that we know he's known for getting the ball out quick. But you can see more of that. You see more of the screen game than they ran in the past, and then they also with Liam, same as when he was in Tampa, he's going to try to take some vertical shots down the field. Right, a couple of those a game will show up. That's probably the biggest difference there, them taking their vertical shots.
All right, that was a head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as he spoke to the media a bit ago. We will hear from C.J. Stroud coming up later on in this hour. Clint, anything jump out to you there from D'Amico?
Yeah, look, I think the emphasis on, hey man, it's not just the offensive line. I think that was needed. I think it's easy to pile on the offensive line, especially when it's national media and you just maybe scan the film one time and you don't really know what's going on in Houston. Maybe you don't even know how to comprehend it. Maybe just regurgitating how many guys from Tampa Bay got pressured on C.J. Stroud. And the offensive line seems to be the group that takes the brunt of that. And look, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be under the microscope and some pressure be put on those guys, but I mean, if this team winning ball games is contingent on, again, Lakin Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and Ariante Ursary playing flawless one-on-one football up front, we ain't gonna win many games. And so I think it was good to hear the head coach say, look, man, this thing is about the O-line, it's about the running backs, it's about the quarterback getting the ball out, it's about the wide receivers running the right route. By the way, it's about the offensive coordinator giving the quarterback answers as well. Should have been thrown in there. But yeah, I thought that was good to hear and very necessary, no doubt. And obviously, the injured guys being back at practice, I think, are big for this offense. All three of those guys. Surprised that Jake Andrews is even remotely close to being back.
Saw him. Yeah, he was running a little bit, jogging on some video of him doing that a little bit.
Yep. I mean, but he and Christian Kirk and even I didn't think we would be in this situation, but we are. I think Braxton Berrios will be a real weapon offensively for.
So you think he's going to be more than just a special teams punt returner?
Well, I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, we can't seem to get a screen to Nico or any easy throws to Nico. So I don't know what the hell they're going to do with Braxton Berrios, to be completely honest with you. But I do think he brings a skill set to the table that when you look at giving the quarterback right now answers. You can line him up anywhere. He's a veteran. He knows how to do it. He can retain and apply a playbook. You should be able to get real creative with him. You should be able to throw screens to him. You should be able to hand it to him. You should be able to do some misdirection type stuff with him, which I think this offense is missing desperately. So yeah, I think he could very, very easily be used as a weapon. You want to talk about a guy that you get the ball in the open field. We saw him in the preseason. It was a preseason game, so I don't want to make too much about it. But you get the ball in the open field to him in space, he can make guys miss. He's not going to necessarily run away from anybody, but he can damn sure make guys miss. And so that this offense is missing, that skill set for sure.
All right, it's Wednesday. Let's do a little stock up, stock down on the Texans. You can participate. Your stock up, stock down. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see you, Cornbread, Jeffrey. Driscoll, H-Town legend, 99 Reasons. Joel, I see you. You can jump in and participate as you do always on YouTube and Twitch. Stock up, stock down coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, football is back, and Underdog Fantasy is available right here in the great state of Texas. Not only is it available right here in the great state of Texas, y'all, but it's the best place to make picks.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
Tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
All right, welcome in to Stock Up, Stock Down, sponsored by absolutely no one. Someone could have a real opportunity to really sponsor this statement.
Be an easy fit, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's an easy one.
Man.
Stock Up, Stock Down. Anybody out there, go ahead. You can sponsor this thing. All right, we do it every week. You can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch with your Stock Up, Stock Down. Let's start with Stock Up. Clint Stoerner, who is your Stock Up this week?
My stock up is Woody Marks. The thought that they got aggressive, they drafted him, moved up in the draft to get him, and they bring him in, and there was, I mean, you look at it going into camp. You got Joe Mixon, you got Nick Chubb, you got Damian Pierce, you got Daria Gumbawale that they're in love with, and then you've got Woody Marks, right? And so you look up, and if you're Woody Marks, you're like, man, how am I going to crack this? Well, Joe Mixon goes down. And you show some promise throughout camp. Week one, all of a sudden you go out there and you're splitting carries with four different guys. How the heck am I going to get this? And you let your plays speak, and all of a sudden you are the number 2 back behind Nick Chubb, and you're getting run, you're getting targeted in the pass game, you're making plays, and there's a chance that we could see, and I wouldn't be mad at. I wouldn't be. I know I've been asking for Nick Chubb to get 20 carries, and I'm still at that point with the Texans offensively. I think it should happen. But I would not be disappointed at all if I didn't see a 50-50 split between him and Woody Marks and Woody getting more attention, getting more run. I think he's earned it. I think the team will be better for it. I think I got to give credit where credit's due, man. Woody Marks is stock up right now in the league. It's probably going to continue to get higher, so now's a good time to buy. But the stock is definitely up for the young running back out of Mississippi State and USC.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, man. And when Damian Pierce was inactive, his stock sure enough the hell was up, right? And it's a healthy inactive. He was over there looking good in his sweats. And they said, no, man, we're going Woody Marks. We're going Woody Marks. And I think even with the performance of Dare, kind of the noise there, probably he gets those reps now all to himself, too. I would imagine that we probably just see him and Nick Chubb if each are healthy. All right, my stock up goes to a guy that, listen, we on this show pride ourselves, and all of us, in just being honest about what we see and giving the honest truth of what we see. And when Dalton Schultz was playing like Dalton Schultz and had the year he had last year, we're going to be honest about it. And my stock up goes to Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz looks better this year, looks quicker this year. He got separation at times this year. You're seeing it even more. We talked about it yesterday. It was an odd setup on 3rd down and 11, but they did it. And he was the primary target, and he created immediate separation down the line and caught a big ball and set up a 1st and goal. I liked what he did a couple of times when he got the ball, and there were other times that I think he was open that he could have had big plays. I think Dalton Schultz, kind of rewatching a little bit what we saw yesterday, I think Dalton Schultz could have had a relatively big game. I thought there were maybe 30, 40 yards kind of left out there that Dalton Schultz could have picked up, and hopefully this week they see a little bit more of it, and we kind of see maybe a little bit more improvement there and get him the rock, because he has played pretty well. He has been there and had some openings there to get the ball there. So
love it.
I give it to my man Dalton.
Love it, Ron. It is a good one. As I said a couple of weeks ago before the season started, I think there is a real opportunity to target him a little bit more, and for CJ to rely on him a little bit more. When Nico is or isn't on the field, it doesn't matter. But it's there. He seems to be able to really be savvy in finding soft spots in zones, creating a little bit of separation at the top of his route. And look, you paid him $12 million, Ron. It's what he's got to do, and he's got to do it at a high level. And I think this offense would be better if they target him a little bit more. Yes, sir.
Text line liking the Woody stock up. Someone else said Jalen Noel for his performance on special teams stock up. I'm with you. All right, let's go the other way, Clint. I'll kick it off. I'll go stock down. Real quick, stock down Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins, to me, it's disappointing, and maybe I'm being unfair, but when I watch their rookie first-round wide receiver, which they're about 15, 20 picks apart, you can see he's in a completely different level for the Bucs than Jaden Higgins is. Justin Watson, you can't get on the field over. Understand it's early, not saying his career is shot, but that is disappointing right now that this team needs some help, and you're the first person they drafted at the top of the first round, and you have not been able to force yourself onto the field, even with Christian Kirk, Berrios, and Hurt, and the issues they're having on the offense. So my stock down is to Jaden Higgins.
I think that is fair as well. I mean, on the field is one thing, making plays, getting targets, and being noticed is another. And I think there was a time when that was, for him was through the roof, being that early draft pick. And right now the noise has died down a little bit around Higgins. I can understand that. Yeah,
I'm not saying he should be a Buka, but they're not even close. They're not even in the same space in where they are. All right, what's your stock down?
My stock down is C.J. Stroud, and I think there is again, I think there's layers to the issues that this Texans team is having on offense. But when you look at how C.J.'s throwing the football with early misses, with near interceptions, with when there are answers, not going there immediately, missing throws over the middle of the field that are wide open. Missing some of the tough throws that about 10 quarterbacks in this league can make, and we just flat out expect him to be able to make them. Right now, I think, and the bigger picture of this thing with C.J. Stroud, if we're really talking about stock, I mean, the national narrative is no longer, boy, Bobby Slowick sucked, and the protection is the reason why the Texans are struggling. It is now the O-line, the offensive coordinator, the quarterback. It's everybody that is the problem. And so I think right now the stock is down it's as low right now as it's ever been for C.J. Stroud as an NFL quarterback.
All right, stock down. C.J. Stroud, again, stock up, stock down. There's an opportunity for somebody out there. There's one right here. Stock up, stock down. You can sponsor that puppy each and every Wednesday, 3:25. Jump in with us. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, let's head to NRG when we get back here and hear from the quarterback as he gets ready to face that Jacksonville Jaguars defense in a hugely important game for the Texans coming up on Sunday. C.J. Stroud coming up next.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron back at Talyard Brewing next to the Space Cowboys ballpark in Sugar Land Friday afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes. And get ready for Sunday's big division battle in Jacksonville. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday, supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Over 700 F-150s in stock at Tom Ball Ford. If you look.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, before we hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, remember an hour from now we will talk to our guy, Brandon Scott, Texans Report. We'll get his thoughts on everything happening with the Texans as they come off the Monday night game against the Bucs and get ready for the Jags on Sunday. Remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Stream the new season of Tulsa King on Sunday, September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud. Head to NRG. Here's the quarterback.
Emphasize, it feels like you guys are not far away. What is the feeling for you and the guys in the locker room about close or not close, or just kind of where you guys need to?
They were really close. We're like 1 or 2 plays away from, winning tight games against good teams. And it's only 2 weeks in, so, we're still building, still growing, still, getting used to playing with one another. So, but yeah, we're very close.
Is it I'm sure it is, but I just want to ask you, is it difficult to not get the results as quickly as you would otherwise like it, and how do you handle that?
Of course, yeah, it's not like ideal, but what you gonna do, cry about it and, just be a Debbie Downer? I don't know. There's time and place for that, but I think like 2 weeks in, can't lose your mind, but also can't be too relaxed. So it's a little bit of a balance.
What are some things that you want to see? I mean, obviously it's a team effort, but personally, you think about, okay, these are some things I really need to focus on. What is that for you?
I don't know, everything. I can always be better. I told D'Amico the other day, if anything he sees or anybody sees I can be better in, let me know. I think my process has really been good lately. I see the field well, putting the ball where it's supposed to be, with the coverages and whatnot. And some things is just I didn't really get a ton of reps with some of the guys we're getting in the game at receiver. So that's a little bit of a challenge. But I think that's one of my biggest things, just being the coach on the field, and taking that step. And it takes time. It's not overnight. So that's an area I think I can grow.
After games, what's your process? Do you critique yourself, or do you talk to other people about how you did, what you did good, what you did wrong? How do you go maybe on a Monday or Tuesday this week, as it were?
Yeah, my process. I go through the film by myself, watch it with Rod, and watch it with D'Amico, and yeah, that's my process.
And then what's the next step after that? You kind of see where you need to go from there?
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of these questions are kind of the same from last year. Does it feel like an extension from last year, or is this just very different? How do you explain it?
That's for y'all to tell. I mean, I know this is separate from how I feel or how the locker room feels. So, yeah, I'm kind of, getting used to, that whole idea of you're the hero or the zero, and then when you're not doing well, everybody's questioning your process, your meeting time, you're this, you're that. And that's exactly what y'all's job is, and it's respect. I always try to give y'all respect and honor y'all's job. But yeah, I have my own reasoning and idea on how the season is going, and that might be different from other people. So yeah, I don't really have a ill will or a idea on each side. It's all separate to me. I don't try to, whatever we're doing in the locker room or on the field doesn't trickle to y'all. Whatever people are questioning or the media fans, what they're saying is different from what's coming in the locker room. So
I guess the question is the lack of success that you have offensively. You're frustrated. D'Amico says you got to be better. You know that you got to be better. Is it some of the same stuff as last year or no?
No.
CJ is a quarterback who took a lot of hits last season, took a lot of sacks last season. How are you able to flush out everything that happened and not think about that maybe within the first 2 games here when there's some type of pressure around you, when people are at your feet and things like that?
Yeah, it's not easy, taking hits and Yeah, you try to sit in there and have confidence in, up front, and that's what I try to do, and I think I'm a really good pocket passer. So I try to just sit in there, staying strong, and make plays, and thought I've done a good job of, extending plays last couple years. But yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and it's not easy just to sit in there all the time. There's our big guys hitting you, so it's not always easy.
From a personnel standpoint, you get Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios, and your center, Jake Henry's back today. Give you guys a boost?
Yeah, definitely. Some of the guys that I practice with a lot in camp definitely will help, in these upcoming games and getting that rapport down with him.
What does Christian bring? What do you like about his game?
He's very smart, very savvy, fast, runs great routes, great hands, a leader, somebody who loves ball, so all those things.
CJ, last year you got an opportunity when you had a chance to watch Travis Hunter play some in Colorado. Now, what have you seen on tape, out of the first 2 games getting ready to go up against him this season?
Yeah, they got a lot of trust in him. They're putting him a lot of one-on-one. He's in on third down a bunch, corner. Can line up in the slot as well. He does a good job. He's good with his technique, his leverage. One thing I remember about him is he's a ball hawk. He plays the ball well, so he's a good player.
What are some of the pros and cons of living in? You guys have kind of been in a lot of close games since your rookie year. What's kind of like the pros and cons of that versus sometimes some more blowout wins in the midst of that? Because you guys do have the talent to win more convincingly. So what's just kind of pros and cons within that?
How many blowout wins do you see a week? Maybe 1, 2.
A lot of games come down to the final few plays. There are some games where teams kind of win convincingly, so just kind of.
Yeah, and that's very lucky. And we've had those games. Like we played New England last year, had a really good game against them. Played the Chargers. Same thing. My rookie year, we had a couple blowout wins. So you know what I'm saying? If you can blow everybody out, that's the NFL. It's the best players in the world for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't care how it looks, where it's at. You just want to win. So yeah.
Hey CJ, last year you talked a little bit about being able to wanting to use your legs a little bit more, although you are definitely a pocket passer. You've done that this year. Are you feeling stronger? How is that? How do you feel when you're kind of scrambling now?
I feel great. Yeah, I feel good, and I feel fast, elusive, and strong, and I think even my receivers are out there blocking for me, and I also try to keep my eyes down the field too. So try to just have a little bit of a balance, but I like doing it.
We got time for a few more, y'all. Sorry.
CJ, your rookie year, you all started out 0-2, and now you're in that same position right now. You're going in year 3. How are you able to use some of what you went through in 2023 to build off of that to, as you go through this adversity, even though it's only been 2 games?
I like it. I don't like it, but I'm saying I like that I've had a history with this. One thing that I've learned is like when you lose or when you're not doing the best is when the people who really support you and who don't come to fruition and they voice their opinions and good or bad. So for me, it's really good to look myself in the mirror or look around who's around me, see who's really for me, who's not. And I think for this team, the same thing. So I'm actually, in those times grateful because I know what type of team we are. We're very close. If, we don't make a couple mistakes in the fourth quarter, in the Rams game and this past game, everybody's smiling and saying how great we are. So, I don't have faith in man. I have hope in man. But my faith is in God, and I know He has me in this position for this team, for this coach, for everything for a reason. So I'm happy and I'm hopeful and faithful to the process. And it's not overnight, so I'm just staying true to it.
CJ, earlier you were talking about how your idea of how this season is going so far is different to what our idea may be, that what we think is different, what you guys inside the locker room think. What is your idea of how this season is going so far?
I'll probably keep that to myself. I don't really want to, my business and, yeah.
CJ, what do you think about the job Jalen Noel has done? Just to step out there and be willing to make plays. Obviously, the return when the game's on the line is huge. The confidence he brings and the willingness to go out there and do his thing this early in his career.
I thought he's done a good job, especially, this past game with special teams and not always getting the ball and the offensive side. He's done a good job of having a good attitude and, getting the plays that that he gets and doing as best he can. And, him and Hig, they're still learning, still got some things that we're figuring out together just as a whole. So I think, definitely right then again, see Kirk will help those guys, as he's in the room and, on game day they can see him and how he works and the type of route distribution he has. And not to say they're not doing their job, but just, like that veteran feeling that he'll bring to the room. But Jay No is doing a great job, and Hig is as well. So they're still growing and learning, and they'll be great players.
How are you? You had high praise for Travis Hunter and seeing the stuff he was able to do when it comes to the rest of the defense from what you've seen for Jacksonville. What challenges and things you've seen that really impresses you about what they do?
Yeah, they're playing good ball, man. They played really solid against Carolina, played really good against Cincinnati. They got a very, very good back end. I got one of my old teammates, E. Murray. Josh Allen is a great edge threat. So is 44. Two good backers. They have every team is good in the NFL, but they have a really good defense. They've been playing together for a while, so it's going to be a challenge. And every game in the NFL is always hard, so we got to prepare and get our bodies right and our minds right for trying to go up there and get a win.
Since your rookie year, you've been one of the better quarterbacks in the league when the motion is incorporated into your dropbacks. From your perspective, how does motion help you be able to be one of the more explosive quarterbacks when you're throwing with motion involved in the play?
I don't know. I actually kind of I don't really care, to be honest. I'd rather see the defense, see what they're doing. Motion isn't really for me. It could be, but sometimes it's for, making them communicate a little more. So it could create a seated out and confusion because defenses have a bunch of checks. But, I really don't mind.
That was C.J. Stroud.
I need you to take a break before I start saying four-letter words into this microphone.
What do you mean do? You mean answer that question for you? Hey, as a quarterback, what does motion do for you? Well, it gives my receiver a free release and automatically creates a little bit of space right there for me to deliver the football, as well as it identifies the defense for me, whether it's man or zone. And it's
working with Clint here.
Hey, cool. What are you working on personally as a quarterback? What do you need to get better on? Well, we got to have some answers for the pressure.
How hard was that?
It just.
Stop feeding me BS and telling me it's not.
No, I think there's a lot there.
Man.
I think this is a different CJ. I think CJ's clearly.
He's never made me that mad, Ron.
I think he's mad. I think he's pissed off, and I think
weird way to handle it.
He's pissed. He's mad. You can tell he is passive aggressive, and he has made multiple mentions to we're the hero, you're the zero. Now that we're losing, I think there's a bit of a feel of, hey, look what we've been doing all this time I've been here, and we lost 2 games, and now all of y'all are acting like this. And he's keeping stuff to himself. Like he is. Clearly, this is a different season. What you got coming up?
Well, the tape drop. The tape drop Tuesday after a Monday night game is the tape drop Wednesday, and so the tape is dropped. I've watched the tape. I've got some observations. You, the listener, you, the fan, you can make of it what you will. I'm not here for that, but I do have some points that I need to make, some observations that I need to deliver to you from the game film of that frustrating loss on Monday night, as well as it sounds like my man Ron needs to take a couple of minutes of Dirty's Daily and respond to what we just heard from the quarterback. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, look here. We got to talk about your hair now. If you're losing it and you desire
cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at depend.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
How bad do you want to get out of this football hell?
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily, another one of them segments that needs a sponsor. What do you say, Ron?
Hey, man, I'm telling you.
What do you say, man? We got a bunch of them. We got some staples here that are rocking and rolling.
It's open for business.
Dirty's Daily. I'm telling you got to stay plugged in right here. It's a tape drop Wednesday, Monday Night Football. I need 2 days to be able to get it digested, and I've done that. Before we do that, though, Ron, I do want to make sure that we respond to what we just heard from C.J. Stroud. And you sounded like there were some things that you had on your mind about what we just heard from C.J. Stroud in that last segment.
Yeah, I think C.J. Stroud is a very intelligent dude anyway, and I think he's a very intelligent person who knows the game of football. All right, I think he knows why motions can be positive. I think he could have answered that question just like you did. I think he knows what he needs to know about football. Now, do I think he's struggling reading blitz pickups immediately right there at the line of scrimmage with the play clock going down? Maybe he's going to still need to get some experience with that. But he knows football. I think his feelings are hurt. I think it's in some form or fashion. I think he is super annoyed, not with just them losing, but annoyed with how people are reacting towards him. I think he hears all of it. I think he sees all of it. I think he hears everything from his coaches, from the media, and you could tell he walked in there pissed. Now, he's not going off. He gonna go off. That's not his style. But you could hear in there he was gonna give answers the way he wanted to give, and we've heard him now for 2 straight times that he has spoken. People love you when you're winning, and then they won't like you when you're down, and you're the hero.
You find out who's in your corner really in your corner when you go through these things, both personally and as a team.
He voted up multiple times because he's pissed.
Yeah.
He's pissed on how, and this And this is all I would say is, one, he is still young. Hey, but big dog, this is what comes to the territory. This comes with it, man. When y'all got Bobby Slowick's ass up out of here, no matter how y'all got him out, when y'all got his ass up out of here, there was no other place to turn when the offense goes bad but you. And when they know you about to make $60 million, something, when you about to get paid, hey, Jack, it's coming to you. And when you put up 14 points or 9 points one week and 19 points and you get help big time by your special teams and you're throwing balls directly to Levante David right in front of you 5 yards, they coming to you. You are the man. You are the man. And you got to be able to handle that. And the hope is he's just pissed off at the media and he's handling that way. And he doesn't take it out on the field. But now when you see him in the space that he's in right now, and you see the play where it is, now you're wondering, are these things intertwined? To me, man, he's going through it. You talked about it. This may be the first big level of football adversity. Going 9-0 and then losing to Michigan ain't big adversity. This may be the big football. I listened to a young man up there saying to himself, "Damn it, man! Do y'all know where y'all was before I got here? Y'all wasn't doing nothing. We've been in the playoffs the last 2 years. We won playoff games. Nothing. We lose a couple games, and now y'all talking to us like that? Yeah, man, it's kind of where it goes when you got expectations. I believe he'll grow from this. I think he'll grow from this. But that clearly is somebody. By the way, you all talking about us going overboard with stuff. Y'all think it's just all going all cool that behind closed doors? Y'all think it's all straight? This feels like a little bit more than, boy, we're pissed off because we started 0-2. There seems like a little bit more that's going there. So I just think what we saw was a young man dealing with a lot of adversity for the first time. People really kind of coming at him, and it makes him feels like he's being turned on, and he's frustrated and he's pissed off, and I think that came out to me big time.
Yeah, I agree. I think the overall tone of the presser was interesting. The dynamic has clearly shifted in multiple ways, but I mean the simple fact that you're going to be asked questions about being hurried, about not playing well, about not having answers for pressure, about comparing last year to this year, and when that frustrates you, when it frustrates D'Amico, I think it's very telling of where one's head is. I mean, look, adversity exposes, right? I mean, adversity exposes. Anybody and everybody can be a great guy, great man, great player, great quarterback when things are going well, boy. But when things go bad, who are you? How do you handle it?
They need a win.
Either way it goes, it's gonna expose you. So, nonetheless, the Texans they did lose week 2 Monday Night Football in front of God and everybody, and here's where we sit, and the tape has dropped. And I think the first point that I do want to make is while the national media is focusing on the struggles of Houston, the once again seemingly effortless ability that defenses have to pressure C.J. Stroud, it's easy to point at the offensive line. And I've heard a lot about this offensive line this week. And look, rightfully so. They deserve to be targeted. They deserve to catch some of the heat, no doubt about it. But the thought that the Texans can't win ball games because of the offensive line, in my opinion, is not accurate. I believe the Texans, after watching the film once again, I believe that the Texans can win with this offensive line. Whether the Texans can or can't win does not hinge on whether Ariante Ursery can play a perfect game. He got beat once. He got flat out beat once, right? He's not perfect, right? Laken Tomlinson, he got beat at least once, if not twice. He's not an average pass blocking interior offensive lineman in this league.
I mean, Clint, he's not going to handle Vita Vea by himself.
No, he's not. Jarrett Patterson got beat once. Ed Ingram got crossed up once. Yeah, I mean, those guys did. I think they all got crossed up once. And that's going to happen the rest of the way. But overall, individually, I believe those guys played good football on Sunday. They definitely played good enough football to win on Sunday. Now, overall, as a whole, the pass protection has got to get better. Dare Ogunbowale just simply cannot be on the field. He got exposed in pass protection in a major, major way. Now, I think that has a lot to do with the scheme. I don't think up front that they are very sound at all. But again, with the guys that are up there, the names that are on the jerseys, you can win football games with those guys playing offensive line. Period. Point blank. So let's not pile on the offensive line. If anybody out there wants to say, man, the Texans are having a real struggle protecting, it starts with the OC, the quarterback, which running back's in the game, and the O-line being able to communicate it and process it and pick it up. No question, right? By the way, the wide receivers may be the biggest problem on this football team outside of just, the protection. And that's where I want to start with digging a little bit here. Between wide receivers running bad routes and wide receivers making piss-poor decisions, they're killing this football team. Nico and Xavier Hutchinson running cut, split, slants into each other. Now, luckily, Xavier Hutchinson caught the ball, and Nico almost tackled him. That somebody blew that route. That cannot be what they're trying to accomplish. Dalton Schultz and I can't remember who the other wide receiver was, another pass catcher, running the same box route out of a trips formation. They are literally in a 53 and 2/3 wide field and 100 yards long. However many square yards that is, they are standing in a 2-yard box together while the quarterback's getting pressured. Right? Can't run routes on top of one another. Yep. Nico and Xavier Hutchinson running cut split. Your inside guy, in other words, they're tight. They're close. They're about 2 yards apart. Your inside guy's going to run a clear out go or post. Your outside guy's going to run an in route where that void hits. They end up within about 5 yards of each other. Can't happen. Absolutely can't happen. Nico, the ball that almost got picked, right? When CJ saw him late and we were all piling on CJ, sure, CJ never should have threw that ball blind. But the truth of the matter is, Nico should have sat his ass down in that 20-yard wide window. Right? Should have ran through it. He ran through it. Should have sat down in it. That's what top 10 receivers in this league do. Same thing with Xavier Hutchinson. You know the one later on where he misses Xavier Hutchinson behind him, right? If you look at that, Hutch should have sat his ass down, at least idled down in that window and gave him something to throw at instead of letting that linebacker become part of it, right? Now, you can argue that those balls should have been thrown earlier and CJ should have saw it. Cool. But the reality of it is, it's football 101. If you don't get the ball on time, settle your ass in a window versus zone. Both of those should have been settled. The wide receivers for this football team have to be better.
Man, what you're talking about, routes and guys in the same area, yeah. We talked about that last year.
Yeah, I knew that's exactly where you were going.
I'm sorry, I'm just saying the same. Was it Ben? The same? I believe you had conversations like this. How in the hell are Tank Dell and Nico Collins or whoever and Stephon Diggs in the same area? That can't be right. Yeah. The crossing routes, those are too tight.
Well, get ready. You're fixing to hear something that I'm regurgitating again, right? The difference between winning and losing football with this team right here is offensive scheme. It's offensive scheme. It's time that we get real about this monkey see, monkey do business, right? The cut splits that everybody in the NFL is running. Look, I understand that there are some offensive coordinators and some quarterbacks that can handle that. And I understand, as Cecil Short said, there's some when you do it for a reason, there's some win there. The Texans, I charted, they had cut splits on at least 90% of the offensive snaps. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's no rhyme or reason why. Right? There's no rhyme or reason why. And I'm going to tell you, as a quarterback, and as at time, a quarterback that didn't get many reps, or a young quarterback, or a quarterback that's been through learning several different systems, trying to learn several different systems, it makes it 10 times more difficult. If you're listening to Nick Caley, maybe CJ tells you this, maybe he doesn't. The cut splits in 90% of what you're doing offensively is a problem. It muddies up the water for your quarterback. It allows the defensive coordinator to bring pressure with safeties and corners and show no signs before it happens. The cut splits, there's no rhyme or reason why you're doing it. You're not doing it to your advantage. That's got to be 50% max. You got to cut out the cut splits, right? 50% of the pressures, and I'm just throwing this number out there because I feel this strongly, by the way, 50% of the pressures, however you want to couch it, whether you want to use one of these advanced stats or you just want to look at true pressures, 50+% of those pressures can be avoided with play calling. 50% of them. You look at what Tampa just did coming into this game. The one thing you know about DeMeco Ryans is he's going to bring pressure, and even when he doesn't bring pressure, he's got two defensive ends that are as good as any combo in the league. They're going to hit your ass. So what are we going to do? We're going to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. What did he do? He threw 11 balls behind the line of scrimmage. Right? That's planning for pressure. Or, in the Texans' sake, that's planning because you don't know, you have no idea how to protect pressure or to overcome pressure. So you got to do it with play calling. So
you don't have routes that are just 20 yards down the field.
Ron, you've got to, right this point in time for the Texans, the focus has to be on how can we minimize the percentage of snaps that we're taking offensively that require C.J. Stroud standing at the line of scrimmage trying to figure out where defenders are pressuring from. Take it completely off the table. If I'm throwing a jet screen or a now screen or however you want to, whatever screen you want to call it, a quick screen to Nico Collins, I don't give a damn who's in the A gap. There ought to be right now. Nick Caley should have an audible when C.J. Stroud comes to the line of scrimmage, and the first time that them backers walk up in that A gap, because he's gonna see it. Jacksonville's gonna do it. They're gonna do it. They're not gonna wait till the second quarter like Tampa Bay did. They're gonna do it in the first quarter. When they walk up there ought to be an immediate audible to a quick screen to either Christian Kirk if he's out wide or if he's in the stack, or Nico Collins. I'd go Nico Collins if he's out wide. It should be an automatic one word, one tag, one call, get the ball out there and don't make your quarterback and your offensive line sit there and fight this pressure situation the way you have, right? Having quick answers on every single offensive play that you call, every pass play you call, even 2nd and 15 if you get stuck in it, you got to have quick answers, right? I mean, period, point blank. And by the way, play to your strengths in short yardage. Put Nick Chubb on the field and run the ball downhill. I'm out.
Ooh, yeah, tape drop, huh?
So all of that out of one tape, man.
You didn't get to the defense yet.
Maybe later.
You didn't get to the run game. I know you had to watch that. All right, coming up, Astros. They got a big win last night, as they are now still yet a half game behind the Mariners because they kicked the Royals' ass last night. We'll see what they do tonight. We'll give you the lineups and some good news, some good injury news for the Astros. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Our Vision Homes, small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes. I'm telling you, y'all, if you're looking to build your dream home, if you're looking to build that custom home, you're looking to make that big investment, you simply cannot do it without calling Our Vision Homes, right? You got to find out all about them. They're the best in the business. A turnkey, custom.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear from Brandon Scott coming up here in a bit. B. Scott, our Texans report coming up here at 4:40. We'll hear from him. I've been talking to him this week, and I can't wait to hear from him after these press conferences. And we just heard from C.J. Stroud. If you missed that, you can go back, check it out. We did that at 3:40 as he spoke to the media ahead of the game coming up on Sunday. I almost can't wait to hear from Nick Caley tomorrow, because Nick Caley will speak. Oh, and Matt Burke. Feel bad, man. I just
Caley on the mic,
man.
Caley on the mic. I can't wait, baby.
And Matt Burke. So he'll speak. Hell, Frank Ross. Frank Ross gets to speak. He ought to be able to take up all their time. Job he did. As Cecil said earlier, it kept their asses in the game. He did, sure did. All right, I'll get you ready for tonight. They need a big one from Christian Javier tonight. The Astros, they win. Last night they're going for the sweep over the Rangers before they play an enormous series with the with the Mariners coming up after this series ends. Christian Javier gets the ball tonight. Some news here. Isaac Paredes, according to Chandler Rome, has continued to progress well, and the next day or two will determine whether he is activated this weekend against the Mariners, Joe Espada said. Espada also said he will ask Paredes not to run 100% on bases given the nature of his injury. Fine with that. When you look at now, we were trying to figure out, okay, chill out, man. First off, I thought it was a long shot that he would make it back. And obviously we'll see the next 2 days. Judging by Joe's comments, I think they feel good that they're at least going to give this a shot. Everybody talking about the full speed running and stuff. But, Clint, there was a thought of like, well, where the hell is he going to go? You brought in Correa to play third where he was playing. Altuve, again, I don't hate to say this, but this is why we're a top 20 show in the country. This is why we are part of a reason why we are up for a Marconi. And Clint said it. Clint said there is no chance in hell when these games start mattering in September and October that Jose Altuve is going to be playing in left field. And Jose Altuve has been playing second base and DHing. It feels like every day of the second half.
Is the experiment over?
Boys can't help themselves, man.
I know they made some moves, but he has been sitting at that second base spot or DH. But we try to figure out where is he going to go. Now that Altuve at second base every day, it seems like, well, now Yordan Alvarez has the slipping on the plate situation that he had and a significant ankle sprain, and he could be out for some time. Now it looks like there's a perfect spot that he doesn't have to be in the field, that they can control the running as best they can, and he can be a DH with Yordan out. So there is a perfect spot for Isaac Paredes, who he's got to still be like top 3 or 4 on the team in home runs on his team with his 19. I don't think he got to 20 yet. His 19 home runs. I mean, this is a big development right now, especially coming off the Yordan injury.
Well, if you just have that bat available, whether he can hit in the lineup truly and run at 70% and get something done, or if you just have him available with the ability to pinch hit in clutch situations, either way it goes, I mean, you've got that bat is going to be very, very valuable if indeed he can hold it together well enough to swing full speed. And look, I mean, hell, as a month ago, I saw him taking balls at third base. I can't remember. I think it was a homestand. Obviously, he was getting some work before a game, and the video surfaced. I mean, he doesn't appear to be tender at all. I mean, he doesn't appear to be babying that. I mean, if you didn't know, if you didn't follow, if you just showed up and there's a guy out there at third base, I mean, bending, stepping, bouncing on. He's on his toes with some bounce, some pep in his step. I mean, it's not crazy to believe right now that they're legitimately thinking about getting him some run in a very, very, very
I think it's going to happen
series.
The way they're talking.
Yeah. I mean, it's but you think about it, Joe Espada talking about, we're going to ask him not to run 100%. Okay, what are we doing here? But if you really watch him work, I don't think there's any doubt that he can go to the plate and swing the bat full go and give you a better chance, at least a better chance than any other pinch hitter you're going to have, given your current circumstances.
I think what they're saying is, hey, man, you ground the ball off the third. Hey, we ain't got to bust it. You hit a ball that it maybe could be a double. Like, let's not try to stretch. Let's not try to go crazy.
I worry more about the getting to second base and costing us a run because he can't run on a base hit or something. You know, that's the one thing that you.
Well, some
worry
of that
about,
you're going to have to take with. I mean, with his bat.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to. I mean, that's the risk you take, I guess, to get that bat in the lineup. But it's the bat. The Isaac Paredes bat being available in any capacity is a win Astros. So especially given the fact that, like I said, a month ago he was getting working. It's not like he hasn't seen pitching. It's not like he hadn't been swinging or he's been working. So that it should not be terribly difficult for him to get back up to speed versus MLB pitching.
Yeah. So that is big news to watch there. Tonight is a big one. Tyler said he's going to be out there. We'll see what happens. They need length from Christian Javier as much as they can. Yesterday had to be a bullpen game with Blue Bob pitching really, really well. 7 strikeouts, one walk, no runs there. But they didn't want to stretch him out. He only could go 3 innings. And the big thing is they had to use Brian Abreu because old buddy lost it in the 8th there. And he had to come in. He threw 32 pitches. And I would imagine you would think, especially with the Mariners series coming up, that he may not be available tonight. Now, you got to win these puppies. So we'll see what happens. But
Abreu gave up 3 hits through 30-something pitches and didn't give up a run. I didn't see it. I'm assuming there was a double play in there somewhere.
Yeah, he did his thing. Got in there. Got out.
Oh, man.
Got a big strikeout to end that puppy. Yeah, got out of it. He threw a lot of pitches, though. The lineup tonight for Javier, who they need to at least, 6 innings, I think they need. Pena leading off, Correa behind him, Altuve at second base again, Christian Walker in cleanup. Caratini, who has really good numbers against Jacob deGrom. Shout out to Tyler Milner getting that. He is in the lineup as the DH. Yainer Diaz is catching tonight. Sanchez, Jake Myers in the 8-hole with Cole batting 9th in right field. So that is the lineup tonight for another really, really big game. They're all important right now, especially these games with the Rangers and Mariners. So big one tonight for the Astros. We'll see if they can pull this thing off. Coming up, our guy Brandon Scott, every single Wednesday, a little Texans report, and we'll get his thoughts on everything that's happening with CJ, D'Amico, the team as they head into this game against the Jags. That's next.
All right, look here. If you're looking to sell your home, Orchard is the way to go. They got fast-track offers going right now. It's called a fast-track offer program, and here's how the program works. It flips the slow market into your favor, and I can just give you a good example. Chris needed to sell his home fast, but he didn't want to take the low.
non-restricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Wednesday. That means our guy Brandon Scott is in the building with us for his Texans report. And B. Scott, I kind of want to get with it with you and start off with this. We've heard, I think, for the last couple of days, and I would even push this out to even the past maybe week and a half. We've kind of heard from different members of the Texans, from the head coach to the quarterback, the coordinators, everybody. Heard from D'Amico and CJ today. They are 0-2 right now, and they need a W. They need a win big time, for a lot of different reasons. What's the feel? And you've covered these guys since they've been here. What's the feel of the energy you're getting from the Texans that we're hearing from as they are trying to dig out of this? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a hole. That's not what D'Amico said. They're trying to get out of this 0-2 start.
They sound pressed to me.
Yeah.
Like they sound.
This sounds different than what you've.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's been this bad because if we're being honest about it, there is a carryover from last year. We always talk about, hey, new year, new season. We're not going to think about last year, whether it's good or bad. We're going to put it behind us. But when the previous season ends poorly, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, when the previous season ends poorly, you make such drastic changes that the Texans did make in the offseason, and then the next season starts, let's just be honest, not hot, not great. Whether you want to call it poorly or whole, however you want to characterize it, ain't good, whatever it is. I feel like all of that is compounding, okay? And now the decision makers, both in terms of personnel and the decision makers on the field. Okay, so now I'm talking about C.J. Stroud. From D'Amico Ryans to C.J. Stroud, everybody I think feels pressed to sort of get this thing right. Not just I think for the public perception, but for themselves as well. Kind of prove it to themselves as well. I think C.J. Stroud now has gone a stretch here where he has not played his best ball, and it ain't just 2 games. It ain't just the 2 games that we're watching here so far this regular season. It dates back to the end of last season since he's actually looked like himself, or the himself that we thought he was becoming when he was a rookie.
Do you think that the dynamic between the two faces, D'Amico and CJ, do you think that dynamic between coach and quarterback has shifted?
I don't see how it hasn't, or how it couldn't. If shifted is not the right word, I definitely think that it has evolved, right? I think that from, when you're a rookie, you come in green and you're just kind of, you don't know what you don't know. You're just glad to be here. I think the difference now is that, D'Amico always felt ownership of this thing because he's the head coach.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud, I think, has now adopted the same sort of level of leadership and ownership of what's going on. I don't know how much is colliding necessarily, but it's definitely different. It definitely feels different. There definitely is some difference in how they present. D'Amico, not an emotions on the sleeve type of guy, gonna try to give you the most even-keeled response and demeanor as he possibly can. And C.J. Stroud, for better or worse, if you're in a good mood, you're going to do it, and if you're not, you're going to do it. And I would say that's the difference between the two guys.
He even tried today not to give you nothing, but you can see it was written.
Oh,
he is hot over there. Speaking of C.J., Brandon Scott with us, Texans report. I know for you, like most everyone, was really, really high on C.J., especially coming out of that rookie season. Are you at any level concerned by what you're seeing from him in particular? Not all the other stuff. From him in particular, have you reached a place where you're starting to get concerned at all about his play?
Yeah, the offense don't score touchdowns. Sometimes they don't score at all in a whole half. So it's hard not to be as concerned as I think all are about the offense and not be concerned about the quarterback, especially when you have this much of a pattern of it, right? It's not just some one-off. I can remember doing shows with you, Clint, early on last year when you said something. I barked at you at the time, but it ended up revealing itself to be true. Go figure. But at the time, you were like, I need C.J. Stroud to play more like C.J. Stroud of his rookie year. And up until that point, I think we were like 4 games in. I was like, well, Clint, I think he mostly is. I mean, it's not all looking great, but I think he mostly is. And then sure enough, as the season went on, that my side of the argument got harder and harder and harder to make. And I think it's way harder now. That's been a year ago. So, yeah, no, I felt great about him, still feel pretty good about him because of the rookie year that we saw. Like, we don't get to erase that. But no, this is concerning. There is a trend. There is a pattern here that does not make you feel good.
You know, since you brought that up, it is interesting. I'm just now thinking about this, kind of thinking out loud. It is, you know, then when you and I were having that conversation, I was responding to the 5-headed monster, and we're going to be more aggressive, and we're going to stretch the field. In my mind, I'm going, okay, let's see how this is this going to be better approach than the other one? Let's see kind of deal. The difference between then and now is I expected it then. This year, all signs pointed towards being more like year one, being more like Tom Brady, being more like take what they give you. We even heard them saying those things. And so I'm not surprised back then last year that it wasn't coming to fruition right in front of our face. Like I wasn't seeing more of what I wanted to see. I'm shocked that I'm not seeing more of what I am surprised. 2nd and 7, B. Scott, we max protect and run 2 guys 20+ yards deep, never look at the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like I'm shocked that we're seeing those things and not like a constant effort, almost overdoing it. Point of, man, we're gonna throw too many screens. Hey man, we're gonna run it too much. Hey man, we're gonna have 5 receivers on the field and they're all gonna be 5-yard routes. You know what I mean? Like I'm surprised that we're not seeing an overreaction to correcting last year's problems, and it's really more of what we saw last year.
Yeah, so I got at least 2, maybe 3 concerns about C.J. Stroud, just to be specific about it. Number 1, the whole ball placement specialist thing and the accuracy. And there's a lot of things we might be able to attribute that to. Maybe it's not feeling comfortable with what's around you. Maybe not feeling as comfortable with the play call, with the actual throwing decision that you're making. But whatever it is, just on the outside looking at it, he doesn't look as accurate as he did as his scouting report and as he did as a rookie.
Yep.
Also, I feel like he's locking in on a read a little bit more so, and that's not the CJ that I thought I was coming to know or thought that was developing. Matter of fact, as a rookie, he seemed like he was maybe overly developed in that way, or definitely more so developed than we were giving him credit for going in. Oh my God, yeah, that was Yordan's ankle. Every time I see Yordan's ankle on a replay, it jars me. Like it's even worse. It's even worse than but then the third thing on CJ will be his pocket presence, and you could tell me better on this, Clint, than I would. I'm just kind of a layman watching. He doesn't look comfortable back there. Like he's either making poor decisions, inaccurate. The feet are jumpy. The feet were choppy last year. So all of those things, the accuracy, the decision making, the locking in on the receiver, and then his feet. And I'm not trying to be like super mechanical guru here, but it just does not look the way it did as a rookie. It seems like those are not areas I would expect a guy to regress the further he gets along in his career.
Well, to me, I mean, the obvious answer for me is you're seeing a guy that's having to actually be responsible for protections and communications and stuff. Now, where before it was just like, hey, my center got that. Let me check out the coverage. We seeing some safety rotation. Is the corner shaded inside or outside? Hey, man, where am I going to go with this ball? Where now he's spending a lot of his time figuring out what the hell's going on right there in the box. And then all of a sudden when it comes time, you look up and there's 5 seconds on the play clock and you got to snap that thing. Oh, hell, what coverage are they in? And, where's Nico? And what are we doing? So it's a lot when you start doing when you ask a quarterback to do everything that I think he's being asked to do. So it's a tough watch right now, man. And hopefully this is one of those situations where it can get better quick and in a hurry as it needs to.
The one optimistic part about it for me is that I still see glimpses. Like with all of this that we're talking about, he still has these moments where he'll zip a throw in there, he'll fit one into a tight window, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. That's who the guy is.
Yeah.
But I was talking to you about this run the other day. Like it's a repeatability thing. It's like the rookie year, it felt like, oh, this is consistent. Mm-hmm. This is repeatable from week to week, from game to game, play to play, week to week. Right now, it's just like spotty. You see glimpses of it, but it's nowhere near as consistent as they need to be just to score the ball, much less win some games, like score some points.
Well, there's got to be you just got to get bored with it, right? I mean, I thought one of the catchiest phrases that we heard them play was or say, I think it was his rookie year, was, get comfortable with the board stuff, right? Yeah. Just stay right there. That means you are playing winning football. And that means, hey, man, if you can fit it in to Dalton Schultz on that flat route right now for a 3 or 4 yard gain, fit it in there. Don't wait to throw it over the middle and hold the football and potentially take a sack. That kind of stuff has to they got to get back to that.
B. Scott, they've said this, and it is factually correct. They've talked about, man, we're close. We're right there, a couple of plays here. And it is. They lost 14-9 to the Rams. They lost by a point on Monday to the Bucs. When you watch the games, when you're watching the games, do you feel like they're close? Do you feel like all right, man, damn it, they played two really good playoff teams from last year and just a couple of plays here or there? Do you feel like they're close?
No. I mean, it doesn't. Look, maybe it's a credit to them to make the score look close and to make it look closer than it actually was. But just from watching both games, okay, the Rams game, felt like the first half was close. And they even won the first half, if I'm remembering correctly. But the first half looked close. The second half, the Rams just looked like a flat-out better team. Like a better football team from the second half. So there's half of it looked close, half of it did not. This game, I know they lost by 1 point, but I'm watching these defensive tackles getting pushed into the linebackers' lap.
They had a lead with 9 seconds left.
The special teams flipped it on its head. I mean, really, to be honest with you.
Special teams, and there was a series of special teams plays that were both made by you and not made by them. Like special teams in general, good for you, bad for them, flipped the game in terms of the score and the actual result. But like when they had the ball, this guy that was sitting behind me in the Odyssey suite, every time I'd say, man, I'm nervous. Every time they had the ball. Do you think the Bucs fans were nervous when the Texans had the ball? At what point were they nervous? Maybe in that first drive, and after that, looks like it's going to be a shootout. Yeah. They're like, oh, here we go again, just like 2 years ago. Yeah. But after that, there was no reason to be nervous if you were a Bucs fan.
Let me respond to one thing you said, because I think it's really good, B. Scott, is you talk about the one-score games, the close games, right? And what I personally believe, I mean, however anybody else wants, I believe D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio put this team in a position where they're going to play and play close games. They're a good enough roster, top to bottom. I mean, you got your starting safeties playing special teams. You got some dudes on special. Like your depth is next level. Your roster is really, really, really good, right? I think those two guys put this organization in a spot where close games are going to happen. They're not going to get blown out. The close games are going to happen. The stuff that we keep harping on, and people are saying, "Oh, don't panic." No, this is what's going to win and lose games for the Texans. This is how it's going to be.
Well, along that logic, if you're built to play in close games, then you also need to be built to do what you like to call the simple things, savage. Like it's going to be the simple things that's going to be the difference.
Yes.
Having a red zone offense, being able to convert once you're not just to say, hey, we're moving the ball. Well, they don't give you points for moving the ball. They give you points for getting in the end zone or kicking it up to uprights. That's how you get points, not for just moving the ball. So they got to do some of the more simple things a lot better if they're going to be built this way.
All right, B. Scott, man, we appreciate you. We'll see what they do. Make sure you take a listen to him Friday, as he is on In the Loop. 11 o'clock.
I'm on it. Payne and Pendergast in the morning.
Payne and Pendergast in the morning. There you go.
Payne and Pendergast, yeah, man.
And then
in the big boy chair.
So catch him tomorrow, and then 11 o'clock on Friday, as he's there each and every Friday on In the Loop, as I'm sure you'll hear more of his thoughts on the Texans. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for this one tonight. Some injury updates as well with the Astros, and injury updates with the Texans as well. That's coming up as we continue. Little 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
All right, I'm going to get you through this rough Monday night. I'm going to get you through the injury updates. I'm going to get you through that Yordan Alvarez injury there. I'm going to do it by just encouraging you to take that next exit. Hit that C-store. Go to Kroger. Go to H-E-B.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Flip all these burgers. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the place. Tyler is in such frustration. He has moved to
I've gone full Psycho T today.
He's moved to Lovey.
It's really about the 69.
I'm about to say he's moved. I mean, if we get to, he might. Now I don't think he's going to. Let's move to David Cullyville. He might jump to go to Bob, but he has not moved.
Oh, that's your workout partner.
Yeah, leg
Football
day Wednesday.
playing Jesse.
I wasn't in there today, Coach. Leg day Wednesday. See you.
You've been slacking too, huh?
I just didn't got. Yeah, I didn't get in on Wednesday. I've been hitting the outside walk. I ain't going into the gym.
Hey, David Culley's 2021 squad had 7 touchdowns offensively after 2 games. Just want to throw that out there.
They had that explosion against Jacksonville to kick off the season. That's right.
Yeah.
A
few hundred yards more too productively than this year's offense. Just saying.
All right. Let's get you ready for the Astros as they have a big game to get the sweep, Clint. When you're in the situation where you're in second place right now, you got to just try to win every one of them. At this point, and sweeps are huge. But here is some good news. Normally, when you hear the Astros and injuries, Clint, here of late, it is the freak thing that happened to Yordan. It is, somebody has, some sort of an elbow inflammation or forearm or something like Arrighetti and right hand inflammation like Lance. This is some good news. Isaac Paredes, who had what was it? Was it hamstring?
High hammy, baby.
High hammy. Had the hamstring issue. He has been out for a while now. According to reports from Chandler Rome and the Athletic, Isaac Paredes has continued to progress well, and the next day or two will determine whether he is activated this weekend against the Mariners. Joe Espada said. Espada also said he will be asking Paredes not to run 100% on the bases given the nature of his injury. This is huge right now, and they're talking about potentially being back for the Mariners series, which is clearly going to be the biggest series of the year for this team and them as well, as they hold a half-game lead right now over the Astros. But this is big, especially coming off of the Yordan situation. Hell, they just showed that on TV. Again, every time I watch it, every time I watch it, I think he's not coming back this year. No chance. He's not coming back this year. But now they have a space to put Paredes, Clint. Before, it was like, well, God, where are you going to put him? Like, are you really going to have to compromise defense somewhere? And now even more where they don't want him to run 100% on the bases, which we understand. Be smart out there so you can, if you can't make it, you can't make it. You ain't got to sprint out grounders to second. Like, let's just go ahead and keep ourselves healthy. But now they didn't have to play him in the field to get him on the field because of the Yordan injury. This could be a big thing as you look at the way he was swinging the bat all season before he got injured. Hell, he is still third on the team in home runs right now. So this is a big potential addition the Astros could have to this team.
Yeah, look, to have Isaac Paredes' bat in this lineup or available off the bench and the bat, his bat in any capacity is a win for the Astros. And so, I mean, with or without Yordan Alvarez, obviously I'd prefer it with, but in the absence of Yordan Alvarez, it's even bigger, no doubt about it. But that bat, because the part of it that gives me hope is that the hamstring. I mean, a month plus ago, I saw him bouncing around on the field, taking infield. I mean, literally getting down low on the ground, taking ground balls, kind of things. On his toes, stepping, throwing across the field with no. I mean, there was no limp. There was no. It seemed to be no pain at all. And so, if he was doing that a month and a half ago, I got to believe that he's done everything that he can in terms of swinging the bat, staying in shape as much as he possibly can. So, if that guy is in shape and can either get in the lineup, be a pinch hitter, be a bat available off the bench. Either way it goes, I don't give a damn if he can run or not. I mean that's advantage Astros to some degree, whether it's a Mariners series or later. It's big.
Yeah, it's big. So Isaac Paredes, 19 home runs and drove in a lot of runs. I'll be honest, he was successful wherever you placed him in the lineup when he was out there. So we'll see what happens there tonight. Christian Javier gets the ball against Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom has been one of not just the Rangers' best pitchers, but he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. 2.82 ERA and a 12-7 record. I think it's important tonight that Christian Javier can give them at least some length in the game, because they spent a lot of the big guns out of the bullpen yesterday, and if he can give them 6 innings, that would be a huge thing. Because we don't know. I would imagine that there's a chance that Brian Abreu, after throwing 32 pitches, isn't available after throwing 32 last night, isn't available today, which means you're shortened. And I'm guessing maybe they want Kimbrel to close out the ninth. If that is be real great if the lineup could just score 8-9 runs tonight, and they can figure out a way to get through it in. But it would be really, really huge if Christian Javier can come up with a 6-inning type of performance so they don't have to go to the bullpen early. They had to go to it in the third or the fourth yesterday and fill those innings. So that'll to me will be a big thing tonight, is what can Javier do, and if he can last long.
We need him now. We need him long term, man. I mean, Christian Javier coming around these last couple of starts. What did we say? 13 days, 11 games. They played one of them last night. 12 days, 10 games. So I mean, we need Christian Javier, and I mean, what's he going to get? This one plus one more.
Should, yeah.
Maybe 2 more. Yeah, we need him to come around. I mean, at the end of the day, we need him to come around and show some more promise, and so we gain a little more confidence in him getting into a playoff series, if need be. All right, Jason Alexander ain't showing no slowdown, is
No,
he?
he's not. No, he's taking that thing. Lineup tonight: Pena, Correa, Altuve at second base, Walker, Caratini is in DH, and if you're wondering, he has a great history against Jacob deGrom. That's why I would imagine he's in the lineup. Yainer Diaz, Jesus Sanchez, Myers, and Cole finish out the lineup. And the other thing with this is, if they can pull this sweep off, then you hope the Mariners can get some could go down and lose to the Royals tonight. If they can get some help and win tonight, they have that Mariners series set up with Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, and Alexander. They're 3 best pitchers, at least with Alexander going right now. They're guys, and they have that set up with their 3 guys. And if you can come off a sweep against the Rangers to roll into that, being at worst a half game out, after tonight, that's a big deal.
I'll see you in October.
5 o'clock fire.
I think we will, Jerome. All right, Texans injury report. I want to get to the report from the Texans and the Jags, but just some things to let you know right off the bat. Justin Watson, free agent they signed in the offseason, has been getting, I don't know about you, I've been surprised how much run he has been getting in the first 2 games, and has caught some balls from C.J. Stroud. Seem to be a veteran they trust. He's going to be sidelined, which I think he's going to be put on the IR. Not sure if that's official yet, but he's going to be sidelined for some length of time. He's got a calf Achilles injury going on right now that he suffered against the Bucs. The important thing to note to that, Clint, is he did not tear it, but he is still likely to go on injured reserve and be able to return later on in the season. So that is a bit of a loss for the Texans, another receiver they trust.
Yeah, look, was definitely a guy that with Braxton Berrios and Christian Kirk out was the veteran that they could trust to know where to line up, to know where to, how to run routes and how to make yourself available to the quarterback and be somebody that CJ could depend on. And I think Justin Watson, they got a lot more juice out of that squeeze in the first 2 games than I thought they were going to get when they kept him on the roster. And so, it's sad to see him go out. You'd like to see a guy like that now go back to special teams and be an emergency depth guy with the these other 2 receivers returning. So you get some starters back, you get some frontline guys back, but your depth is injured. So it's good to see the production for the first 2 weeks, but here we are.
Yep. And then in terms of injuries, guys didn't practice today. You brought up Braxton Berrios, Christian Kirk. They were limited participants. There's video. We see them moving around with those hamstring issues. Both of them finally back on the practice field. Kamari Lassiter, Jalen Petrie. Petrie stepped out a bit in that game Monday with the rib issue. Kamari Lassiter, ankle. Darrell Taylor, hip. They were all also limited participants. Jake Andrews, the surprise. He was a limited participant. He's got the high ankle sprain. I saw him jogging around out there, who was the starting center in week 1. He was limited, so there may be a chance that he's available to them. The only one who didn't practice, and when you hear it, you won't think much of it, but this is one to watch, and that's the rookie cornerback, Jalen Smith. He did not practice today with a hamstring issue. That's clear to be noted as well. He did not participate, and with their secondary and the kind of things maybe they want to do.
Yeah.
And you've talked about within coverage, especially sliding guys maybe like Lassiter inside on third downs. He may be an option to go outside or inside. That's one to watch the rest of the week to see if he's going to be available.
Well, if he can't go, that means Tremont Smith, the veteran, typically a special teams guy, but definitely a corner that can fill in, a reserve guy. But I'm sure there's a lot of confidence there in the sense of just being able to get it done and be where you're supposed to be and tackle well kind of thing. If Smith can't go, then Tremont Smith jumps in there and probably fills in that third corner role. Now, the problem is last week, there was a lot of talk about Jalen Petrie going into the game and that nickel defense. What do you do? There was clear early in that ball game. There's no doubt about it. The D'Amico's adjustment there was definitely to bring Smith in the game, slide Kamari Lassiter inside, and I have Derek Stingley follow Mike Evans. And so, that is a what I think is a good counterpunch to the way they use Jalen Petrie. Do you still have confidence in that if Smith is down if Tremont Smith is the guy and not the rookie out of USC? We'll see. It's definitely schematically what D'Amico Ryans wants to use throughout a game. We'll see if they use it with the rookie out or potentially out. Not out yet, but potentially out.
Yeah, good. A big thing to watch again, Jake Andrews with that high ankle sprain, return to practice. Christian Kirk, Braxton Berrios as well. They expect to have at least Kirk and Berrios back coming up on Sunday against the Jags.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint. Clemson's head coach Dabo Swinney, he went out swinging. Dabo Swinney, he is a trip to me. He decided to defend his program's 1-2 start. They lost to a Georgia Tech team that they were favored to win against. They lost to an LSU team that they were favored to win at home. They were expected to be a top 5 team, and if I'm not certain, they were down 17-3 or something in the second half to the one team they did beat. I forgot who it was that they beat. They beat an easy sketch, like somebody they paid millions of dollars to come play against them. They were down to them by 10 or 15 points in the second half. So they've been struggling, and Troy, they were down 17-3 in the second half to Troy. And he said, "Hey, listen, if Clemson is tired of winning, they can send me on my way." Dabo said, "But I'm going to go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. You're going to have to deal with me for a while." So that is Dabo Swinney, who is pissed off because people are coming at him about his team who is struggling right now.
Yeah, it's interesting with what's going on, and the fascinating part of this is the fact that he's attempted to stay true to the traditional college football approach in recruiting, not using the NIL and the transfer portal to the same degree that other top programs have. And I've said it from jump. I just don't see how you compete. Now it doesn't help him that his star quarterback that he recruited, that he has stood behind the whole way, is not playing exceptionally well. But not near, here nor there. That is not the issue. I think it's just a simple fact. If you're Clemson, other programs catch up with you. Like the top programs go out there and they take everybody else's starters across the country, and they shed the dead weight of their misses in recruits because they got 4 and 5 stars by them, so everybody else will take them. The Arkansas of the world will take them. And so they just get stronger and stronger and stronger throughout. And then you look at Dabo, he's not doing that. So how do you keep up with those top programs if you're not backfilling, if you're not bringing in 3 or 4 difference-making starters and then backfilling with really, really solid talent? How do you keep up? I think you're seeing Clemson struggle with that approach. And the truth be told, even teams that are typically below Clemson are able to close the gap between them and Clemson because they are willing to go out there and get those players. And so I was hoping that Clemson would be able to do it the traditional way and kind of be pie in the face of everybody else, but I don't think it's going to happen, Ryan.
Yeah, I just get annoyed with, hey, man, you know what you've built. You know what Clemson is, and you know the expectations they have. Yes, your fan base has delusional expectations because you've built it. Yes, we all know you've only got one season that since like in the last 10, 12 years that you've only won, single-digit games, a 9-win season. We know, but you have built up expectations, bro. Yeah, y'all start 1-2, and you're down by 14 points to Troy at home, and you lose to Georgia Tech. This program, this great program you built's going to lose their mind. That's why, just like at Alabama, they lost their mind when you get beat down by Florida State, who won 2 games the previous year. It's Alabama. You're Clemson. Come on, man. You know what you've built. That don't mean nobody think you can coach no more. Yes, he's a great coach.
He ain't going nowhere.
No, you're not going nowhere. And then making out the three. You know that nobody wants you to go nowhere.
Coach. He's 55, man.
Yeah, but he ain't going nowhere.
You got to deal with his ass.
Hill's talking about you going to get fired. Get out of here, man. We know. Like Marcus Spears says, you know you're in trouble when you get up there and you have to start listing off your accomplishments. Your old accomplishments when you tell your team last year was nothing.
Yeah.
This is a new year. All right, coming up, Mina Kimes said something that I think Clint will potentially agree with. And he's watched the film. We'll see his thoughts on how they can improve things based off what she's talking about. That's next.
All right, y'all. Synergenics and Low T Center, man. They're the original MVPs of the testosterone. Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm just sexual, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Just needed to get that off your chest, huh?
Sometimes.
That's all right. That's all right.
Get it off mine and on to another.
That boy's filthy.
Let's go! He's filthy. I don't think that's a let's go, man.
He's filthy.
It felt pretty damn smooth off the tongue, I ain't gonna lie. So did what I just said. He's on fire! I am horny for this Astros game, baby.
That's why you're good and excited. You're going to Daikin, huh?
Yes, sir. The Daikin.
Yes. You gonna pull Christian Javier through?
Oh yeah. He's gonna pop up on Best Bets here in a bit.
Well, while Tyler is getting himself good and fired up for this game tonight, and he's heading out to the Astros game, you need to come and hang out with us tomorrow as Thirsty Thursday goes out towards the stomping grounds of both of you, where you all grew up and where you currently live, and we're heading out to Baytown.
Tyler, you gonna be there?
Don't believe so.
Oh, I thought you said you were going to work on getting, seeing if you could get permission to join the.
I did mean to text.
Maybe promo one time. Be promo squad one time.
Hey, I've been there, baby. But I did mean to text Boss Man, but honestly, I just dropped the ball and never got around to it. So I believe I will be holding it down here in the studio.
So you got something? You running from somebody over in the dirty?
Oh no. Always love a good return to the dirty. And I think I told y'all this, but that Buffalo Wild Wings y'all are going to be at tomorrow for Thirsty Thursday on Garth Road. That is actually the location I watched every second of Game 5 of the World Series between the Astros and Dodgers. Arguably the best baseball game I've ever seen.
There it is.
Yeah.
Well, you can go back to his old memory spot.
Special time.
And come out and hang out there. We had a good time. We've been out there a couple of times. But it is Thirsty Thursdays. You know we come out there with prizes for you to have a chance to win. We don't come empty-handed. And I'm certain Clint will probably have a few folks out there. I think of one person I'm pretty certain is going to be out there.
Oh, Cap's going to be there now.
Linda might be out there. Who knows?
Oh, she's already texted me. She's already. I didn't even tell her. She must have heard the spot or something. But yeah. Granny's going to be there. Granny will be in that thing.
Yeah. Oh, Granny will be out there. So it'll be a good time tomorrow. A little Thirsty Thursday. Come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings. Our good friends at Bud Light as well. We'll be out in Baytown tomorrow, 2 to 6. So come hang out with us. All right, Clint Menakimes, ESPN. Listen, hey, they are on the Texans after Monday night. Monday Night Football happened on ESPN. I just during the end of our last segment, I looked up there in ESPN. They were rolling something, another piece on the Texans. I've seen a piece on the Texans on Get Up. I've seen a piece on the Texans on NFL Live, on SportsCenter. 3 or 4 times they have buzzed off the concern meter right now with the Texans on ESPN.
Well, you got 2 of the teams right now that are 0-2 that are all the buzz, and that's the Chiefs and the Texans. I mean, those 2 teams right there were not expected to be 0-2. Those 2 teams right there were not expected to have some of the flaws that I think have exposed themselves, over the last 2 weeks, and so man, they're going. It's good to be 0-2 surprising everybody and everybody be talking about it versus be 0-2 and everybody's like, yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah. Texans, Chiefs, throw the Caleb Williams and the Bears in there.
Yeah, them too.
Those three teams have been talked about. Here's Mina Kimes talking about where she's arrived. These were things we saw last year, but this is where she's arrived on issues with the Texans this year.
You look a lot more comfortable than C.J. Stroud did last night. 13 different Bucks got pressure. 13. How is that even possible?
That's outrageous.
All offseason, we were told that even though it didn't look like they fixed the offensive line on paper, well, we're going to put more on our quarterback's plate, and mentally he's going to be able to solve it in a new scheme. It is not playing out that way early on for the reasons that Dan described. This is an operational issue. This is not just about the bad offensive line or running backs not picking up the blitz. It's the whole thing. It's the quarterback. It's the scheme. It's the players as well. They got to find a way to triage this by making life easier for Stroud. It feels like at the moment there are no easy buttons for him to push. Last night, Baker Mayfield had 11 passes behind the line of scrimmage. C.J. Stroud had 2, right? Like, I understand not having Christian Kirk in there is maybe throwing a wrench in things, and of course Tank Dell's not healthy, but they cannot lean on longer developing plays the way that they have so far early in the season, even if Nico Collins is your best receiver downfield, because he is not surviving at this rate.
All right, she said a lot there, Clint, and I think a lot that you would agree with. I think one big thing that I know you're coming out of things from watching the Texans at least last week. Not week one. Week one was maybe a different story, but at least last week, especially against a team that is a blitz-heavy team with Todd Bowles, you came away with let's not just push this all on the 5 guys up front. This is much, much more, and I think she's getting to that. This is much, much more than the guys up front just not protecting because they're getting their asses kicked.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to sit here and stroke the guys up front. I mean, it's not great, but it's not why it's not why your offense stinks after 2 weeks of football. In fact, it's down the list of why your offense stinks after 2 weeks of football. Mina mentioned it. She said that the Bucks, they were facing a pressure defense, a defense with probably the best 1-2 punch of defensive ends in the game. So they knew they had to get the ball out quick. So what did they do? They threw the ball behind the line of scrimmage 11 times. Right? What does that do? That's 11 snaps that Baker Mayfield and the offensive line doesn't have to deal with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. It minimizes the number of opportunities that pressure defense has a chance to kick your ass or make life difficult for your quarterback or get a hit on your quarterback or get you behind the chains. It eliminates that. They did it 11 times. The Texans did it twice, and both of them were to Nick Chubb. And so I think it starts there. No easy throws. No easy throws whatsoever. Right? The pass catchers for the Texans running pissy poor routes. They either ran through windows versus stopping, or they ran routes on top of each other, or they ran routes into each other. Can't happen. Dare Gumbawale just flat out can't pass protect. Right? The offensive coordinator, for whatever reason, wants to put everything in these tight formations with all the receivers stacked inside, and which if you're doing it for a reason, and we can see that reason, then hey, more power to you. But there's no rhyme or reason why they're doing it. They're not benefiting from it. They're not having success with it. All it's doing is muddying the water for an offensive line that struggles communicating, and for a quarterback that struggles, directing traffic at this point. And so it's nonsense there from an alignment standpoint. Whether it's C.J. Stroud just missing, an early throw in the ocean on the quick out route and a couple of different throws that would have changed the game. So, yeah, it's not – I think I would argue at this point, which I can't believe I'm doing it, I would argue at this point, one, you can win with this offensive line. This team is not – this team, when this season's over, you're not going to look at it and say, man, we failed this year. We didn't exceed – we didn't even meet or exceed expectations. Man, that damn offensive line. Right now, I think the offensive line is down the list of issues that the Texans have offensively that have to be fixed. You can win with what they're doing.
Yeah, and I know you were –
with what their offensive line – the product of their offensive line. I mean, this season, Ron, like when the way I see it, and I didn't chart every play, but the way I see it, your rookie left tackle got flat out beat man-to-man one time. Your backup center got beat man-to-man one time, got his feet tied up in a traffic jam. Your left guard and your right tackle both got beat one time, and those two were more delayed pressures, delayed sacks. The quarterback, had he had somewhere to go with the football, and I mean, if he had quicker options, the ball would have been out and it wouldn't have been a problem. So that even though they got beat in a fashion that your quarterback still sat there, planted his feet, he shuffled, and then got hit. So or escaped and threw the ball away. So by the way, all four of those offensive linemen getting beat, I think only one or two of them ended up in a sack. I think one of them ended up in a sack, not both of them. So I just have a real hard time leaning heavily into the offensive line here, Ron.
Yeah, and I know you've been for people had a problem with Bobby Slowick and the screens last year. She talked about that. I
told them it was silly when they had that problem in. Now that they had a problem executing screens, they weren't real good at blocking screens, but the play call, the design, that was right on. I mean, I just don't care to.
She cited that as a big difference between
Absolutely, you got a rookie. You wonder why Ibuka over there is having a good year and getting involved in the offense. I mean, he caught a screen for a touchdown, and he caught a screen for a little short gain over there that avoided a pressure for Baker Mayfield. How many Higgins catch? How many Noel catch?
I think they caught any.
Gotcha. Just curious.
I think Chubb did.
Chubb caught two. One for a great gain, great draw up.
Yep.
Second time, same play, other direction. I believe it was short gain.
Yeah. All right, C.J. Stroud, he spoke to the media today. There was some, not just things he said, but some, I know a lot of people have texted in about things that they were kind of caught off guard with and just his overall demeanor. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, I'm telling you, if you're selling your home, what you want to do is you start a bidding.
recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up a little bit after us, 6 o'clock, straight up, Texans All Access. Stay tuned with the fellas as the general manager, Nick Caserio, will be speaking right at 6 o'clock. Nick Caserio right at 6 o'clock, so make sure you stay tuned right here, Sports Radio 610. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris got you from 6 to 8 o'clock, and then after that, the fellas from Area 45. Let's see if they're talking about the Astros in the postgame with the sweep tonight of the Rangers. And I'm sure you'll hear much, much more about the Texans and everything else, as well as the best sports show in all of Houston at night. Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, and T-Mill's Best Bets. And boy, do we need some help, and he's going for it all, folks. As well, I'll let him tell you how he did last night. But we'll get to T-Mills.
Not good.
No, not good. Nope, still in the red. I'll just say that. But stay tuned. He can dig himself out of it. Try to get a little cash. And as we said earlier, remember tomorrow we'll be in Baytown. We'll be at the Baytown Buffalo Wild Wings off Garth Street. Garth Road, excuse me, I say street, Garth Road. And you can come hang out with us. Hang out with us 2 to 6. We do not come empty-handed. We will have prizes that you have a chance to win and really a good time. Shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings. Pull up, have you a good cold drink, some wings, some food, and hang out with us tomorrow for a little Thirsty Thursday. So come hang out Baytown tomorrow. All right, Clint, there was a lot from C.J. Stroud's presser, a lot that he said, on the field, and then just kind of just the whole feel of it. What jumped out to you? Because a lot of people gave response. I mean, that was the most response I think I've heard from C.J. Stroud and a presser from the listeners, and I think it was even a little different than we normally see.
Yeah, look, I think the overall tone, I think, is different. And I'll let you cover that. I think for me, I think he was asked a couple of questions that just shocks me that there's not a better answer. Hey, CJ, with motion in an offense, when a receiver motions, what does that do for the quarterback? The inability to answer that question quickly, on the spot, and immediately is mind-boggling. The asking, what was the other one, Ron?
When they said what things you need to work on.
Yeah, what do you need to work on? What do you need to work on as a quarterback? Just really, really struggled through that when there's low-hanging fruit that are so obvious, identifying pressure, dealing with pressure, getting the ball out quick, being more accurate, not holding the football. And, I mean, there's just a million different things. It's just – and I don't know if it's out of frustration. He just doesn't want to answer those questions, but it comes across as, to me, the inability or being caught kind of deer in the headlights with very simple questions. Yeah. That's mind-blowing to me. It's both of those are very relevant in the moment with, like, what's going on with the Texans, right? There's not a lot of motion in the offense. There's not a lot of easy throw in the ocean throws, quick, easy throw in the ocean throws. There's not a lot of answers for pressure. Motion would help that tremendously. So it's not like the questions are completely off base, right? It's not like they're asking a question out of left field that doesn't have anything to do with what's going on. It's spot on and a very, very good question. And the inability, whether it's out of annoyance or truly an inability to answer the question, that blows my mind.
Yeah, a lot of people had responses of wondering if he knew what was going on. Like if he knew, the offense had knew and was kind of putting together exactly what they're expecting from him in this offense. And So I know there are a lot of people had questions there were a lot of people texting like, whoa, okay, is this maybe why we're seeing some struggles that he's not getting things? I don't know, Ronnie. I don't think so.
I go back to he was asked late in that presser too about the close games. I mean, that's a layup for a quarterback. Like, look, man, we're going to play in a ton of close games. What did you say?
He turned it into a question back.
Yeah, like he got salty about it. Like we're going to play in a lot of close games, and in close games, the team that makes the fewer mistakes, when two good teams play two talented teams play each other, and it's close at the end, whichever team makes the fewest mistakes, handles the pressure better, is going to win games. We have not done those things well lately. We have not deserved to win those games. And so, I don't know, just like it is an interesting vibe right now with C.J. Stroud. Talking to the media, C.J. Stroud in post-game pressers, I think it's interesting.
One of the other weird things, and I think the vibe is a good thing, that really confused me, and I remember saying it to Tyler as we were listening to it, and he said he said maybe some of the issues where he hadn't had a ton of reps with some of the guys he was throwing the ball to. And I'm like, what the hell's that?
Yeah.
Ooh, and I was just like Xavier Hutchinson, you've been out there from the jump. Nico clearly, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I mean, if it was Noel that was out there, you've been throwing to him.
He wasn't out there much. I think Higgins was out there.
He's been throwing to him. Yeah. I mean, maybe Harrison Bryant. I know there was one scramble that he tried to get to and Harrison tripped over himself.
Yeah.
And couldn't get to. But I mean, that was odd to me. But I think the point you made for me, I think what we're watching right in front of us is, I think CJ's pissed, and I no other way. I think he's a bit in his feelings, and I think it is more than just they're 0-2. I think he is extremely frustrated that I think a lot is coming to him over this. From the national media, they're doing breakdowns on him. We heard from Mina Kimes. Like I said, ESPN, and they're not just saying that Bobby Slowick's a fool or that the offensive line doesn't know what they're doing. Now they're adding him into it. I don't know this to be true, but we're hearing the coach say, hey, I thought we had something in the back of the end zone, but the ball was thrown out of bounds. We're hearing the coach say, not acknowledging that CJ is his guy, that is his disease on the offensive side of the ball. Like, I just think a lot of this, and then clearly my man, he hears it and reads it and sees it. And I think the fan base and other people are looking at CJ and approaching him differently. And to me, this is some real adversity that I don't know that he's had to really football adversity, as you've said it, that he's really had to deal with. Mm-hmm. And I think you could tell in there he was, as you said, salty. He was pissed and annoyed. He tried to quick answer some people, short answers. And do you see many blowouts each week? Like, we have never seen and felt that energy from CJ. And I think that's where a lot of it's coming from.
I think the interesting thing, and I think it's D'Amico too. Look, let's be honest. D'Amico's going to change gears here tomorrow or Friday. Next time we hear from him, it's going to be a different D'Amico too. Get closer to game time. But it's you hear the which is the right thing to say of, no, man, ain't no problem. We're going to flush it and we're going to move on, man. Ain't nobody dug a hole. Ain't nobody. No, we're not going to panic. We're not. But then you spend a lot of time. Pushing back on questions and getting aggravated because questions are being asked about the struggles that the team's going through. It's an interesting dynamic that if everything was hunky-dory and everybody was just, hey, man, everything's going to be fine. If everybody was really that way, you would think it would be a little bit more confident messaging coming out. And I think overall you hear the answers to the questions and then the annoyance of being asked about problem areas, which is more than fair. That I don't know. That paints a little different picture for me.
As you know, 0-2, you shouldn't be. It should be hunky dory, but it does feel a little. It feels like it's a little bit more than just the 0-2.
I think, Ron. I think everybody involved, D'Amico, everybody that's not specifically a defensive coach. This isn't week 2 of this. This is another coordinator. It's another season and more of the same. So it's not just 2 weeks. I think it's viewed as well, these are some of the same problems that
we had last year, and y'all the same coaches.
Yep.
All right, T-Mill, let's get your best bets as you try to regroup from your 0-for-4 performance yesterday.
Yeah, it'd been a while since we had an 0-for, but that one hurt. after Monday and then going 0 for 4,
1 for 8 on the week. Go ahead.
But
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, 13%.
This is where the tide turns.
Here we go.
And if you see us out there tonight, man, me, Figgy, and Reggie, we're going to be out there down the first baseline watching these Stros. If you see us, say what's up.
That's right.
Going to have a double in hand, watching some ball. 5 best bets because